What's up, bro? Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Good morning. Thank you so much to those of you that are here and ready, and hello to everybody on the live stream, of course, joining us. We've got a great program today. We had an excellent one yesterday, a lot of great guests, good discussions, and of course some great companies in the battlefield. We have a great battlefield again today with a very strong grouping of companies. You want to stick around for that. But first we have some discussions. We're going to be talking to Kevin Weil from Instagram. Commissioner Mignon Clyburn from the FCC is going to be here. Mike Allen of Axios to talk about some media with us. General Keith Alexander talking about hacking in the political arena, which will be a very interesting and germane discussion, given all the news that's going on right now. So thank you very much for being here. We're going to get right into the programming, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Yeah! It's Tuesday. There's 3 more days left in the week. All right. We've got an amazing show, just like Matthew mentioned before, and we're going to kick that off with Instagram. How many folks are Instagram users in the room? Show of hands. I am too. Huge user, and I'm really bothered by that algorithmic feed. I don't know how you guys feel. So hopefully we'll touch on that a little bit, along with all of the other developments with Instagram lately. So please welcome to the stage Instagram's VP of Product, Kevin Weil, and our moderator, Josh Constein.
Oh, is this happening already?
Just added you to my story.
Okay. So you were formerly the VP of Product at Twitter, which is notorious for not launching many products, being very slow about it. Now you're the VP at Instagram, where you seem to be launching stuff all the time. How has that changed your job and maybe made it harder?
We've been having a great time, actually. I've been at Instagram about 15 months now, I think. And it's, I have nothing but respect for Twitter and for the folks that are there. Instagram has been a fantastic time, though. I don't know if there's a company in the world like Instagram. We're 400 or 500 people and building products for a community now of over 700 million people. It's been a blast.
So you guys actually just launched something new just as we walked on stage, maybe the most anticipated Instagram feature in a long time,
yeah.
Instagram face filters.
Yes.
So these are kind of like your version of Snapchat's filters, but tell me a little bit about how you tried to put your spin on them.
Yeah, totally. I was watching this guy backstage, by the way, typing madly until 1 minute before, because we just launched it this instant. But maybe it helps to take a step back. So Instagram's mission is to strengthen relationships with the people that you care most about. And if you go all the way back to when Instagram started, like back 6-7 years, Instagram was a place where people shared all the moments of their daily lives. But as our community grew and as everyone's networks grew on Instagram, so did the pressure. So Instagram started to become a place where you only posted your best stuff. It became a place for your highlights. And that's why Stories was important to us. Stories was a pressure release valve. So Stories enabled people to feel comfortable sharing the moments in between their highlights, the moments of their daily lives. And it's been awesome to see it grow. We've gone from 0 to 200 million daily active users in just 9 months. But since day one, there's been a thing that people have been asking us about, which is face filters. And if you go around, you talk to folks, you talk to young people especially, face filters are just an expected part of a modern camera. So we're super excited to launch them today. We're launching our first set of 8 face filters. They're live now, so you should be getting them. If not, if you don't have them already, you should be seeing them in the next few hours. I hope you like them as much as we do. We also launched a handful of other things today that make Stories better. One is a reverse video format. We're allowing you to to tag your stories with hashtags in the same way you can tag mentions, and some new creative tools like an eraser. So all of this together makes today a big day for us.
But what makes yours different than Snapchat? Because naturally, people are going to say this is just a clone. Like, you guys didn't really innovate at all. But I think you guys did do some little things that were different and made them feel special for Instagram. So how did you put your spin on it?
Yeah, I think as with the important thing to us was when we launched face filters, we wanted to do it in a way that felt like it was natural to Instagram. And so you'll see as you use them, there's a level of craft and attention to detail with every single one of the 8 face filters that I think is unique. So I'll give you a couple examples. One of the face filters, my personal favorite, is the koala filter. And so I tend to do it, I have 7-month-old twins, and I'll put them both on the screen and have 2 little koalas sitting there looking at me. And the ears on them are very lifelike, and moreover, they twitch in the same way that a koala's ears will naturally twitch as it moves around. By the way, I never thought this would be my job.
Yeah, this is sounding a little bit like Silicon Valley, the TV show, where it's like you've gone through this years of hard work to be the guy who puts like fake mustaches on kids.
Right, but it's incredibly important to make it feel natural. So there are touches like that. There's another filter that has a spotlight. And as you move around within the scene, the spotlight will follow you. So it's these little flourishes that make face filters feel natural and I think feel like a part of Instagram.
So when I talked to your CEO, Kevin Systrom, and asked him about Snapchat when you guys were launching stories, he told me that they deserve all the credit. Do you agree?
So I think if we're being honest with ourselves, this is the way the tech industry works. And frankly, it's the way all industries work. Good ideas start in one place, and they spread across the entire industry. So we've said multiple times, kudos to Snapchat for being the first to stories, but it's a format, and it's going to be adopted widely across a lot of different platforms. In the same way that, I was at Twitter before, hashtags started on Twitter, and now you see them everywhere because they're just useful for categorizing information. If you look at the movie industry, Pixar was the first to do computer animated films, but I think we're all better because of folks like DreamWorks who are also bringing great films. And what I take from that is it's not just about the format, it's about the plot, it's about the storyline, it's the entire product. And for us, the entire product is not just Instagram stories, it's the Instagram feed, where you have your highlights, it's stories where you're posting the daily, more raw moments, it's direct, where you're sharing privately with folks, and it's Instagram Live, where you're literally taking people with you throughout your day. It's how all of those come together that makes Instagram what it is.
When you say this is how the tech industry works, what do you mean by that?
I mean, good ideas start in one place. I think it would frankly be silly of us if we were to say, oh, see that good idea over there that's actually fulfilling a need people have to share more moments of their life? Oh, because one person did that, we can't even go near that idea. So the way we think about it is, stories fulfill a need. It's a format because it's ephemeral, because you're not sharing to a feed where there are certain social norms. You're sharing into a format that's built around you. Because there's no public feedback, you only have private feedback. It makes you feel comfortable sharing more, and that's important. Instagram is at its best when you're using it to share what's going on in your day, and you're seeing what's happening in the lives of your friends, the people that you care about, the brands, the products, the public figures. And stories enables you to see a different side of them, and you see even more of them, get to know them even better.
Do you think it's honorable to copy another product?
I don't think there's an honor to it. I guess that's not a word I would ascribe to it.
But when you think about it, when do you feel good? So you guys have done some innovative stuff, some things that are really different with Instagram stories. You guys have got hashtags, mentions, things that Snapchat doesn't have. But especially for the first few months, you guys were mostly launching features that Snapchat had already built. How did it feel waking up and going to work each day, just sort of recreating what somebody else had done already?
Yeah, I actually don't think so. Again, there's the stories as a format. In the same way that you have hashtags as a thing that is a part of many apps, the same way that feeds, I think maybe Facebook was one of the first to do a feed on a mobile device, and now every app has a feed. I think we're better off because every app, the feed is a thing that makes a lot of sense on mobile devices, and it's been adopted broadly as a result. Stories is a format, and actually, I disagree that, from the beginning, we made it our own. We integrated it with Instagram Direct. We brought things like app mentions to it. We added some things that we felt were just natural extensions of the format, the ability to go backwards and forwards. We added things like Boomerang as new video formats within Stories. So I think we've made it our own from day one. But fundamentally, it's a format that's built to enable people to comfortably share the moments of their day. And seeing it go from 0 to 200 million daily users over the first 9 months shows that it's a powerful part of Instagram, and it makes the Instagram product better as well.
Internally, did you ever find that employees expressed guilt or reluctance or remorse about copying another company?
Again, the way we approached it, and the way we approach all things, is we're trying to solve a problem. Instagram is incredibly focused on making a product that enables people to share their lives and to become closer to the friends, the people that matter most to them. And Stories is an incredible format for that. So we're focused on solving that problem. Stories is a way to do that. Live is also a way to do that. Direct is a way to do that. And Feed is a part of that. So all of these things, again, all of these things come together and it's about the full product. And we're proud of what we've built.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that it's become popular, and you clearly are serving a need. I mean, 200 million daily users, that means people really care about this, and that's kind of the end. Does that really just mean that the ends justify the means?
Again, it's about the problem you're solving. Like, we want Instagram to be a place where you feel comfortable sharing all the moments of your life. And if we were, 12 months ago, Instagram was about the feed. And the feed is not a place where people feel comfortable sharing all the moments of their life. The feed is a place that, because of the pressure of getting likes and so on, the feed is more about your highlights. And that's great. Highlights are a very important part of your life. It's
sure.
Your highlights matter to me because we're friends, but it isn't your entire life. And so we wanted to evolve the Instagram product to allow you to capture more of your life. Live is a part of that, Stories is a part of that, and these things, I think, undeniably make people comfortable sharing more within Instagram.
Sure. So last Tuesday, Snapchat released its earnings report, and it was clear that your competition had hurt their growth. They only grew a very little amount compared to how fast they were growing before Instagram Stories launched. And then the company lost 25% of its share value. What was the atmosphere at the Instagram office like on Tuesday?
I mean, we're so focused on what we do, to be totally honest with you. It's one of the things that I've really taken away from working at Instagram.
You're saying there wasn't like a spring in people's step? There wasn't we're clearly building something that people really care about, because they're coming to our product?
I mean, we clearly are building something that people care about, and that's what matters, but the focus is not on, it's a big industry. There are going to be multiple successful players across the entire industry. So it's not about one person going down. For us, it's about, are we building the right thing that adds value to people's lives? Are you closer to the people in your life because you use Instagram? If so, then we're fulfilling our mission. If we're doing that and we're bringing Instagram to people globally, then we're fulfilling our mission. And the best way for us to do that is to stay focused on that and not worry about quarterly earnings.
I mean, I agree. I think I'm closer to my friends because of this product. I was using their Snapchat Stories for years, but a lot of my best friends weren't on there. It was, more early adopters, my younger friends, but not the people that I hung out with on a day-to-day basis. And I think that Stories has done an incredible job of bringing me closer to them. But I wonder, do you see any disadvantages to copying instead of building something completely original?
Again, it's about the use case. It's about the problem that we're trying to solve. And more than any company I've ever worked at, Instagram is focused on what problems people have and how we can address those and make the product better for them. So,
all right, I'm going to let you up on this. I don't mean to push too hard, but I think this is something that people really care about, because you guys are really defining the what honor and how the tech industry works. You're saying this is how it works, but I think Facebook has the size to sort of define that. But moving forward, let's talk about one of the things I'm most excited about right now, which is that you guys now have location and, just as of today, these hashtag stickers. And right now, when you tap on them, you can go to the Instagram page where you see other permanent feed posts about that location or about that hashtag. But I'm wondering what comes next after that. Like, right now, people have stories, but what do you think about locations having stories or hashtags having their own stories?
Yeah, you talked about, I mean, we've talked about the ways that we have made the stories format our own. And I think one of those is we've taken advantage of what Instagram has, which is there's your home feed where you have the stories and the feed posts from people you follow. We also have an Explore tab, which is used by hundreds of millions of people around the world. And Explore is about bringing the best of Instagram to you at any given moment. Stuff you're not connected to, stuff you wouldn't have otherwise seen. You take the best and bring it to you in a single experience. We've integrated stories and live from day one, and I think there's a lot more that we'll be able to do as we have things like hashtags that actually allow us to organize content.
Are you guys like testing location stories?
At this point, we're thinking, with Explore in general, we think about how we can bring the best of Instagram to you in the moment, and I think there will be opportunities to do things like location stories, but fundamentally, it's about how we bring the best of Instagram, stuff that's happening all around the world to you in an instant.
So you can't like confirm or deny that you guys are doing location stories already?
Man, one launch wasn't enough for you today? Face filters is a big launch.
No, let's get two. Can we throw that up on the screen right now? It turns out that we actually spotted that Instagram is testing location stories. So you can see everyone who submitted public stories to a location by adding that location sticker. And so here's me checking out the Times Square one. And that last photo or story is not someone I've ever met before. I don't follow them, but they added to the Times Square story. And now I get to watch a long ream of all of those submissions. So tell me a little bit like
that seems like an awesome feature. I'm excited about that. You seem excited about it.
I actually am pretty excited about it.
Yeah.
It's cool because I think for like 5 years I've been saying, why can't I see Instagram posts from people around me? It's like, I want to see people taking awesome photos of the graffiti in my neighborhood or like the prettiest scenes nearby to me, which I actually care about. But you guys have never done that, but finally you've got something in the location space. Like, is location going to become more important to you guys over time as you're trying to deal with the people that you're closest to, literally?
Yeah, you know, I think actually for a long time I felt like we've had these location pages for a long time, and it's been this almost like hidden gem part of Instagram, because you know, if you want to know, you're thinking about which restaurant to go to in the evening, you can go and look at what people have posted from any given restaurant around you, because it has a place page on Instagram, and they're incredible. And they're kind of hidden in the product today, but they're incredible. And I think over time, as people are tagging their stories proactively, there's an opportunity to aggregate content and understand, you know, what's happening right now at the Eiffel Tower, what's happening right now at the Burj Khalifa, what's happening right now at your favorite restaurant. And it's a really interesting opportunity, and is another way of us making Instagram stories our own. So
the one big thing that Instagram has changed since you came aboard was that you guys moved to an algorithmically sorted feed. Not all products do that, but for instance, Twitter was having a lot of growth trouble. They eventually added a more algorithmic feed, and now they're growing again. But other stories products don't want to add an algorithmic feed. Snapchat has refused to. So maybe you could just tell me, regardless of Snapchat, like why an algorithmic feed is or isn't important to a stories product.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. In general, you follow a number of people on Instagram, and you want, at any given moment, if you have 5 minutes to check what's going on in your world, you want to first see the content from the people, the brands that are closest to you. And so the idea that you should order not just by who happened to post most recently, but by who is most meaningful to you, by who you most often interact with, by whose content you don't want to miss, makes a ton of sense to me. And we've seen it drive a lot of engagement in the product.
Makes a ton of sense to me too, Evan Spiegel. But the thing is that the algorithmic feed also changed the core behavior pattern for a lot of people at Instagram, or that use Instagram. Jordan Crook from TechCrunch hates it. I'm just going to out her on that. But like she loves Instagram, but that really changed the way that she used it. How do you deal with those people who say like, I like it the old way?
I mean, we understand with everything that we do, we're looking at numbers, we're looking at how, not just qualitatively, but quantitatively, how it changes people's interaction with the product. And with ranked feed, we've said this publicly, it's increased engagement across the board with Instagram. So people are spending more time in their feed. People are looking at more stories. If you're people are looking at more posts, people are liking more posts. And when you post to your friends on Instagram, my guess is you see more engagement as a result of ranked feed. So really, everybody wins. You're seeing more of the stuff that matters most to you, and as an author, you're getting more engagement.
So you guys have been you were acquired by Facebook, and you've been run very independently. You've been sort of given that independence. In fact, Instagram recently just moved to their own office. But now Facebook is launching this unified camera platform with augmented reality features that Mark Zuckerberg said are going to go across all of its camera apps, including Instagram. So has the level of independence that Instagram has changed at all?
Actually, it's one of the best things about Instagram. We really have kind of the best of both worlds. So being a part of Facebook, we get to leverage the technology and the infrastructure they've built. We get to leverage, we get to learn from what they've learned as they've expanded a product around the world. We have relationships around the world that we wouldn't as a company of 400 or 500 people. And yet, we have the trust and the faith of Mark and the executive team that our roadmap is our own, and we build towards what we believe is right for the Instagram community. So when it comes to things like the camera platform, it's another advantage of being a part of Facebook. Facebook has a lot of really smart people working on cutting edge augmented reality and camera effects and so on. They've made it a platform, and like with other things, we're going to be able to bring the best of that, the parts that make most sense within Instagram, into our product. So it's another way in which Instagram moves faster by being a part of Facebook.
Great. So just to recap some of the stuff you talked about, I asked you about copying Snapchat, and you said that really this is just how the tech industry works, and that what matters is solving a problem and getting something that people care about out there, not necessarily who started something. But I'm glad to see that you guys are starting to do some really innovative stuff like these location stories, and you're still maintaining a level of independence from Facebook, even though you're becoming a deeper part of the app. But I'm really excited that as the lag time it's taken you to adopt other people's features has gotten smaller and smaller, I think it's now we've finally reached that moment where it's time for Instagram to really come out from the shadows and be able to do its own thing. So I'm excited to see what you do with that. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Kevin, I'm coming after you in a minute. I want to talk more about that ranked feed. Okay, we're gonna really hardcore 360. Actually, I hate when people say that. We're gonna 180, because 360 is just going the same way. We're gonna definitely change gears. We're gonna talk a little bit about CRISPR. Raise your hand if you're familiar with CRISPR. You guys are all smarter than me. All right, cool. Please welcome to the stage Caribou Biosciences, Rachel Harwitz, and our moderator, Sarah Burr.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
So it looked like a few of you, maybe a handful of you, understood what CRISPR is, are familiar with CRISPR. But for those of you not familiar, what is CRISPR?
So CRISPR is a gene editing technology. Basically, the ability to go inside of cells and precisely change DNA sequences. You can kind of think of it like a word processor for DNA. The ability to start opening up that code and making changes. There's certain kind of changes we're really good at making right now, and a lot of other kinds of changes we're still working on.
Yeah, and we're going to get into that, especially later. We've genetically engineered before, so why is CRISPR so significantly more groundbreaking and interesting?
Right, so a lot of what people refer to as genetically modified organisms sort of blunt tools compared to what we have today. And often it was trying to take a gene from one organism, maybe a type of bacterium, and putting it into a plant. So really making some pretty significant changes to that organism. What we're doing now is sort of like a fine-tuned scalpel compared to that. We're inside the genetics of the cell itself and just making some really minor tweaks. Now, there have been technologies to do that for 10, 15 years now, been really hard to use and super expensive. And so you really had to almost have a PhD in gene editing to do it. And now this is a technology that basically anyone who can do molecular biology can use. And there are thousands of labs and companies around the world already using this technology.
Yeah, and you basically just program the RNA to find whatever genetic sequence you want to clip out. Do I have that right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the system is basically like a pair of molecular scissors. And so it's a protein that's basically the scissors, and the protein is called Cas9. But on its own, the protein really can't do anything. It needs an RNA partner to take it to the right place in the cell. And so the experimenter can just design a new RNA sequence to program it to a new zip code in the cell, make the cut, make the edit, and you're done.
Yeah, but it's a little bit controversial because people already have an aversion towards GMO. You say GMO and people don't want it in their food, they don't want us doing anything with it. What's the sentiment around CRISPR?
I think there's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement, and I think a lot of that is really centered around the human therapeutic applications. So there's tremendous potential to treat and possibly even cure genetic diseases using this type of technology, and to treat cancer in new ways. And so I think people, by and large, are pretty excited about those opportunities. We're participating in a lot of global discussions around how to use this in food technology as well, and certainly want to make sure that consumers have transparent understanding of where their food's coming from. That's really important.
Right, where does Caribou come in all of this? What are you working on? What part?
Sure, so we're really technology experts. We live kind of at the heart of the science and figure out the best, fastest ways to deploy this technology. And we really work through partnership with a number of other companies to help them develop new products. So we work with actually a company we co-founded and spun out of us who's working on new gene and cell therapies. We work with DuPont Pioneer on agriculture applications. We're even working with a British company called Genus right now on livestock, and that's definitely not something I'd ever thought I'd be working on.
So CRISPRing cows.
CRISPRing pigs right now.
Pigs, oh, you're CRISPRing pigs, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, so for better bacon?
Oh, well, sort of. Really for health applications in pigs. There's a pretty nasty virus.
Oh,
yeah.
Care about their health as well.
We do, we really do.
Yeah.
There's a pretty nasty virus that farmers really can't do anything about when their pigs get sick, and so we're helping to breed pigs that are just completely resistant to the virus in the first place.
Oh, that's cool. And you're also working on CRISPRing out cancer.
Right. So our spin-out company, Intellia Therapeutics, is really focused on a number of the different ways to use this technology for human health. And one of the big areas the whole field is chasing after is cancer. And most of it falls into a very hot field inside of cancer right now called immunotherapy. So sort of the general idea that you can help a patient's own immune system fight its own cancer. And so one of the ways you can do that is use gene editing to really tweak some of these very specialized immune cells and help them really target and fight cancer.
It sounds kind of like it's magic though, but it sounds amazing. But there's a cloud hanging over all of this technology. It's not like it's completely perfect and we should just start CRISPRing everybody right now.
Right.
Yeah, what's happening?
Right. So the reason it's going to take years and years for drugs to be developed is that we need to prove out safety and efficacy along the way. That's the rule of the land here in the US and basically everywhere else in the world before you can launch a new drug. And so there's a huge amount of work that we and everybody else is doing right now to make sure that we're actually only making the changes in the places that we wanted to and not accidentally making changes somewhere else in the genome. We've learned a lot about how to make the technology more specific, and I think you'll see most of the first potential drugs really in cases where there are severe unmet medical needs. These patients are in really dire straits, and it'll be a while until this is something that's much more broadly available.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not CRISPRing humans right now, is what you're saying. Yeah.
No, and in fact, our company has drawn a really hard line. We will never edit human embryos. We just full stop think that's a line that should not be crossed.
Right, they did that in China, and it didn't seem like that worked out very well.
Right, so they tried it in sort of non-viable embryos, and we think that, yeah, just a line that should
We didn't hear anything after that,
That's
so
right.
we're assuming that didn't work out.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. Also, there's a pretty big intellectual property battle ongoing. We thought it was resolved, and Berkeley came back and said, hold up, we're going to fight this. Can you explain what happened?
Sure. So I think biotech has seen this general story before, often with an exciting new technology. IP gets complicated quickly, and sometimes there are competing claims between different groups. That's what's happening now. So we've seen here in the United States something playing out between the University of California and their collaborators on the one hand, and the Broad Institute and their collaborators on the other hand. We just came out of this arcane proceeding at the US Patent Office called an interference. The University of California actually appealed that decision, and so now it goes to our federal circuit court. That'll be another 18 months. So it's a long road to get to the end of this, at least in the United States. Though we're pretty excited in Europe. A great patent just issued to the University of California earlier this month.
Yeah, I saw that. And then, but just to go back on the legal battle, just in layman's terms, when you're saying interference, what are we really talking about?
Right, talking about the US Patent Office trying to figure out who actually invented it first.
Right.
And part of the debate is what is it? And the next part of the debate is who was first. And so eventually you would get to a part of the process where people are digging into grubby old lab notebooks, trying to figure out who actually did what and when. And this all really harks back to a former version of the law in the US that's since been changed, but all of this falls under the former version, where patents really fall under this concept of first to invent, and you ultimately have to prove that out in a contested environment. Whereas in the rest of the world, and now here in the United States, it's first to file, and it's a lot easier to figure out who filed a patent application first.
Right. Well, and from what I understand, your co-founder, Jennifer Doudna, CRISPR pioneer, who is, and part of this legal battle is, the belief on your end is that she actually came up with it first, filed first, and then MIT and the Broad Institute actually paid a little bit of money to get it through faster. That's what I understand on your end.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So certainly Jennifer and her colleagues made incredibly pioneering steps in the entire CRISPR community, and they filed their patent application several months ahead of the Broad. And you're right, there's a mechanism where you can pay a little bit of extra money and accelerate review, and that's what happened, and here we are today.
So now where are we at? Today they're contesting it. It's the same exact patent. It's an ongoing trial. It's an ongoing battle. And where are we at right now? How confident are you in the outcome?
Sure. So we're at the very beginning of that 1.5-year appeal process. And really from the company's perspective, that's one piece of the puzzle for us. We have so much intellectual property that we brought into the company at this point, either from licenses, from DuPont and other companies, or that we've developed ourselves. And so at this point, we have a pretty broad estate that puts us in a very strong position.
Yeah, but it's a little bit confusing for companies right now who want to get into the technology to know, should they go to Natalia? Should they go to the Broad Institute? What are you telling companies right now? How are they working this out?
Sure. So I can never give other people legal advice. But what we're seeing most companies doing is they're either trying to really make a bet on who they think the winner is going to be and partner very closely with that side, or they're simply taking a license to any piece of CRISPR IP they can get their hands on, sort of treating it as an insurance policy and making sure that they're in good standing for the products they want to develop.
Are you seeing any of the big companies lean towards one or the other company?
I would say certainly as you look at all the companies that are associated with the UC side of the world and the company that's associated with the Broad side of the world, there are a lot more bets that are being placed on the UC side right now.
Okay, all right. What's going on at the FDA level right now? Because we can't CRISPR humans, probably for a really good reason right now, but you're still held back in maybe a few other things. What's happening at the FDA level?
Yeah, so in terms of human therapeutics, new drugs, the FDA is a pretty straightforward process. The FDA is well versed in genomic medicines. There's a very clear process for how you go through initial discussions with them and ultimately into clinical trials. So I think that will end up being a reasonably straightforward, though probably rather long process. Compare that with some of the discussions on the food side, where there's a lot of discussion about the fact that a lot of the regulatory framework we have today for food dates back to before I was born. And many of the technologies that we rely on today had never even been anticipated back then. And so trying to figure out, are there changes to the regulatory framework that need to be made? There are comment periods open right now where a lot of companies and individuals are commenting on that right now. And so we're keeping a very close eye on how that changes and how that might impact what products we and our partners can develop.
What's so bad about CRISPRing human embryos? Why have you shied away from it?
I think a lot of it is on the ethical side. The idea of manipulating an entire human crosses what we think is our remit as a company. But
what about, CRISPRing a human who might get a certain kind of cancer?
Right. So there are certainly a lot of ideas that get thrown around for preventative medicine. And at this point, if you were purely trying to do preventative medicine, I think there's so many unknown questions about the potential off-target effects of editing a human embryo that I wouldn't say that that would be a safe approach at all to preventing new diseases.
Down the line implications, you mean, like from generation to generation.
Exactly.
You're taking out an entire genome.
Exactly.
Or not a genome, sorry, gene sequence.
Exactly.
You got what I meant, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Whereas there are other reproductive technologies already available today. In an IVF clinic setting, you can do what's called pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. Basically be able to test and measure embryos to make sure that they're safe and they don't have genetic mutations before they're implanted in the mother. And so that's what a lot of families who have rare genetic diseases use to try to make sure they don't pass on that disease to their offspring.
Okay. They could still potentially be a carrier, though. You can't completely get rid of the gene.
Potentially.
That way.
Right.
Yeah. Also, there's some sort of movement to CRISPR back the woolly mammoth.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about, I know that's not what you're working on, but that's kind of interesting and weird.
Right.
Yeah.
So we hear a lot about George Church, who's a scientist at the Broad and at Harvard, who's interested in, I should say at the VSIN at Harvard, who's interested in potentially bringing back the woolly mammoth. Sort of the idea being that you can start with its nearest living relative, something in the elephant family, and start making changes to try to turn it back into a woolly mammoth. I have no idea how many changes that would take. It's a pretty bold, big idea.
It's also the question is it really a woolly mammoth at the end? It's not going to be 100% back the way it was, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Why is the U.S. so apprehensive about CRISPR technology? China seems to be way ahead. They seem to be going forward on working with patients who are terminally ill. Why have we waited so long in the US to go that route?
So I think we're seeing things moving basically as fast as they possibly can through preclinical and then early stage clinical development here in the US. There are academic groups who are already starting to present their potential trials to the regulatory bodies here in the US. There are companies who are saying they're going to be trying to file paperwork with the FDA to start their clinical trials as early as next year. So we're actually seeing pretty rapid movement in the U.S. as
Comparatively, compared to what we might usually see?
That's right, absolutely.
Okay, some people are saying this technology is so amazing, it feels like we're going at a glacial pace.
You know, it's funny. This is probably the fastest technology ever, from sort of the first scientific paper to talk about it through to the first clinical trials. The first major paper was published by some of my collaborators, my colleagues, in the middle of 2012. And here we are already just a few years later talking about clinical trials. Most technologies spend 10 plus years in the laboratory before they ever reach the human population.
Mm-hmm. So if you are not going to do any CRISPRing of humans, you're just going to do animal trials, who do you hope picks that up? Who are you seeing is going to maybe pick that up?
Right, so we're not CRISPRing, we're not editing human embryos, but we and our partners are definitely interested in editing adult stem cells.
Okay, so I come to you and I say, I have this disease in my family. I know I'm probably 23andMe told me I'm going to get this.
Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of groups are first looking at genetic blood disorders like sickle cell disease. It's a very well characterized mutation that causes the disease. And the hope is to actually extract a patient's own blood stem cells out of their body, carry them into the lab, use CRISPR to fix that mutation so that these are now normal, happy, healthy cells, and put them back in the patient and treat, maybe even cure their sickle cell disease.
And so you can go through every single sequence and just wipe it out.
Right, so the idea is to edit as many cells
Theoretically,
as possible.
theoretically,
Yeah, we're not at 100% today,
Yeah.
but a lot. And usually that's enough, we think, to provide a health effect for the patient.
Yeah, there's just a new study that said that scientists had actually CRISPR'd HIV out of mice.
Right, it's incredibly exciting. People are looking at these, sort of hidden reservoirs of different viruses and trying to actually destroy them with gene editing technologies. I think it's incredibly exciting.
That's the first true cure. That's not just maintaining and giving people drugs, which are actually pretty good right now. I mean, from what I understand.
Right.
You know, I'm not an expert, but from what I understand, people are living just as long as other people on the drugs.
Absolutely.
But this is actually wiping out the virus itself.
This is going after the virus, and there are other gene editing programs taking a different approach, trying to cure HIV as well. Instead, they're looking at the cells that actually get infected by HIV, and they're trying to use gene editing to get rid of the protein that the virus needs to get in the cell. So there have been a few sort of lovely accidental examples. There's a man from several years ago called the Berlin patient who was cured by a bone marrow transplant whenever he was being treated for cancer because it turned out his donor had this mutation and was resistant to HIV, and he's been HIV-free ever since.
So if you CRISPR out the HIV, do you have to then insert some other sort of genetic sequence, like this man had some immunity?
Right, no.
No.
So in most of these cases, you're just trying to destroy the bad thing that's there. You're not trying to put something new in yet. Though in the future, we'd love to be able to do that. We'd love to be able to insert new sequences to, say, correct some of the diseases that we can't fix by just getting rid of a bad gene.
Is there a possibility that after you CRISPR an adult human being, that they could then have offspring and pass on those better genes? No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, so everyone's working on cells that don't pass on genetic information to their children.
So you're not making a decision for those
That's right, that's right.
ongoing generations, and thus maybe messing up the entire human line unknowingly.
One person at a time.
Okay, so what would you say is the most promising research right now? What's out there that you think you're working on or you see in this whole CRISPR sphere looks really promising right now?
I think it's what I see in the gene therapy space. I mean, the ability to actually go in and try to correct a genetic disorder, it feels like science fiction potentially come to real life. I think that'd be incredibly exciting. And it'd mean for the first time we're actually treating at the genetic level the cause of these diseases rather than trying to fix the experience that the patients have.
Okay. And I also just read that CRISPR Therapeutics, you're kind of you're not sister companies, but the two
Extended
pioneer,
family.
yeah, the two CRISPR pioneer co-founders. One's CRISPR Therapeutics in Europe. She may have the lead in the first human study over there. So where does that leave Natalia and Caribou? Where does that leave you if they have the first human study? Are you then going to work with them, or are you sort of competing with each other then?
I mean, I think we're seeing a huge number of groups, both in industry and in academia, moving very carefully through preclinical safety studies and then ultimately launching trials. I think we'll see a handful of trials launch pretty quickly over the next few years, including work that Natalia is doing, and so we're really excited to see that move forwards. They've got some really exciting animal data they've been talking about recently, showing tremendous efficacy in mouse and rat models. So it's really promising.
Yeah, it all sounds very, very exciting. Thanks so much. We're out of time, but thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh no, Rachel.
I was told that they're going to make an announcement on that stage, so we're going to make an announcement on this stage, and no one's going to be able to hear anything. Yeah. Okay, you guys are so sick of me. Friendly reminder, you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter, Jordan R. Crook. Anyways, let's move on. Peter Rawlinson from Lucid Motors and Jay Rogers from Local Motors are our next guests. Please welcome them, and moderator Daryl Etherington.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks.
So, motor companies. You guys both have in the name of the companies, but they're quite different companies. Let's just start, I guess, quickly by giving the audience kind of a general overview of what you do. Jay, can you give us a kind of a quick elevator pitch?
Sure. We're a vehicle company that designs, builds, and sells cars. And we do online co-creation. So we run a global design and development community of about 100,000 people from around the world. And then we build our vehicles in microfactories, which are now in Tennessee, Arizona, and Germany.
Great. All right, Peter. Same.
We're a technology company based in Silicon Valley, and we're designing and creating the best electric car out there, taking a step forward, taking electric cars to a new level.
Great. I noticed you said technology company. You started with technology right in the name, and I actually asked Ford CTO yesterday when they're going to become Ford Technology Company, and he said it'll be a ways out, but I think that's a good starting point. I mean, you guys are both building things that have traditionally been made, I guess, largely by very, very large, very old institutions. Perhaps not as much in your case, but I think still a lot of those vehicles fit that category. So why take on this particular challenge, and why try to do it with like a smaller, much more nimble organization when the challenges seem so vast at being able to do that successfully?
Well, the opportunity is so beguiling. The luxury vehicle market worldwide is worth $100 billion per year. And so far, electric vehicles are only scratching the surface of that market and only having a very small percentage of that pie. We believe that by creating an electric car, the opportunity is there to make an inherently better car. No one has really done this before. Others have shown the viability of electric cars in the luxury space. No one has taken the true full potential of a miniaturized electric platform. We believe this has huge worldwide market potential, a bigger cut of this $100 billion per year annual market.
I mean, for me, we focused a lot on micro-mobility as the first place of going. If you know, Local Motors is as much a mobility company as it is anything. Mm-hmm. And so the way in which we manufacture is what we believe is revolutionary. So taking a look at the entire mobility market and going after things, for example, our latest product, Ollie, is a cognitive self-driving shuttle that is electric at its base, and it is 3D printed from the ground up. And so our manufacturing method is what we consider to be one of the greatest manufacturing revolutions out there. It allows us to point at different markets, and so in this particular case, the self-driving shuttle market is the one that we're pointing at this year and next year. And so there are so many opportunities in the vehicle space, in ground mobility, and they are accelerating as customers' desires change. Mm-hmm. Bottom of the pyramid vehicle development is also beguiling, I would say, and spending time in places where vehicles are inefficient, whether they're in cities like New York or whether they're in cities like Mumbai, there's a lot of change that needs to happen.
So you talked a lot about those opportunities, those potential opportunities, but I mean, what are the signs that there is actually demand for that to happen? Like, I mean, I just feel like you guys have both of your companies, respectively, have experienced significant challenges, right? You recently had some setbacks and some shutdowns and some scaling. Focus on Ollie, right? We're returning the focus on Ollie rather than some other stuff going on. Peter, you were talking about how you need to go out and raise, and in order to get to where you need to be to break ground on the factory, and that's been pushed back from before. So how do you get to those opportunities, which I concede are probably there and are probably large, in time? Like, it really seems like the ground is running out from underneath you, and in this particular business, you need so much time, runway, and money to get there. Like, how do you strike that balance?
Well, timing is very important, but I passionately believe as a product guy, it's about having the right product for an appropriate time. And I think we're going to see a seismic shift towards electrification, towards sustainable transportation. And I believe that we have a landmark product which is really ahead of the curve. And I think that time is on our side in that respect.
So what about actually the funding, though? Is that coming along as planned?
It's coming along really well. Huge interest generated worldwide through many potential investors. and we hope to be able to announce something pretty soon.
Okay, but not right now.
Not right now.
You can give us percentage close?
It's very encouraging, and we're in the thick of it right now.
Okay, all right. And same question about the challenge.
I mean, look, Jay Leno said it best. If you want to build a vehicle company, you need to get 20 things right. And if you get 19 right, you don't get credit for the 19. You get credit for the one you got wrong. And so it's super easy to talk about financing. It's super easy to talk about technology blockers and other things like that. It is really hard to build a hardware company, period.
Yeah.
Making a vehicle is one of the most complex things in the world. Dealing with regulation, it's far more difficult than building an aircraft. And so the bottom line is that because you have the unwashed masses using and interacting with your vehicle, not well-trained pilots and flight attendants that are out there trying to operate the equipment. So it is truly a difficult place to be. And I laud all of the companies that get into it. Setbacks are just part of it. As long as you are persistent and you are there to engage, it doesn't matter whether it's being in the thick of funding or whether it's shifting factories as we have from one place to the next to accommodate demand for what's going on. Staying in the thick of it and being there for what customers want is exactly how you win.
So you talked a lot about the challenges there, and some of those seem like fixed challenges, right? Like a regulatory one is a relatively fixed challenge. Maybe.
No.
No?
No. So it is trite and common for people to come out and say, but how are you going to deal with regulators? It's a digital economy today where social media is as much part of what regulators deal with as anything else. And so in our community-based methodology for dealing with things, we invite regulators to come in and engage on crash, fire safety, and other items like that. And it has changed for regulators, the speed of their engagement with the public, and they too they get strung up by the same issues. If they're not responsive, then they can get left behind. And so regulators are no longer fixed in the way that they were before.
And what about the other components? I just want to get a bit more sort of transparency in where you guys are making the changes and the efficiencies that will allow you to get to these goals on the budgets that you have.
Well, there's two dimensions to that. First of all, the product, which is transformative, and that in itself will create its own momentum. But the real efficiency is an efficiency which is an advantage of being a small, nimble tech company. We have a team of just 300 people. We're able to create a world-class powertrain and a landmark platform on vehicle in just a couple of years. And that's unheard of. It's unprecedented in a traditional legacy automaker.
But how is that possible now for you?
It's possible through our methodology, our interactive methodology, and the close chain of command. We have a very clear vision for the product and a very close chain of command to execute that vision in a digital environment. And we're able to attract world-class talent. So many of these companies really have a methodology which is reduced to the lowest common denominator, because they have ill-equipped teams who are often ill-motivated. We have a team which is highly motivated, very incentivized, because we're all part of this company. We all share the same vision. We all own a part of the company, and we have a highly educated, hand-picked team of experts from right around the world. And so many of the team who worked with me before that I brought in. And it shows what a dedicated, small, committed team can produce in a digital environment, which is really transformative.
Same question about efficiencies that are also helping beyond.
I mean, look, there are more than one ways to win, and I have great respect, as I said, for all vehicle companies that get started. We couldn't be more different than that. We are like Linux for cars, and so we are about the most distributed team that you can imagine. We look to find people based on the merits of what they contribute, and we built our platform to be able to expose those capabilities.
Doesn't that distribute, if you diffuse that, but don't you also diffuse responsibility? Like, who can you...
We maintain the responsibility for liability in the company, and so we are effectively a global product manager and lead engineering organization for our distributed community. The goal for us is to be able to take the best ideas in worldwide on any particular challenge where we're working. It is not easy, but it does have its benefits.
Right, because I can imagine, I mean, looking through some of the product conversation, right? Like, some of it is very insightful, and some of it reads like, sort of like, teen fantasy, right? About like what, which can be good also, but like, how do you sort that into something focused and directed?
I mean, believing in the power of the crowd is something you either do or you don't. And so if you believe in it, then you ride the lightning, and you will always get people that are contributing junk, and then you have other people that come in and simply want to contribute genius. And so managing it is about maintaining a workforce of team members who are focused on the community and setting a standard for each individual area. So whether it's autonomy, or whether it's drives, or whether it is electrification, or whether it is crash energy, or any of the subjects that are part of a vehicle, we focus our community members down on those areas and then start from there.
Peter, just because you put it that way, do you believe in the power of the crowd?
We have a very different approach.
Right, yeah.
Very much
I just mean in
respect,
general, do you
and I think it's
believe?
very disruptive. It's a wonderful thing. We believe in everyone under the same roof, a clarity and focus on the vision of a transformative product, and a team that can execute that in a very compressed timescale. And that's what differentiates us.
Great. I think, but you also share a commonality, like you have a focus on autonomy. Both of you have a
Yes.
strong focus on autonomy. And so can you talk a bit about, why that is an area to focus now when it's not a practical reality at this point, even for very large players? Well, you're saying it is a practical
Look, we're
reality.
delivering 25 vehicles to Denmark that are level 4 autonomous this year. We're delivering 24 vehicles to Denmark that are level 4 autonomous this year.
For use on regular roads or sort of
for
like...
use on roads where the public will allow them to be used. So this idea that vehicle autonomy is not a real thing, it all depends on if the question is where you're going to launch it. And so it's low speed, these vehicles, and so when you break them up, it just depends on how you want to launch the vehicle. Ollie is a shuttle that runs at less than 20 kilometers per hour, and so you can say, oh, that's not real autonomy, but in many cases that is a very, very difficult challenge that needs to be solved, and so we're delivering them this year.
And what's in place there now? Like, what would that be sort of
There are
supplanted?
different customers that are using them, so some are being used on public roads that are sort of more like a town, and others are being used in campus environments, and others are being used for, let's just say, sort of corporate environments or organizations.
And a kind of idea of the size of that market opportunity, maybe globally?
Oh my God. Well, it almost feels unlimited from a point of view of moving people around moving people and things around for last mile logistics. There's a new startup that pops up almost every month for moving goods around that says, oh, we have a new robotic solution that's going to solve all of Amazon's last mile logistics issues. It's simply, it's almost unfathomable. It's a $2 trillion market. It's enormous.
Yeah. Peter, I think with your autonomy and sort of targeting like a consumer vehicle that would be driving people around in cities, maybe that is a bit further out, a bit further afield, so...
It is, but it's a very much a part of the future landscape,
Yeah.
and it's very much part of our plan. We see it as an inevitability, and we're not betting the house on this. We're prepared to take this opportunity. So what we're doing is creating a vehicle which is level 4/5 autonomous ready, with a fully integrated sensor suite of cameras, LiDARs and radars. And we recently announced our collaboration with Mobileye for autonomous sensing. There are some companies out there creating these interesting different paradigms for autonomous driving, cars without steering wheel. They're betting the whole house on autonomous driving being a reality. We don't have to do that, because one of the reasons for removing that steering wheel is to find more interior space. We've actually got a steering wheel and we've got more interior space. We've got a great driver's car and a great riding car, and we've done this through the miniaturization of an advanced electric powertrain, which teases out more space and provides a car which is transformative because it's smaller on the outside and very significantly larger and more comfortable on the inside. And that sits so well with this autonomous driving landscape. When we see these mega trends, autonomous driving, proliferation of electric car, fully connected car, and ride sharing, we believe we've got the perfect platform for this new landscape.
But how do you avoid being a, combo washing machine, microwave, dryer? That's like something that nobody wants, right? Like a fridge, everything glued in together to sort of try to address all these possible states. It seems like you could be creating a hybrid that ends up alienating any one of those individual
you would in a normal situation if you're compromising the functionality of one for another. For example, trying to create a flying car where you end up with a lousy car and a lousy aeroplane.
So you guys aren't building a flying
But think of the multi-functionality of a cell phone today. I mean, that has got excellent functionality across a range of axes. And I think that our car is exceptional as a driving car, and it's exceptional in terms of a riding car as well. And this is really transformative. It's because of the miniaturization of that powertrain that we've got this breakthrough. So normally, with the constraints of an internal combustion engine car, you have so many compromises and trades between drivability and riding comfort. The electric powertrain is going to explode all this and mean that we can have genuinely a vehicle which is transformative, that is excellent in a range of areas. No one's done that before.
Mm-hmm. And what about, so let's talk a bit about timelines and timelines for sort of, I guess, broad commercial application. You're still targeting 2019?
Yeah, about 2 years out.
Okay, and how about target, you're going to put some stuff on the road right away.
I mean, we have a record for launching quickly, so we launched the Rally Fighter, which you can see in the Fast and Furious 8 movie. We've done vehicles for the military before. We designed Domino's latest pizza delivery vehicle called the DXP.
Oh, the DXP.
We have a record for fast delivery, and it's backed up by our global co-creation community and our microfactories. If you want to come see the world's first 3D printed cars, come to our microfactories. We can print a car in 29 hours now with no tooling cost. And so the bottom line is that they are not luxury vehicles to begin with. They're focused on a different market, but they are incredible in their digitization and the ability for you to be able to dream up a design and see it pop out of a machine. So the vehicles we're delivering this year are Ollie, and they are 3D printed, and next year they will be different. When we think about powertrain, right now we're particularly interested in hub motors. The technology has come along a lot in unsprung weight. It allows control at each wheel, and for low speed it's particularly applicable. So I see a transition in this next year moving from axial motors to hub motor technology. It's advantaged very well for a 3D printed vehicle at low speed, harder to manage for high speed operations right now. And so I think you'll see that in addition to self-driving vehicle technology. We are engaging, for those of you that follow Ollie, we are engaging IBM Watson on the inside for cognition. We ran a hackathon at Princeton 4 weeks ago where we were doing Alzheimer mitigation techniques, where you could remind people that get on board what they came on with so that they leave with it. So we are ramping up. Our latest challenge is accessible Ollie, so working on a broad range of neuro and body diversity challenges, starting with things like Alzheimer's and other things like that. So there's, technology is just...
But all of that sound, and all those examples you brought up, they're all boutique. So the point is that you're not, this is the scale. This is the scale that you're targeting on.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we are, in effect, we are the mass boutique manufacturer, if you want to think about it, or a company that masses through scope. And so change up is our game. And being able to introduce new technologies as fast as you can think of them and engineer them is what our focus is.
Right. All right, just one last question. We talked a bit with Ford yesterday about sort of their experiments and their side bets and their willingness to partner. Do you see that as an opportunity? Do you see the large automakers have this apparent desire to range around, pick people up, maybe acquire things to see if it's going to work for this new future of mobility? Is that an opportunity or a challenge for you guys?
I think there's a potential terrific synergy between the sort of tech companies that are in Silicon Valley and traditional automakers. And I can see a great harmony between those. The scalability that a traditional OE can provide, and the fleet-footedness, the methodology in the digital domain that a tech company can offer. I see a great potential here, a great synergy.
So you would be open to partnerships with some of the larger OEs?
That remains to be seen. Depends upon the terms.
Okay. And same question?
Look, absolutely. Like I said, anybody that has the capability to build a vehicle and has been through it, deserves a great deal of credit, large or small. One thing which I will say is there tends to be a large amount of ego around the large automakers, such that they'll say, oh, we'll buy software companies, but if you manufacture, we're not interested. And I think that that is something where that's a myopia that they have to get over. It's sort of, they believe that the way they make vehicles is never going to change. I haven't yet seen a car company, Tesla included, that thinks about truly making vehicles in a disruptive way. So I think the hardware discussion is pretty far off for them, but I'm always open to it.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jay and Peter. That does it for us.
Great. Thank you.
Forgot my card, but I have confidence monitor, so everything's going to be okay. Our next guests are Ocean Hanrahan from Handy and Dan Turan from Managed by Q, along with our moderator, John Schubert.
Sounds so excited, y'all. Please, come on. Feel like we can do better than that on a Tuesday. Can we do a little better than that, TechCrunch staff? Just give me a little something. There we go. There we go. So we have an amazing panel right now, right here, right in front of us. We're going to be talking to folks about the gig economy and marketplaces and stuff like that. I guess my first question, since this is titled the Gig Economy Panel, and I will pose it to both of you, is the gig up for this business model? Is it all over? Has the song been sung? Is the sun setting?
That's not a good question. I don't like that question. Let's start over. Look, I don't think that we've named it the right thing. So we called it the gig economy, we called it on demand, we called it all these things. And I think part of the problem is none of them accurately represent what's going on.
Right.
So if we were to really describe what's going on, we'd say this is about taking out friction. It's friction in the selling process, it's friction in the buying process, but that doesn't sound like a particularly good name for it. So I think there's a lot of companies that have come through the last 7, 8, 9, even 10 years that have been about this convenience for customers and convenience for professionals or sellers. And whether that's Uber, Lyft, Handy, Managed by Q, there's so many companies that have taken out friction in the buying process. And I think you've seen some of these models really work and get to a place where it makes sense for all the customers involved and all the sellers involved, and others it hasn't worked. And I think that's totally normal. You take any 10-year span and any change in technology, yeah, of course, some of them are gonna work, some of them aren't. And I think the overriding thing has got to be, are these models, are these businesses delivering real value for customers and real value for sellers? And if they are, it makes sense.
Dan, do you like the idea of frictionless economy or frictionless, the frictionless business model? Is that the new name for it?
Yeah.
Can we come up with a new, a new brand?
I think Ocean makes a good point around sort of like what does the gig economy actually mean, and I think like at the end of the day, removing friction is a big part of it. I also think like the one thing I would add is it's causing us to question, I think collectively, the role of the firm, and in certain industries we're seeing the firm doesn't play a huge role, and so when we're talking about taking friction out of the system, in a lot of cases we're talking about connecting a worker directly with an end consumer, and in some industries that makes a lot of sense, and in others it doesn't, and I think the promise of the gig economy was sort of this idea that made sense everywhere, and I think maybe coming back down to earth, we're realizing that maybe it doesn't, and maybe in some cases the firm does play a role.
What lessons have you sort of learned over the course of, not sort of learned, have you actually learned over the course of building the business, Ocean? Y'all started out with sort of a fairly pure 1099 model, and I'm wondering if that's changed at all, if you've done some tweaks to sort of make it more, to make it easier for your workers to be their own bosses on the platform.
Look, I think we started 5 years ago with the view that the way people buy and sell services is broken. So you think about every service you need inside your home, from home cleaners to handymen, plumbers, and it's obvious that it's a painful buying process. You're looking for reviews from family members or friends, you're looking for introductions, you're researching a bunch of stuff online. And what a lot of people don't internalize is the sellers of these services local small businesses, people who are cleaners, great handymen, great plumbers, are going through the same thing. They're trying to figure out where can they work, at what price, with who, at what time, and they're trying to figure out how they can drive more business. And that comes in all sorts of different forms. So whether it's people saying, hey, should I buy leads from these lead gen providers? Will I be able to convert them? Should I pay for advertising? Should I pay on a per click basis? Should I pay on a per flyer that I buy? You go all the way back. Local business was built on flyers, on classified advertising, and that's really hard for people to know if they're doing it right. So what we've done over the last 5 years is try and figure out how to continue to build a great experience for customers, but also give great sellers, great professionals, an incredibly easy way to buy. And to us, that meant onboarding them on Handy, going through a very rigorous background check and onboarding process, and then giving them complete flexibility to claim whatever jobs they want. And our biggest learning has been around flexibility. Our professionals don't want to go through a buying process to buy leads. They don't want to advertise. They don't want to do all the clunky stuff that goes with kind of that local advertising model. They just want to be able to claim jobs whenever they want and preserve their flexibility. And that's the number one thing that we thought we knew going in, but we've really learned over the last 5 years.
Has part of that been a result of, I hate to bring it up, but has part of that been a result of the lawsuit?
Look, I think so much of this is driven by actual interaction with customers and actual interaction with professionals. So we spend so much time with our professionals. We do focus groups, we do research, we do so many studies. We get in front of them so regularly. And I think that's overshadowed when you read press by, hey, so much is driven by this lawsuit or that lawsuit.
Right.
I think so much of what we've done is actually driven by boots on the ground conversations and real data rather than what a couple of lawyers want to do to make a quick buck.
Whew. Is it a quick buck? Is the lawsuit still ongoing?
Well, it hasn't been a quick buck for me.
Dan, you started in 2014. Handy started in 2012. Did you look at their model and say, okay, there are some things in here that I'd like to tweak? What did you learn from what the market was showing you in terms of the other companies that were out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, if we rewind to 2014 and 2013 when we really started working on the business, I think the environment was very different. The funding environment was very different. The mandates around growth were different, and I think we saw a lot of companies, chasing the promise of on-demand, growing at all costs, and really scaling operations that weren't delivering great service to the customer and weren't sustainable. And I think, credit to Oshin on really turning around their operation over the past few years. I think at the time HomeJoy was around and there was sort of this race to new markets, and we looked at what was the actual experience you're delivering to customers, and for us, we really worked backwards from what was the ideal experience that we wanted to deliver and how do we think that we got there. When we started out, we were a marketplace for local service providers, so we worked with a number of cleaning partners in New York City, and we ultimately decided to do an experiment where we would start our own service company. And so it'll be 3 years in September or August when we launched Q Services, which is our owned and operated first-party service company. And what we really thought about was, if we want to deliver the best experience to our customers, we really need to think about what it means to be a great employer. We have built sort of our employment model around the good job strategy, which is something that Zeynep Tone at MIT teaches. And it's really about thinking about how you create a great experience for your employees, standardize the tasks they do and empower them to make good decisions, allow them to operate with Slack, provide training. And that's helped us to unlock, I think, a better employee experience. And so, for us, it was really just starting with the goals. What do we want to do? Deliver a great experience, and then work backwards, which meant, we needed to be a great employer to our operators, provide training, provide career development.
What when are y'all going to be profitable?
That was quite a pivot.
What?
That was quite a pivot.
Yeah, well, no, I had a point. Sorry, but I did have a point. There was I'll give you my logic. So the way that I was thinking about it was that y'all have this sort. There's my question. Sorry. It was what's the breakdown on your revenue between sort of how much money you're making from the marketplace business, where you're sort of offering a marketplace for services for businesses, and you're managed by Q Service. How much of your revenue is coming from which?
Sure.
There we go. Thank you. I got there.
I'm just trying to help you.
You're
tell the
super
story.
helpful right now.
Yeah.
So I think what we're trying to unpack here is does it make economic sense to operate Q services? Is that providing these benefits to employees, like, is that sustainable? Is that the question?
Well, I mean, well, that's where I was going, but initially, like, how much of the revenue comes from which operation, right? So how does it break down?
Yeah, so we don't disclose the exact numbers of where revenue is coming from in the operation, but I can say, to sort of answer the question around Q services, the way that we think about it is our investment in our operators is an investment in two things. It's retaining the employees that we've already paid to acquire and train, and then extending the lifetime value of our clients by providing a great experience. And I think if you look at a lot of platform companies, where they're spending a ton of money is on churning service providers and having to acquire new ones, and on churning customers. And I think like anyone operating a platform business will tell you that is true.
Right.
And so the bet that we made was we could change that equation through Q services, and that is proving out. In terms of when will we be profitable, our expectation is that Q services as a business unit within the company will be profitable within the next year.
Right. Within the next year. So my question to you, Oshin, there was an article that came out in December from Inc. that was like, wow, man, they really love you guys. But one of the things that they mentioned in the story was, not that I don't, was that y'all were going to be profitable second half of this year. Is that still on the horizon, or has that happened?
So I see these marketplaces as kind of three different phases, right? The first phase is, does anyone care? Like, do people want to buy? Does anyone give a shit? Do people want to buy on your marketplace, and do people want to sell?
Right.
And the second phase is, if you believe that it's going to be a winner takes most, or top three in a category takes most, you want to be particularly large. It doesn't mean you need to win, but you need to be in the top 2 or 3 players in a marketplace category to make sense, to be relevant. All of these things have liquidity effects. The third phase is, okay, let's build a long-term sustainable business with great unit economics, where it makes a ton of sense, where your customer acquisition cost versus your net rev, your contribution margin, all make sense. All those incredibly boring things that not a lot of people really want to talk about. And we've spent the last year and a half focused on those things. So we're very, very happy with where we are. Today, every city that we're in is net rev positive, is profitable on a 4-wall basis, and we expect to be profitable later this year. So we're very, very happy with where we are, and we're super happy with the trajectory we're on.
That was such a long answer to such a short question, my friend. That could have been yes, second half.
I'm here to help you.
You're here to pontificate.
I'm here to help you.
I understand. I appreciate it. You're here for me. I'm here for you. So when you look at how the economics of the business have changed, what's really been driving down costs for you?
Look, I think it's everything. I wish it was a silver bullet. I wish we could say, hey, you know what? 18 months ago, we changed this, and suddenly we became net rev contribution margin positive. Reality, it's every line. It's every single line of the P&L. It's refunds, discounts, claims, coupons, payment processing fees, customer service, operations. Every single team at Handy needed to be a part of the drive to say, let's build something sustainable. And candidly, like, it's hard work. Running these businesses at scale, running local marketplaces, running any local service business at scale, kudos to any entrepreneur that's out there running local services, because these are hard businesses, and anyone who's in it knows that.
How much of a role does automation play in the ability to drive down costs across all of these different lines in P&L?
Look, automation is a big part of it. So if you think about that phase 2, where it's just win at all costs, become a large player, develop liquidity, you do a lot of things just to generate scale, and you're willing to do the manual work associated with that, whether it's customer service calls, whether it's manually inputting orders, whether it's hand-holding customers, whether it's onboarding professionals. After a period of time, you build the technology. We're a technology platform. You build the technology that allows customers to self-serve. You build the technology that allows them to reschedule, to cancel, to claim jobs by themselves. Whatever it is, you build tech that sort of automates so much of what was done manually. It's a big part of it.
Does that mean that you now have more people who can go on handy jobs?
What do you mean?
I mean, now that these people have been automated out of the jobs that they were doing, are they now able to be handy employees, handy contractors?
So we're doing somewhere between 3 and 4 times as much business with fewer people. So we're at a place where the business itself is incredibly efficient. We're very focused on growing that. But yeah, you're asking a broader question about the economy. I think we're going to see a shift in how people work as we go forward. So yes.
Dan, can you unpack? I mean, do you also see these same trends, and what do they mean for your business?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ocean articulated it pretty well. We saw in the Q services business itself, building tools around dispatching, automating of scheduling, task management, bring efficiencies to actually like the first-party service operation. When we talk about our marketplace, where we're connecting office managers with best-in-breed local service providers, the distinction, we talked about this a little bit backstage, is we're working with small businesses versus independent contractors. So these are people that have workers' compensation, general liability insurance, because we're dealing with commercial customers. We talk about our marketplace, which we sort of slowly rolled out last year in sort of the testing and validating stage. It was incredibly manual, and so like Ocean said, we did everything that we needed to deliver a great experience to our customers, but that was not going to be sustainable long term. And this year we've really focused on building out a lot of the tooling and infrastructure to be able to extend our platform, which thousands of office managers are logging into every day, to connect directly with the best service providers in the categories like cleaning, maintenance, IT, security, and administrative support.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but by doing that, by focusing on small businesses rather than independent contractors, you managed to skirt some of the like regulatory issues that other people have run into. Is that fair to say?
I think that is true. I think our intention is definitely not to skirt regulation. I think, the first comment I made was,
it's easier. It's an easier
We see value in working with small businesses because they are providing the training, the employment, and I think that these things are important to delivering a great end user experience.
Right.
So that was a decision that we made, really to focus on how do we deliver the best service to our customers. And I think the needs of an office are also different than the needs of a home, and the way that services are bought and managed for commercial entities is different than a household.
Oisin, how do you see the regulatory environment? I'm trying to get into that issue a little bit. How do you see the regulatory environment changing? What would you like to see from government?
I think that if you think about how we've gotten here, over the last decade and a half, collectively, we've built a push-button world. We've built a version of the Jetsons, right? Where you can have goods delivered at the touch of a button, whether it's through Amazon or whoever else. You can have services at the touch of a button, transportation, food, all of these things are push-button. And we've gotten to this pretty magical place in terms of convenience. At the same time, we've got laws that go back to 1938 governing how we're supposed to interact with labor. And then on the third piece, the motivation for work has changed. So we've gone from it being, it's pure economics, cool, I've got to earn a certain amount of money and I'm trading off in economics, to, okay, it's economics, plus there's some combination of what's my role in the world, how do I self-fulfill, am I making the world a better place? And then the third dimension is flexibility. So people are now trading actively across these things: economics, motivation for work in terms of meaning, and flexibility. You put all that together, and it's like this really hard problem to say, all right, does it make sense for benefits to be tied to an employer? Does it make sense for us to tie regulation at a state level? Does it make sense for us to think about training being linked only to one category of employment? And I think we've got this false choice right now between 1099 and W-2, and neither of them are the right answer. So if you were building it from the ground up, you'd either create a much grayer spectrum or you'd homogenize a lot more, but you'd make it more a la carte so that whether it's on Handy's side, we could offer more access to benefits and education and training and still preserve that flexibility. And that's some of the legislation we put forward in New York. We proposed a portable benefits program here in New York State, which would allow for us to really provide access to benefits and make a contribution, and we've been very forward on that we would contribute to benefits for our contractors. And we think this isn't the perfect solution, we're not saying it is, but we're 10 years into this part of the economy now. It's time we started to make some moves. It's time we stopped just talking about doing this. It's time we actually started to move forward on some legislation that get us closer to a solution, if not to the right solution.
One of the suggestions was to sort of prorate services, and if you work less than 20 hours, you would get X amount of benefits, and if you work more than 20 hours, it would sort of get rated up. Does that seem like a viable model, or would you rather see something else?
Look, we think wherever you put a cliff, there's a problem. You look at the 29-hour work week, and you look at 26 million Americans that are capped in that like 20 to 28 hours. Cliffs cause problems. We all know that. They cause perverse incentives whenever you put limits on things. We would much rather see it be a gradient, where it was either on a percentage of dollars earned or on an hourly basis, so that everyone can benefit from us being willing to say, okay, we'll put a certain amount in to a benefits plan or a certain amount into a portable benefit system, irrespective of how many hours you work.
Dan, what's your take on all, like where do you fall on all of this stuff? I mean, you sort of see it from afar, it seems.
Yeah, so we have nearly 1,000 employees. We deal with sort of all of these, the scary thing that it is to be an employer. And I think Ocean mentioned that it, largely as the public conversation has created a false choice between W-2 and 1099, and I would add to that, and I don't know if Ocean would agree, is what we've really done is created a false choice around flexibility and good jobs. The argument that you have to have 1099 workers to provide them with flexibility is simply not true. The part-time job has existed for generations, probably back to 1938. And we have plenty of workers that, they choose their hours, they work when they want to, but they are paid as W-2 employees, and so they have the protections of employment that have been built up over, close to 100 years now. And so I think that's an important distinction to make. However, I also agree with Ocean that if we were to start from zero, we would define our categorizations of labor much different than we have. I think our approach is, let's not go the road of, deregulating and see what happens. Our approach is, we worked, for example, with the Freelancers Union to pass the Freelancers and Free legislation, which went into effect yesterday, which is a huge stride towards bringing some of the benefits of employment, knowing that you're going to get paid, to freelancers. And I think, we're interested in looking for ways to build up the position of freelance workers, as well as thinking about how do we make it easier for people to do the right thing and be a good employer.
Where have the 1099 or the gig economy companies been in this debate around healthcare? Like, I haven't seen them, I think, come out as aggressively as maybe I personally would have wanted to around sort of the healthcare debate. And what is the shifting sort of climate around healthcare mean for the gig economy?
I think, I say briefly, I think the reality is, as is often the case, there's a lot of people hanging around the net just waiting to see what happens. In our case, I can speak personally, after the new administration took office and it was clear that there would be a target on healthcare, we proactively sent out an email to all of our operators giving them very clear instructions that if there were changes to their healthcare that impacted them, if they worked 30 hours a week, they were eligible for our health insurance, and give them step-by-step instructions on how to enroll. Our view is we want to create an environment where people can be healthy and productive, and so as an employer, we take pride in the fact that we do provide those benefits. Right. So, our executives and software engineers have access to the same health insurance as our cleaners and handymen.
Look, I think we're in a very serious state of uncertainty right now. So I think at a federal level, there's just so much uncertainty, and as that washes through, as you see things come to life, whether it was the executive order on immigration, we have responded. But while there's so much uncertainty on healthcare, I think it's a phase of educate everybody involved, whether it's communicating with contractors, make sure you're informed, make sure you're doing all the research and you've put in place the relevant lobby groups. I don't think it's at a place yet where we're ready to say, hey, this is the right solution, because there's so much talk, there's so much volatility. Every single day, I'm sure something new unfolds, and I think it's really at a prepare phase.
Well, but if 24 million people or whatever the number is projected to be are taken off the rolls, that impacts your labor force, right?
It's a very, very serious issue. Yes.
Right. And can you respond sort of at the state level then? So one of the things that people have talked about is the devolution of responsibility to states as the federal government sort of steps back from some of this stuff. Is there any work underway in New York to say, okay, if this thing does happen, are there ways that we can have the state government come in and provide some sort of safety net to enable this, like freelance workers?
That's already happening. So we worked with the coalition in New York to pass one of the most aggressive paid family leave policies in the United States at the state level in New York, which will go into effect next year. It's a policy that we had in place for our workforce, where everyone has the the ability to stay home with their newborn child, and we helped to pass that legislation at the state. So I think we are seeing states take action, and I personally am proud to run a company in New York City and be a part of making that change at the state level and set an example for the rest of the country.
So I'm going to leave on this quote, which is kind of a zinger, but I'm doing it anyway, and I'm going to let you respond, Oshin. But there was that huge article in the New Yorker last week or this week about the gig economy, and the author said, instead of simply driving wealth down, the gigging model has been helping to, or was helping to divert traditional service worker earnings into more privileged pockets. Do you think that's a fair assessment of what the gig economy is doing?
Look, I think that whatever platforms we develop, whatever part of the economy we develop, we've got to make sure all sides are represented. So I think we've got to deliver something that's great for consumers. We've got to deliver something that works for employers, that works for the organizations involved. But we've got to also figure out, easily half of this has got to be figured out on behalf of the contractors, whether it's employees, whether it's professionals, the folks actually doing the work day to day. They remain at the core of what we've got to do and we've got to solve for. So unless we figure out a system, and it's got to cover pay, it's got to cover benefits, it's got to cover healthcare, it's got to cover education and training, we've got to figure out the right system, because otherwise I think we are in danger of that, but we're all actively working to solve that problem.
Just to add to that, I mean, I think we have to be like eyes wide open to the reality that we live in a world where wealth perpetuates wealth and poverty perpetuates poverty. The middle class does not happen, it's built. And in the post-war period, it was built by the unions, and I think we're seeing the unions decline. It was attached to this idea that employers provided benefits. We're one of the only countries in the G20 where employers provide the benefits. There's a big conversation that needs to happen about how do we collectively work to rebuild the middle class in America, and I don't think it's honestly something that Oshin and I can solve.
Well, but I mean,
but I think it is our responsibility.
Is the gig economy going to help us get there, or is it going, or does it sort of put a cap on how that economy can grow?
I think it could break either way.
I think the gig economy has the potential to be a force for good.
All right, we have so much more to get into, but on that we're going to let it go. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, y'all. That was great. Thanks. Good job.
Okay, folks, we are going to break, but this is your opportunity to check out the Startup Alley and vote for the company that you think should be thrust onto the stage as part of the battlefield. We call it the wild card, and it's up to you, so please go vote. Another thing, tomorrow afternoon, we will have a performance on this stage with Pharrell and Incubus, which I realize is a really strange combination. It's kind of like the words president and Trump. But we are going to put them on stage. They're going to perform, and the only way that you get to demo the technology that they're performing or demoing on stage is by downloading the Mix Halo app. So download. Do you have a question? I actually don't know. Why don't you check on that and tweet to me so I can, whatever. So yeah, it's www.mixhalo.com/TC. And you're going to want to get in on that so that you can hear that hi-fi music. All right, cool. See you in a couple minutes. Bye.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello, welcome to day 2 of the Startup Battlefield. So just a quick reminder of how this is going to work. We are going to have 5 companies who are going to take the stage in the next hour. They're going to have 6 minutes to present. They're going to have 6 minutes of rapid fire Q&A with our judges. Then the judges are going to go backstage. They are going to tell us which ones they liked, what they didn't like, and all of that is going to get boiled down, and we're going to choose finalists from all 4 sessions, and those are going to present tomorrow, and they're going to compete for the Battlefield Cup. If you, as you're watching, you think, you know what? I could totally do this. I want to compete in San Francisco. Go to apply.techcrunch.com. The applications for the Startup Battlefield in San Francisco are already open. The website again is apply.techcrunch.com. And yeah, I think that's all the housekeeping. Let's bring out our judges. First out, we have Brian Hirsch. Brian is a co-founder and managing partner of Tribeca Venture Partners. Prior to starting Tribeca Venture Partners, Brian was a managing director at Greenhill & Company, where he founded the firm's venture capital arm. Next up, we have Carine Magescas. Carine is a French-born entrepreneur and venture capitalist. In 2017, she was nominated for Angel Investor of the Year at TechCrunch's 10th annual Crunchies Awards. To date, Carine has invested in over 150 startups through AngelPad. Next up, we have Natalia Noguera, dubbed the Coach by Marie Claire. Natalia is founder and CEO of Pipeline Angels, a network of women investors that's changing the face of angel investing and creating capital for women and non-binary femme social entrepreneurs. She's also wearing the coolest t-shirt on stage, which you should ask her about later. Next we have Ed Sim. Ed is founder of Boldstart Ventures, an enterprise seed fund and first check investor for infrastructure software and SaaS founders. He loves to work with engineering-driven founders with a laser-sharp focus on product. And last but not least, we have Krishna Yeshwant. Dr. Yeshwant is a physician, programmer, and entrepreneur who has been working with GB since its inception. He first joined Google as part of the new business development team. Give it up for our judges. All right, that was a little slow, but you guys will get faster as this goes on. Okay, let's bring out our first company. That's Savitude. Presenting for Savitude are Camilla Olson and Nick Clayton. All right, you have 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Savitude is addressing a $30 billion problem in e-commerce. How can 1/3 of clothing be returned because it doesn't fit? Our research has given us a point of view on this problem. For example, when designers are taught to do their craft, they're told to use one of 2 design body shapes, the hourglass or the rectangle. But these are only 2 of 9 body shapes. This single decision takes half of women off of the design table. The problem with returns is more than just a size or a measurement issue. The solution must include shape. I'm Camilla Olson. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm a recovering venture capitalist. I hold 2 patents, and I was a founder of 2 other predictive modeling companies. One went public, the other one was acquired for $100 million shortly after it was launched. I also have a master's in fashion design. Savitude is making dressing well ridiculously easy. We make recommendations on clothing for an individual body shape and proportion using the design details in an individual garment. Our IP is scalable very easily. Our AI, visual recognition, machine learning, knowledge-based systems classify assortments. Our user interface captures a shopper's shape and her proportion, and these together comprise the shape filter technology. Let's have a look at it, Nick. Go to our demo. A shopper will come across Savitude on the homepage of our client site, for our customer site, with the words "powered by Savitude." And in our demo, we will see eventually our first client that we're announcing today, Jake, a luxury fashion designer in San Francisco. And he's chosen to work with us because he believes that we will offer the same confidence and fit to his ready-to-wear customers that he offers in his studio to his custom clientele. So Nick has been answering the questions that our shoppers will answer. These 7 questions will give us enough information on her shape and proportion to tell us that she has a bottom hourglass shape, and we have other information on her proportion. And so now we'll enter her boutique. So this is her personalized boutique, and let's go into dresses, Nick. And here we'll see 5 dresses. And these 5 dresses is a subset of Jake's entire collection. But these 5 dresses are perfect for this shopper's body and proportion. So we've taken everything in this collection and narrowed it down to what works for her, making her shopping a whole lot easier. And we can do that for a whole department store as well. So there are other competitors in the marketplace. Mostly, though, they have a different approach. For example, TrueFit and BodyMe, they will tell you what size to buy, but they fail to tell you how you will look in those clothes. They won't give you a subset to make your shopping easier. Nick, let's go back to the PowerPoint. Savitude emphasizes our proprietary fashion domain knowledge by focusing on the knowledge of the body shape and the principles of aesthetics. Our patent-pending knowledge base classifies body shape and clothing to provide our proprietary recommendations. Savitude does improve our retail economics. Our future is to expand into all accessories and to the apparel marketplace, keeping in mind that we want to put the right product mix in the right location to avoid this situation. Our enterprise implementation fits easily into our customers' inventory management system. We have an annual contract with an upfront fee and a percentage of sales. We're talking to boutiques and department stores, including an inbound multi-billion-dollar corporation. If you want to increase your sales, decrease your returns, change the way people shop, if you want to help all women, and not just the few idolized women, talk to us, because we want to work with you. Thank you.
All right, judges, let's start us off.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you have the industry expertise. You have a master's in fashion design, and you just happen to be a serial entrepreneur with 2 exits. Congrats.
Thank you.
So for any entrepreneurs who are watching, we entrepreneurs pitch at any point. It just so happened that your co-founder ended up pitching me while I was on the makeup chair, and I found out that you met because he is friends with your son. So tell me a little bit more about your team, including your son's bestie.
My son's what?
Bestie.
My son's bestie. So can he tell about himself?
Sure.
Sure. So I was great friends with Mark in elementary school and middle school and high school. We did a bunch of shows together, and that's how I originally met Camilla.
But let's wrap this up quickly. Nick, I know Nick because throughout high school he took all his math classes and taught him at Stanford and taught himself how to code from middle school on. So I knew he's very, very smart. He went to University of Michigan with a double major and did rather well there.
So she recognized this problem in the market and came to me asking if I would be able to build out a solution, and we sort of went from there.
Great.
Yeah.
So about the team, who's Beth, for example? Like, how many founders are you? Why are not they all here?
Oh, because they would only let 2 of us come on stage.
Okay.
We have 5 now.
Maybe you should, that's a hint that maybe 3 or 4 co-founders is not such a great idea. Maybe there's a reason why there's 2 on stage usually. Maybe you should think about the structure of having too many founders sometimes can be a problem. It's very enticing in the beginning to help, but
this solution grew out of my fashion label, where we worked together there, and we lived this problem. So one of our co-founders I went to school with, fashion school, and we founded a fashion label together, and we actually built the knowledge base together.
Okay.
So 4 of us are on our patent application. 4 of us are on the patent application together.
Okay. Can you tell me more about the technology? Because I saw the input questionnaire, which is kind of basic. You mentioned AI. You need to reach critical data mass for AI. Tell me more about how you apply it.
So at the core of our system is a knowledge-based system. So we model the map between user descriptive spaces and garment descriptive spaces, right? Our descriptions of our garments and our descriptions of our users. That's modeled in our knowledge base, and that is initially seeded with domain expertise. So we have fashion experts like Camilla input their knowledge into that knowledge base, and that's utilized as the initial. It avoids the cold start issue that's classic in AI and machine learning.
What's the onboarding process like when you sign up each new fashion brand or company? Do you have to understand their dresses and their material as well?
So what we do is we take the inventory from the retailers, and from images of that inventory, we classify it in our descriptive space. Our garment descriptive space is purely qualitative. So all of our garment descriptions can be generated from image analysis.
Are these just images that you get from the retailer, or do you need to actually do some
It's
new
just
type
the
of
standard images that the retailer would have on their shop.
How long does that process take every time you sign up a new retailer?
So it takes probably a second or 2 per style, per item. So not terribly long.
How do you deal with the issue of self-reporting, right? Because I might think of myself as an apple, but maybe I'm really a pear. So you might suggest the wrong sort of stuff to me based on what I'm telling you I'm shaped like.
Well, first of all, we don't use the fruits to stuff.
Okay.
That's been proven not to translate well to.
Fair enough.
Okay. But we also have a confirmatory step in there where it identifies what your shape is. There's print that says, here's confirmed by this step. So people should do that, and that'll
Can you give me
kick out if it's wrong.
How does that work? Is it taking a picture of me, or
No,
how do I confirm
it's
that?
actually more quantitative, like it'll say that if you're a bottom hourglass, and I'm just pulling words because I don't have memorized that, that means your hip ratio to your waist must be at least twice as large as your bust to your waist.
I see.
It's that kind of, it's a mathematical.
Because we've been asking relative proportion questions, it's fairly easy for a user to correctly classify whether their hips or bust is larger, right? There's not too much of the societal impact coming into play there.
Is this a replacement sale? Like, for example, Neiman Marcus has TrueFit. TrueFit has some pretty good reach out in the marketplace. How do you offset it? Because you'd have to be orders of magnitude better than TrueFit to be able to replace them. Or are you going after new brands?
Answer in 2 seconds. I mean, 2 sentences.
We actually can work alongside. We solve a different problem than TrueFit, and we actually help TrueFit become better.
Because their shape, their size, and your shape.
We reduce the amount, and we actually will help conversion. We'll increase the conversion for the shopper.
All right, so we are out of time. So give it up one more time for Sabitude.
Thank you.
All right, it's time to bring out our next company. That company is Nexla. Presenting for Nexla are Saket Sarub and Jara Houston. Come on out, guys.
Hi, I'm Saket, co-founder and CEO of Nexla. I have been working with large-scale data for nearly 8 years, most recently at Rubicon Project, which acquired my previous startup and then IPO'd in 2014. We processed nearly 20 terabytes of data every hour. But that won't seem big in a few years, as global data volumes continue to follow Moore's law and double every 18 months. Working with thousands of partners means more data sources, more data formats, and increased frequency of data access. This increase in data and the increasing adoption of machine learning means that 91% of companies use third-party data in some shape or form to create better products and services. This explosion in data makes managing intercompany data very hard, both technically and operationally. We have seen this movie before. We used to have to run our own data centers. Cloud computing changed how we manage thousands of servers. Data operations will change how we manage thousands of data sources. Nexla is a data operations platform that takes care of how you give and get the data so that you can focus on how to use the data. Less time integrating, more time creating business value. Nexla is easy to use, secure, and smart. Our intuitive user experience turns what was traditionally an ad hoc engineering task into a process that can be scaled with an operations team. Data is gold, and security is paramount. We take care of end-to-end encryption, access control, and anonymization. The platform is smart. It learns about your data and alerts you to changes in schema, quality, and data volume. Let's see a demo of how this works. Here, we have a data operations analyst from an auto insurance company. Today, she wants to ingest connected car data coming through an API. Just as your photo app automatically organizes your pictures into albums, Nexla automatically scans your data into data sets. She previews the data set to make sure it's the right one, and then annotates the schema, creating a shared data dictionary for her team. To make changes, she opens the data editor. The incoming data has high-quality GPS location, but she only needs city-level accuracy. She selects lat long and reduces precision to only 1 decimal. There, that was easy. Now consider an e-commerce company analyzing product shipments handled by a third-party delivery company. Here, she selects delivery status and filters for delayed orders. Nexla comes with many built-in transforms, but a power user can always create custom transforms that are saved for the rest of the team. The resulting data set on the right can now be shared with a colleague, a partner company, or sent to a data destination. She chooses MySQL. Nextla automates the flow. Nextla then monitors the data to detect anomalies such as changes in schema or null values. It took our user no time to set this up, and no coding was required. Back to the slides. Building such workflows, security, and pipelines as an in-house solution requires a specialized expertise and massive efforts that are hard to justify. Existing solutions, meanwhile, cannot handle intercompany data with its needs for monitoring, security, and operational scale. Nextla was built from the ground up to run in every infrastructure environment. I'm happy to say that since starting our closed beta 3 months back, we've been in trials with companies such as Instacart, Grand Rounds, InMobi, and Poshmark. Companies across verticals love Nextla because we make data operations a highly secure, scalable, and repeatable process, making data operations a $30 billion opportunity. Today, I'm excited to announce that Nextla is now in a public beta. If you run a highly data-driven business in a complex ecosystem, then data ops challenges are a matter of when, not if. With Nextla, you can focus on scaling your business while we scale your data operations. Visit nextla.com/disrupt to get started. Thank you.
All right, judges. Brian, do you want to start us off?
Sure. So data is living in lots of different places within the organization, modern systems, archaic systems. Talk through how someone implements Nextla, just given that data might be sitting in so many different systems. What does that integration effort look like to get onboarded? How long does it take? How much does it cost?
So we have had companies get onboarded within a day because there are so many existing connectors that we provide. It's easy for someone to set up and say, here is all my FTP servers, here are all my APIs, and set that up. But it's a platform, so we do allow people the ability to create any kind of custom connectors if they really need to. But most often we hope to support that ourselves.
You mentioned that the current solutions cannot handle the magnitude of the data. So can you talk a little bit more about your competitors and how exactly you're different from each of them?
Well, we really think that there's no one else like us in the market. We believe that we're unique, but we do sit adjacent to the integration players of the world, integration as a service providers such as Informatica. But how we're differentiated is our laser focus on intercompany data and our business user first product development. So Nextla is designed to be able to be used by a business-aware, or tech-aware business person, and not necessarily a data engineer or someone who's a consultant trained in one of these other platforms.
But tell me more about the intercompany data, because the business user has been used for, I used to work at Business Objects, I know the story really well. But it's not very innovative. Tell me about the interdata more in details. Give me an example. Why is this really unique? I really want to hear.
So to give you an example, if you are doing machine learning, which is growing, you are now ingesting data from hundreds of sources. Now imagine that some data doesn't come up in time or changes in structure. Those are day-to-day problems, but it's at a massive scale. More data partners, more data sets, and more frequency. Now, to give examples, e-commerce, getting data from your suppliers if you're doing real-time stuff. Travel, you need real-time access to availability and pricing, and it has to be accurate. So, connected car, like we talked about. So,
I think that's interesting. But so there's two potential issues with that. One is, do you mean that you have a double sale to make? You have to sell into the two companies that work together. And two, tell me about security, data security.
Okay. No, we very much...
You see what I mean? If you go to a client and
we very much work like a one-sided platform when needed. So for example, I want to send data to my partners and they want it in FTP. So you can send it to an FTP and they can access it from there. I get data from partners by API. the sender doesn't need to know that. You just plug in their API into our system.
You
So that's-
intervene when there's already the relationship.
their existing relationship, they're already moving data. It's just that they don't have the most secure ways, coming back to the security part, to do that. And we give them the tools so that it is easy to manage their business objectives as well as security. Now, we run a highly, with an encrypted pipeline. We have a very strong set of investors and advisors who come from security background, like the founder of Palo Alto Networks. And security is the core tenet in the product. We started day one knowing intercompany means security.
So you remind me of kind of like an Alteryx, but for sharing data externally. So there's a data pipeline. My question is what's your go-to-market? There seems like there's a heavy viral component to this as well, in terms of I get data, I share it with someone else. Can you walk me through how you go to market? How do you establish a beachhead? Because it's very hard to sell platforms.
Yeah, great question. And yes, we are hopeful that the virality will kick off, right? That would be a nice network effect that's built into our product. But there's really 4 main components to our go-to-market strategy. And so as you can see from our sample customers, we're really focused on the mid-market today. We want to scale up into enterprise. And the way that we're doing that is, 1, through inbound marketing. We have a thought leadership strategy. We believe the market needs to be educated of the data challenges that are coming when you have hundreds, thousands of data sources to power your machine learning. And by the way, 73% of companies across industries, not just in tech, are doing machine learning today or plan to do so in the next 12 months. So this isn't just a tech business problem. This is every industry. The second pillar is really outbound traditional enterprise sales. We're a SaaS model, we have to do that. Third is we hope there are some network effects, because once you're sharing data with a partner via Nexla, that partner becomes aware of Nexla. And finally, word of mouth and referrals. We've already received referrals from the few customers that we've been in pilots with.
Can you share a little bit about your pricing?
Yeah, so our pricing is in the 5 to 6 figure range currently for annual contracts, and companies see data challenges at large scale. Companies that we work with often have data operations teams already with no specific tool to use for them. So for them, this is very reasonable, because
based on users,
based on based on 2 drivers. So one is the amount of data and the number of data connections they have. So we have a monthly minimum with some usage-based upside.
Are you Zach or Jeff? And if not, who are you and what's your role?
Yeah, my name is Jera. I'm the VP of Business. So I'm the only non-engineer on the team. So I'm handling all of the market, business development, and strategy.
Can you talk about the security infrastructure here? Because you're increasing the attack area as you integrate into some of these companies. So how do you protect Nexla itself?
Absolutely. So as I said, security is a core tenet of the product. The number one thing we have is the entire pipeline is fully encrypted. We, by the way, do not store any data. We just move the data. So that reduces the amount of risk, because you have to have an in-memory attack to really get that. Then we obviously have MFA and all the best security practices within our system. And as I mentioned, we have some really strong advisors that have been helping us think through all the security. It's an ongoing thing in security. We keep working on that. But being intercompany makes security the number one thing that we focus on.
All right, guys, give it up for Nexla.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring out our third company. The company is Renly. Presenting for Renly are going to be Chris Chang and Ibrahim Diallo. Come on out, guys. Or I think we're having some technical issues. How you guys doing, judges? Feeling good?
Yeah. It's great.
So much energy.
Yeah, great founders.
Yeah, these guys, they're getting better in the audience. Daryl's bringing it, right? Yeah!
I think we have to spice it up a little bit.
Stand up, do a little dance. You guys gotta start fighting more. That's the key.
Fighting.
Or drinking.
You know what? The time goes too fast.
Stage presence, yeah. Does anyone need anything? You guys all got water?
Brian left his scotch.
What can we ask?
In the room. Brian, where is it?
I forgot it at home.
At our meetups, we actually get our judges, this is true, we get our judges drunk before we go on stage. We don't do that at Disrupt. I don't know why. It seems like a mistake. But
We should also promote Karine's pictures. She's a wonderful I've known Karine for years. She's a wonderful photographer as well.
Look at that.
Yeah, see, look,
Teamwork here.
I've been asking her about about this picture for years. This is a very patriotic picture. What do you think of this? This is
Wait, that's your picture? Yeah.
it's phenomenal. So.
And you just carry it around every day?
No, I
Actually,
told her.
it's a tribute. See, Natalia, it's a tribute to American woman because it's called American
It's a tribute
woman.
to American women.
It's
I'm
like
buying this
a
for my
woman
wife.
dressed
Great. No one
flying in the
audience
wind.
can see this picture, but it's great. It looks
Yeah.
really good.
Nobody can see it. It's great.
Daryl, what else should we talk about while we're solving this technical issue? Oh yeah, let's wait. Natalia, do you want to tell us a little bit about your T-shirt?
Yeah, so I got this from forharriet.com. It says the revolution will be intersectional, and as a cis LGBTQ Latina with a green card living in the DT era, really important, go to forharriet.com. It's a company, a media startup launched by a black woman for black women, so let's support more voices. And actually, since we're at it, I launched a podcast. Go check it out. It's called Pitch Makeover, and it's on pitching, startups, investing in more voices, women, non-binary people, and men of color. There.
What the heck?
Awesome. Mic drop.
Yeah. Plug that.
Google Play, iTunes, pitchmakeover.com.
So since we've got some time, what's up? Are we still waiting? Should we just bring them out now? Okay. So we are going to skip Renly for now. We're going to go to the next company, Brightlamp. Presenting for Brightlamp are going to be Curtis Sluice and Craig Wilhite. Come on out, guys.
Hello, my name is Curtis Sluice, CEO and co-founder of Brightlamp. Where affordable healthcare is our business, medically mobile, that's our mission. Now, I'm a machine learning engineer who first encountered machine learning while I was in college, classifying cancerous proteins to determine whether or not somebody had breast cancer. I thought to myself, how astounding how we could essentially fit hundreds of years of doctoral expertise into just a few second tests. We wanted to move this platform and begin merging advanced medical diagnostics onto our mobile platform. But I wanted to start with a project that was the main driver and why I chose a career in combining medicine with software. My cousin suffers from severe head trauma due to multiple impacts. I think to myself often, what could have been different if we had known sooner, so he could have gotten the healthcare that he needed earlier on. And with advancements in mobile technology, we can now finally do this. Our system utilizes a never-before-seen computer vision algorithm that operates statistically. It then feeds that data in from your iris's response due to a light stimulus. We push that data into a neural network where it can then classify whether or not you have head trauma. This will be the first mobile application that can diagnose you. And with our AI implementation and reinforcement learning methods, each successive test is only going to make the algorithm more robust. Now, experts are extremely excited about how to utilize this breakthrough technology. It's backed by board-certified doctors and 2 university head trauma specialists. And it's absolutely HIPAA compliant. So let's move into the demo. Imagine that you're a high school football coach and your star running back just got creamed on the field. You want to make sure he's okay, so you pull him off onto the sideline, have him remove his helmet, and you hold the phone up to his eye. Now, we will automatically recognize whether or not an eye is in the viewfinder, so you have to think about initiating the test, it'll trigger the flash, and in 5 seconds worth of recording, you have all of the data that you need. Here's a visualization about how the algorithm works. We are not hindered by feature detection and edge detection methods that you see today. Since it is completely statistical, the color of the iris does not matter, and we account for motion in the camera as well. So as you can see, we get great response. So let's move back to the slides. Now remember the kid that got pulled off onto the sidelines? Well, it turns out that even though he was showing no signs or symptoms of a concussion, it turns out he does in fact have one, and going back into play would have been detrimental to his health. We see this exact scenario playing out exceeding number of times in the United States today, and 84% of the time, that individual would have returned to play. And there are 36 million children playing in organized sports this year alone, and they suffer from a convenience issue to convenient testing methods. Sway Medical's balance test requires you to stand on one foot for at least 5 minutes. And Impact's questionnaire system offers up qualitative results and takes at least 25 minutes, and nobody has time for that. Our test can truly be administered anywhere, at any time, and is 60 times faster than the next fastest test. Now, we are truly democratizing healthcare, and at 99 cents per test, we are setting a precedent for affordable diagnostic services. And for institutions that want to utilize this product thousands and thousands of times each year, we have an unlimited subscription model at $99 per month for unlimited testing and an unlimited number of profiles. It comes with a complete dashboard and data management system so you can keep better track of your players' health. Now, implementation of our system is bound to be as rapid as the test itself. With 3 high schools, 1 university, and 1 hospital already on board for phase 1 testing. And I am extremely excited to tell you that we've partnered with a notable Major League Baseball team. So we begin testing our methodology on high-performance athletes. There's so much information to be gained from just a few-second tests, and we are only getting started. Our IP covers a breadth of diagnostic services ranging from motor neural diseases and detection of autism at infancy. And furthermore, we can move towards detecting drugs and intoxication. We are now one step closer to a total automated mobile healthcare platform. Medically mobile, that's our mission. Thank you.
Wow, finished with a minute to spare. Krishna, since you are a physician, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, great job, guys. I thought that was a great presentation and obviously a very important area. Can you tell us a little bit about the plan to publish any of this, just in peer-reviewed? Because I followed the space closely, but I haven't seen this exact test before. So
yeah, so we're Purdue University-based, and we have strong ties with 2 individuals. Would be Pavlo Vlachos over there, and Dr. Eric Naumann, who's renowned in head trauma research. So we do have pipelines in place for publishing research that we will have going on later by the end of the summer.
By the end of summer. Okay.
Tell us more about the false positives and false negatives that you've had so far.
Right, so this system has not been deployed out on the field yet because we're porting our computer vision system onto the phone at the moment. However, with the research, which has been extensively studied in pupillometry, we see that the false positive rate is very good, and accuracy, even though single variate at the moment, we can reach greater than 90% with our multivariate stats.
I have 2 questions. How much data did you have to train your models? So, and then secondly, would it be more impactful if I took a scan of my own eye, kind of personalized when I'm normal, and then taking it again when I have a concussion or something? Does that improve the accuracy as well?
So let me start with your second question first. Right now it's an administered test. So you sit somebody down and you administer the test, mainly because you need the flash of the phone. Okay. So that's a little bit of a limitation on the application ourselves, but however, we're looking into front-facing detection as well, so you can administer the test yourself. And then for our neural network, we pulled in data from journal articles and dumped it into a neural network and trained it. And that is about 80 test cases, which is not very much at all, but we still get a clear separation by limiting the number of neurons that we have in the net.
And two, I think your question was asking about if you need a baseline first against, that won't be necessary with the machine learning that we're going to be implementing. It will be able to detect whether or not you fall outside the normal baseline.
Yeah, it's a physiological response, so it's pretty baseline across the human population.
But it sounds like part of your challenge is getting as much data samples as possible. Clearly, if you had 100,000 test cases, your system would be more accurate.
Absolutely. Correct, and we have a pipeline to get through that. We are with the 3 high schools we're partnered with. Each successive test is going to have fMRI data to back up every single test we do.
Awesome.
How do you think about turning this into a big business? I don't know how many concussions there are in the U.S. per year, or how many potential concussions there are per year that you're testing for, but at 99 cents per test, there's 30 million concussion tests a year. That's a $30 million business of 100%. Yeah. How should I think about the numbers to build a big business here?
Good question. So there's actually about 3.8 million concussions that are reported every year. And like I said before, the current estimated rates, actually about 84% of those go undiagnosed because they're mainly asymptomatic or very mild, so you don't recall or see what the symptoms are. Now we're actually consumer facing, so we're going to be targeting more soccer moms and soccer dads as well. So don't think more about the business side because it is one of our smaller markets, but consumer side, there's 31 million families with children.
And two, the idea is that the same technology that we're using to diagnose if someone is concussed, you can use, as we said, for other applications such as with alcohol or motor neural diseases.
Yeah. So that's actually, I give you a big thumbs up because I think this is a huge market actually, youth sports, and especially the technology part within the youth sport market is growing. Consumer, I don't know, I feel you've hit it on everything I was wondering. I love that you already thought about the future applications. And I think you need a little bit of Silicon Valley or East Coast Silicon Valley, or any Silicon Valley input to help you, and where Indiegogo failed, for example. Sure. And so if you want to join AngelPad and you're interested in AngelPad, I think we should talk.
Yeah, definitely. Open to it. Really, I do think it's compelling when we go and talk to these consumers about concussions.
I think so, but I think there's also a huge market with leagues and...
Absolutely. So hopefully tell them to increase the price to more than 99
there's
cents.
work to do, that's what I'm saying. I think you have a great promises, good presentation, smart team.
Yeah,
we do good work.
One point to keep in mind, though, is that we can also track recovery. So even if somebody were to get diagnosed at a hospital, you can utilize the application multiple times to make sure that you're tracked correctly.
Yes. I'm curious because you mentioned that the B2B play is somewhat smaller, and I actually see the money there. Yeah. And I can see in terms of like all the lawyers, et cetera, if like you minimize the liabilities of actually someone getting seriously injured, and especially if someone's not actually going to stop like the football, even though like there's so many movies that they should stop, right? Mm-hmm. So why is that something that you're hesitating on in terms of really moving forward?
It's not necessarily hesitation, but it's obviously a limited number of markets. So if you think that there's 14,500 high school football teams in the nation.
Well, I'm thinking globally.
Yeah, and globally, we will roll out globally. We filed our ICP or PCT application for international filing, so we're working towards that route.
I did have a question. People usually have concussions. They kind of need your app when they need it. And if you could find a way to get some type of recurring revenue model, maybe save it for 12 months and kind of continually scan, I think that's the challenge. It costs so much to market and get these people on board, and to find some recurring hook, I think will be very interesting. I mean, I've had a few concussions myself. I probably could have used this a long time ago. I'd probably be much smarter now than, had this.
I'm just thinking in terms of EMT. You know, like if you go to like that direct point, then you can actually create so many efficiencies in the triage. And so
possibilities are limitless.
Yeah.
So I hear the opportunity around head injury and maybe alcohol. You can kind of see it. I'm a little more skeptical around some of the other opportunities you're talking about, like autism, for instance, and some of these seem a little bit more far-fetched. What do you think after this and maybe alcohol, what do you think the next thing is?
Answer as quickly as possible.
We're going to move into the early detection of autism and infancy. There's actually a lot of research that's come out recently out of Harvard that we're looking into right now.
All right, give it up for Bright Lamp.
Thank you.
Serious.
Yeah.
All right, doing business on stage. I like it. No, that's good. All right, so we are going to bring Renly back to the stage. So coming out Renly and presenting for Renly are Chris Shang and Ibrahim Diallo.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Renly. Now, I started Renly to solve a problem for my wife, who was a hairstylist who was always looking for a station to rent. And then, as a salon owner in Beverly Hills, she was always looking for sub-renters. But her $5,000 a month lease was to be offset by 5 other stylists sub-renting stations at $1,000 each. This would allow her to focus on what was really important, growing her business. But finding sub-renters in a niche vertical remains incredibly inefficient. The only resources are word of mouth and Craigslist, and as you can imagine, Both are super ineffective and do not yield vetted candidates. This results in high sub-renter turnover, which yields an operational nightmare and huge financial burden. So, why isn't there a platform that allows you to source credible, vetted, reliable sub-renters for your business? Now there is. Introducing Renly, a marketplace for renters and sub-renters. Now my wife and other small business owners like her just have to create a listing and have vetted renters find them. And beauty is just one industry facing this widespread issue. Many service professionals, such as acupuncturists, massage therapists, dentists, psychiatrists even, amongst many others, face the same two common problems. Number one, service coverage limitations due to a lease's geography. And number two, the operational stress resulting from high renter, sub-renter turnover. So Renly doesn't just offer vetted candidates for renters. We also offer sub-renters freedom through flexibility. I want you to meet Stephanie. Now, Stephanie is working in my wife's salon in Los Angeles, but just last year, she was panicking in New York after her husband was offered the job of a lifetime in LA. So why did she panic? Because due to the inflexibility of rental options, all of her clients alongside her lease were based in New York. Can we switch to the demo, please? But using Renly, all she had to do now was select an industry, choose her profession, enter the location of where she wanted the space, select the rental type, such as hourly, daily, weekly, or monthly, and like that, thousands of listings popped up in the greater LA area. She clicked on my wife's listing. The decor, the area, the amenities, the pricing, all worked well for her needs. And so she booked a space weekly. Like that, Renly offered an optimal solution for both Stephanie, the sub-renter, and my wife, the owner. Our mission at Renly is to maximize the usage out of the existing space. If you are not renting your space 24/7, 365, then you're not realizing your full earning potential. Back to the presentation, please. Since our launch in November of 2016, we now have over 50,000 beauty listings at 20% week-over-week growth. So now a stylist can literally choose from over 150 cities to work from. As with most marketplaces, there's always the chicken and egg question, but we decided to focus on the supply side because it was the most challenging to scale, and at the same time, we believed it presented the best opportunity to generate network effect and high retention. Part of that strategy involves us expanding to new verticals. In our use cases, we've seen 65% gross margins, but we anticipate that number to get closer to 85 to 90% as we continue to scale, which is on par with other marketplaces. With over 7.4 million service professionals and 2.9 million businesses across the beauty, fitness, health and wellness, and medical industries, our total available market is $6.4 billion in ARR. And while there are smaller niche competitors out there, such as a SheerShare for beauty, or psych spaces for psychiatrist offices, or even a Peer Space for events, there is no one that is addressing the service industry as a whole. And for us, being industry agnostic is the key to our long-term success. Because similar to how Uber has transformed into a logistics company, or Airbnb is actually tackling travel, we at Renly are shaking up the entire service industry. Welcome to the launch of Renly Circle, where now you, as a consumer, can discover, book, manage, pay, or provide any service you want. No more jumping from Yelp to Google Calendar to Square, simply one place, one platform. And as a service professional, find new customers, manage your schedule, and of course, book a space to accommodate all of your appointments. To sign up for our beta version, please go to renly.co/disrupt. Renly, any service, anytime, any place. Thank you.
Okay, judges.
So I'd say, first of all, I'd very much encourage you to name drop Lyft instead of what you name dropped just there. And then, you know, I was looking at the By the Hour, and I kept thinking of Breather, which actually has a woman co-founder. And how could you differentiate yourself from Breather? Because a makeup artist could just get it. And then you said it, you showed the pictures, equipment. Like, you are actually finding special spaces that have equipment. So with that in mind, thinking about that, that's your competitive advantage. I already answered that question. You know, like, that's your competitive advantage, equipment in these venues.
Yes.
What are you thinking as your next verticals?
So we started in the beauty industry because that was the thing that hit closest to home.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we just branched off into fitness.
Equipment.
Yes, everything that kind of requires like this higher barrier to space is kind of what we're going after. So like, again, yeah, equipment-based industries.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, we start with these 4 and we're seeing where that might lead, but there's still so much to grow within each of them. So yeah, we'll take it as we go.
That's great, thank you.
Do you have, I'm impressed by the 50,000 listings, so well done. Are you using are you scraping Craigslist and have an engine to do that?
Not Craigslist, but these are, all service professionals are generally, in all these industries, are licensed by state, so it is public information. We were able to scrape that data. And then we are doing a strategy similar to Yelp, where we throw all the listings onto our platform. And then once they're pinged by a user who's actually interested in their space, they activate. So that's how they get engaged.
But
Secondly,
you didn't
I was going to say one other point. My one concern would be, it seems like you're trying to do too much too early without proving kind of one little market.
Yeah.
So curious how you think about that question. You know,
Sure.
your hypothesis would be, can I find enough listings? Will people book on it? Can I generate revenue? But you're trying to expand to 4 different things. How would you answer why you're going after the bigger approach now?
Sure, it's a great question. So we did focus on the supply side. Again, like, we got to 50,000 nationally, but we are centering now at the same time, focusing on 3 main metros where we saw the highest engagement, highest converting, right? So those were LA, New York, and then randomly Rhode Island. But we saw like 15% to 20% conversion, meaning like out of the total number of available businesses in each of those metros, we were able to convert that percentage. So our goal is to get that to 50%, because then it becomes similar to like how you can use Trulia for real estate as a price competitive comparison tool. And we can now like provide a true value then for that renter to kind of come in, where they never had that experience before, to like price shop, check if they're getting the best value for their dollar, and then there's no other booking tools, so they would be forced to then use our platform to book, right? So that's what we're doing.
I want to understand the user here a little bit more. Are you seeing that it's mainly somebody who's moving from one city to another who's going to use this, or is it somebody who's staying in one city and just finding a different location in that city?
Sure, it's both, right? So this is the thing that kind of like blows the users' minds when we like bring up this, because now they can rent by hour or by day, whereas like a lot of the times, especially in these industries, it's pretty fickle, the amount of actual time that they're spent working in these spaces. And so they never thought it was possible to like not be committed to a monthly lease. Being able to like just book for a week, like they can literally still be in New York, but now like reduce their commitment and then maximize the utility of that like full week, as opposed to like spreading it across a full month. And then they can save over probably 50%, you know, every month. So that's how it would work for somebody who's local, but then also presents the opportunity for somebody who wants to relocate, like the example that we used, or somebody who wants to work in 5 boroughs as opposed to just in Manhattan. Now they could do it where they could book a day in each of those boroughs, work, you know, in those 5 different locations without having to break the bank.
How much friction do you see from the landlords, you know, who have approved a commercial tenant in the space, and now that commercial tenant is selling that space, subletting it, subletting it?
Yeah. So we've actually.
How do you deal with that problem?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a concern. I mean, a lot of this stuff is contingent upon sub-rental agreements and allowing that to happen. But at the same time, if we can help optimization and allowing like a commercial business owner to get their payments on time, because they're not having to worry about this owner like making it and like seeing this turnover, which a lot of these industries traditionally have high turnover. You know, we would anticipate that it wouldn't create that much friction. We've also worked with actually like companies that have, in LA, for example, like a Salon Republic, which they have like a bunch of like these office spaces for beauty. And they're more than happy to partner with us because it does eliminate that risk of like seeing super high turnover in their locations. So they're, in those smaller cases and partnerships that we've created.
It'd be great to meet your co-founder.
This is Gabe.
Hey, what are you up to?
But I'm basically in charge of tech, deciding on what platform we're going to run on.
So they're not going to be able to hear you. So
in charge of tech.
He's in charge of tech.
In charge of
He's
tech.
in charge of tech.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
More voices.
Yes, I'm in charge of designing the applications and how it's going to run and basically help it scale as we get more and more users. That is my main job, but at the same time, I also try to see where we're headed in the future and see if our current platform makes sense or if we should.
We also have 3 other co-founders
yes,
too.
We do have other co-founders who are also very technical.
Don't tell Karin. Don't tell her.
That's bad. To go further to what Brian said, isn't the real innovation owning one side of the marketplace? Have you thought of being a WeWork for a certain vertical, starting with beauty, or that more margins and more security for the owner and more money for you?
I mean, it's a different business model, like a WeWork. I mean, they're going in. That's kind of like that Salon Republic case that I was bringing up to you. I mean, they're kind of like a WeWork for beauty space specifically, where they go in, they gut out like actual space, and then they break it up, and then but they still have to then deal with like that renter issue. Whereas we're much more granular in the process, meaning we're dealing with like renter and sub-renters, right? So. It's only when we get granular like that we can offer the flexibility of booking options. If we did do like the WeWork option, like you still then wrapped up in that monthly lease like problem, right? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, give it up for Renly. Good work, guys. All right, we have one final startup in this section. Let's bring them out. That startup is Houseo, and presenting for Houseo are Amit Dameja and Sonam Dudani.
US consumer real estate is one of the biggest asset classes in the world, with over $1.6 trillion of real estate changing hands just in 2016. That's over 6 million transactions and about $60 billion paid in real estate agent commissions. But even with these staggering numbers, what's most likely the single biggest transaction in a consumer's life, the process of buying and selling your own home, is difficult, opaque, and expensive. It happened to me. I sat down to close on a property and noticed a surprise $7,000 mortgage broker charge, which was previously never disclosed to me. This is unacceptable. We need a better process. We need a process that promotes simplicity, efficiency, and transparency. We need Houseo. My name is Amit Dameja. I'm the founder of Houseo, a startup focused on simplifying your real estate transaction experience. Let me show you how we do that. If you look at a sale process, it's essentially 6 steps. Let's look at various solutions in these steps. So Trulia and For Sale by Owner are phenomenal high-tech solutions, except they do just one thing: listing and marketing. Zillow takes you to step 2, pricing, but there's a lot of complexity in steps 3 through 6, which isn't addressed by any digital solution. To get to closing, you have to revert to a manual transaction process with a realtor who charges about 6% commission, or work with a discount brokerage who charges just a little bit less. Well, we've taken each step of the process and digitized it to make it simple for you to sell your own home. Let's switch to the demo. Say you want to sell your home. You log on to Houseo, and you see this user-friendly dashboard. To add a new property or to add a new listing, you just enter the address And all the details of the property are automatically populated for you. How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? What's the roof type? So details like that. So you fill in a few gaps, upload your photos, and submit. Your listing gets syndicated to 160 million buyers through various platforms. Step 2, pricing. You have Zillow's estimate, you have Zillow's recent home sales, but also we provide you with the Houseo pricing report, which gives you an estimated market value for your property and recent sales and current active listings in your neighborhood. Step 3, and this is huge, disclosures, various federal and state disclosures. Disclosures are inherently very intimidating. California, the guideline for disclosures is 79 pages long. In Florida, there are 9 different laws that govern seller disclosures. We've digitized them. So no matter if you're selling a single-family home in Los Angeles, a co-op in New York, or a condo in Miami, Houseo will give you just the right forms to meet your state and federal disclosure requirements. To select an escrow or attorney, you can do that on the Houseo ecosystem after checking the user reviews and also knowing the charges for your specific transaction upfront. And then when offers come in, you can compare them not just on the sale price, but various other merits like down payment, financing terms, contingencies. And finally, and I think this is the most important aspect of Houseo, the closing disclosure. So federal law requires borrowers get their itemized expenses about 3 days before they actually close on a property. So assuming a typical 45-day period to close, you get to see itemized expenses at about day 42. Well, this is an industry first. We give you expected itemized expenses on day 1. Let's switch back to the presentation. So that's it. It's as simple as that with Houseo. We're thrilled to be here at TechCrunch Disrupt and super excited to announce our public beta. If you're looking to sell your own home, go to Houseo.com. If you're looking for simplicity, efficiency, and transparency, try selling your home there and use the code DISRUPT for 50% off sign up. Thank you.
Okay, judges.
So I'm closing on a new place next week, so I'm living through this process right now, so I know how horrible it is.
Knock on wood.
On both sides. And I've also made an investment in the space many years ago, so I understand both the opportunity and the challenges.
Yeah.
One of the things that really stands out in this market is that it's such an episodic in nature sort of product, right? I'm selling my home once every 3, 5, 10, 20 years. Acquisition and scale, right? You can have a great experience and love the product, but it's a little bit challenging often to scale a business where someone might use it once a decade. Talk about how you think about scaling, and building a large business in a market where your customer might come once every 10 years.
Yeah, so it's fair to say a typical consumer would sell their homes, the average is about 13 years.
13.
They stay in their homes for about 13 years. But there's also investors, and then second-time home buyers or people who have secondary properties and vacation homes. So on average, across all of those, it's about 2 years. So the market size is actually pretty big. And to address the second part on how do we expect to hit that market, like basically go to market, we just had a static page collecting interest while we were building this product, and we collected quite a bit of interest. And right now, we've reached out to a bunch of investors. So of them, 3 are ready to sign up and put exclusive listings on Houseo. And post this, we actually put our go-to-market in execution.
So I have a very strong bias towards B2B just because that's where the money is. Maybe that's not where the tech media, cough, like gives a lot of interest in. And for those of you who maybe are like in the legal world or like lawyers, you know, like there's a term baby lawyer, you know, like that first, second year associate. I'm thinking of baby real estate brokers, you know, like the ones who like are starting to, you know, like get in there, that they might not really know about disclosures. They're just learning about it. Is there an opportunity for you to actually help onboard new real estate brokers onto your platform?
Yeah. So we built a platform with the consumer, the end consumer in the mind, who is the home seller, but it offers quite a bit of value for the realtors as well. So we're actually launching a realtor platform pretty soon.
Good.
And the value that we think the platform brings to them is a lot of transparency upfront. So being able to see all your itemized expenses right at the onset. That's one. And then two, knowing exactly what's the next action. So the moment you list your home, you mentioned disclosures. A lot of times in the process of helping the seller, agents would file disclosures themselves and they just send it to you for DocuSign. And that's not fair. It should be the home seller who knows about that property, who knows what are the problems that need to be disclosed, and they should be the ones doing it. So we make sure that we are adhering to that and also offering value to these new agents, as you mentioned.
Yeah. And who are you?
I am a UX designer. I'm helping Houseo, and the transactions are super complex in this case. So it's very important for us to have a seamless user interface that gives users a good experience, but also simplifies the process, because that's what we stand for, to create transparency, not just efficiency, but also a smooth transition from step to step.
Thank you.
So curious, what's the fee that you charge to the end user? There's like a Yext-like component where you can publish out to all the different services. Curious kind of how you charge as you scale your business.
Okay. So on the seller side, we have basic plans that are free, and they provide most of the services that are offered by our competitors. We also have premium plans that then provide access to the remaining 4 steps. And there's an upfront charge, and there's also additional cost at closing.
The cost of closing, it's not that big, but it's a success fee that you went through the entire platform where you're able to actually use Houseo for pretty much all of your needs.
What's the size of the fee?
So the upfront cost is $399.
Okay.
The success fee is $599. Okay. So compare that to
6%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You showed a great slide showing kind of an outline of the field of competitors here.
Yep.
What's to stop a Redfin from the one end of the market, or a Trulia or Zillow from the other end of the market to come and just wait for you to kind of demonstrate that this works, and then come along and essentially do the same thing?
I love that question. So not much in many ways, but Zillow's primary revenue is from the Premier Agent platform. So they cater to agents exclusively, and that's their cash cow. To go into for sale by owner, which is what primarily we are, we definitely have an agent interface, but primarily we're focused towards the consumer. To go into that market, they would be jeopardizing their cash cow, and I don't think that's going to happen. So, and Redfin is a typical brokerage. Zillow is not a brokerage, but Redfin is. Yep. So they offer their entire dashboard and technology solutions are catered specifically to real estate agents.
So that's Redfin. What about Zillow or Trulia?
So Zillow, the way Zillow makes money is through the Premier Agent platform. Even though they're not a broker, all their revenue comes from agents. So they are catered. They primarily cater to them.
All right, guys, give it up for Houseo.
Thank you.
Okay, we are so close to going to lunch. I mean, we basically are going to lunch, but I have a few quick announcements. First of all, if you want to tell us what you think about how the event is going, go to techcrunch.com/TCDNY day and then the number 2. That's techcrunch.com/TCDNY day and the number 2. If you want to throw in something about how great the Battlefield moderator is, that's, you can do that too. Secondly, tomorrow afternoon we're going to have an amazing musical demo from Mix Halo. In order to participate in that, you need the Mix Halo app. Everyone else is going to be downloading the app during the demo, but if you want to be cool and not have to deal with it in the moment, go download it now. So that's MIXHALO. Go download the Mix. I don't know what you're just. Oh, it's iOS only, so if you're Android, sorry? And then the last thing is I would like one final round of applause for our awesome judges. All right, follow me backstage. See you guys after lunch.
The ultimate goal is to, go to planets like Mars, which are really far away. Before you get there, you obviously need habitats and things for, the astronauts to live in. So the idea is to send these robots to help set those things up. And then once the astronauts arrive, why not use the robots to further assist? Going out in space obviously puts risk on human. So if we can send a robot out there to do that instead, we, help lower the risk on human lives.
Can you take us a little bit through her functionality, what she does?
Yeah, so she is 32 degrees of freedom, not including her hands, which she currently doesn't have on her. She can walk, she can manipulate things. She has the multi-sense SL, which is in her head, so she can able to sense the world around her and figure out what she needs to do. You have a pair of stereo cams in her chest right there. Additionally, that helps bring more 3D data and just a different viewpoint. You have, her two arms, which currently what's on her are her mass simulators. So these are not her hands, obviously. These are just dummies. NASA's currently working on them and fixing them for us. And then we also have, her legs, and then she can walk.
Are there advantages to having a bipedal robot versus one with wheels or one with non-human movement?
So every researcher you ask is going to give you a different answer to that. We live in this environment and we build this environment, for us. So the idea to mimic us is, that we work the best in our environment. So wouldn't a robot also work the best?
You got mad at us.
So NASA, they developed four of the Valkyries?
Yes, they've built 4 of them.
And the idea is to kind of outsource some of the projects to universities?
They've done all the hardware stuff, and we are just developing these high-level capabilities for them. So that way, Valkyrie does more than just simply move limbs. She can actually autonomously make decisions and, move around to accomplish tasks that we want her to. So everything we use her for is really, with that in mind. I mean, my personal idea is that I want a robot in the home one day. So all those capabilities both apply to space and home a lot often. So
you potentially see some of the things that your team is learning trickling down into the consumer space, for example?
Definitely. I mean, a lot of the research that we look at are we're looking at footstep planning. So how do we get this humanoid robot from point A to point B while avoiding obstacles and making sure she's stepping in locations that she can actually step and balance on and things. We also look at doing whole body control. So figuring out she sees that there's a box on a table. How do you work her joints so that she's able to put her hands on each side of the box and then pick up that box to move it around. You could easily apply that to the home or a space. And so we see that a lot of what we do goes to both domains.
I'm wondering if there's an advantage to when we go to foreign worlds, having a robot that looks like us, having something that's familiar.
I mean, so I definitely think so. I mean, for me personally, I definitely personify Valkyrie. I mean, I talk to her, she's a human, and definitely some people might find that a little weird. But I mean, I think a lot of people do relate to that. I think, you can definitely see that when people come and, see her and things that they recognize her as almost human-like, and I think sometimes that can make interaction easier.
What's the plan as far? What's their plan for actually bringing these into space? How far out are we at this point?
We're probably quite a few years out. I'm definitely not the person to ask, but she'll never get to space, unfortunately, this platform. But the idea is that, one day a future version of her will get there. And so we are mainly focused on just developing capabilities for humanoid robots, so that one day when that platform is ready, it will also be ready or equipped with these autonomous capabilities.
Casper mattresses are everywhere, the branding is everywhere, Tuft & Needle, you see it everywhere, and I think I'm going to order a mattress, I'm going to probably think of them and order from one of them.
Yeah.
Then I hear of Purple and think, who is this mattress company I've never heard of all the way out in Utah? Is that a tough sell for people?
I guess it could be, but it's not. The cost of living here actually enables us to grow our team with tremendous speed. So 1 year ago, we had 30 people in the company. Now we have over 600. Wow. We couldn't have done that in a high labor cost environment like the Bay Area. Here, people have the ability to go to work in a beautiful surrounding. Our second facility is 574,000 square feet.
It's big. It reminds me of that last scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where they're putting the Ark away in the back corner.
It's about an hour's drive away from here. It's in an area in which there's not a lot of jobs. And so when we put this facility there, we created already hundreds of jobs. We intend to create thousands of jobs there.
We're in Grantsville, Utah at our Purple West facility. We're building out our first mattress production line outside of our headquarters. And it's a kind of a rural community. And so this is a great place for us to set up a factory where people can work here and not have to commute. We see a lot of growth though, and so we're now starting to work with the high schools and the local applied technology colleges, the city council and the county council. We're excited. There's a lot of good things that can help the community here and vice versa. We're really glad that we're here because there's people here that can help us.
The biggest event for us in the near future is the new facility that we've now brought online that enables us to catch up with our backlog. So we are thousands of mattresses behind. When we launched our new pillow as a total category creator, we sold 27,000 units of that, and we've been racing to catch up with that.
What's so special about this pillow that so many people want to buy it?
This pillow uses the same fundamental technology that the bed uses, which means that it gives you the support, your neck is aligned where you need it, but it also cradles you. So you can sleep on your side, on your face, on your back, and you are comfortable. It's cool, you won't overheat, you don't have to fluff it up, it is permanently fluffed up. The material,
same material as the mattress?
Same material as the mattress. And it is this combination of you can sink into the technology where you need to and get the support where you need to. That makes Purple unique.
That's the start of it all, creating that mix of materials. And then we heat that up and inject it into a mold. We tune it, we watch it, we're very careful with that part. And what comes out is our gel top, and you've seen that.
You could eat this material.
I could eat a mattress.
No known allergies to this material.
Okay.
Hypoallergenic.
So what's next for you? Are you raising more money? What's going on?
We've had a lot of inbound interest. We have no investment capital in the business right now. We have grown, as you know, our employee base has grown 20x in the last year. We are
entirely bootstrapped.
We're profitable. The question becomes, though, what could we achieve with the right investor? It's a question that we faced every day, because we believe that we could actually hyper-accelerate our progress throughout the entire world if we had the right partner. So perhaps an investment would be right. We're still looking for the right partner.
soft robot, by definition, is a robot made of things that are not rigid or not hard. We make robotic actuators out of rubber materials. No sensors, no tendons, no pulleys, no rigid joints. If you think about if you were going to build a robotic octopus, what would it look like? That was the inspiration for our technology.
Can you break down the technology on a really basic level as far as the inflation, how it actually works?
Great. So basically, we take elastomeric material, so rubber, build a number of fluidic channels into it, layer it with composites, so other materials of other stiffness, and then by controlling the pressurization, the rate of pressurization, you get bending or extension or actuating. And so if you think about inflating a balloon, it inflates outwardly. With a soft robotic actuator, because you've built these layered composites and you've channeled the air in a certain way, you can get this gripping action instead of just an inflation. You get actuation.
And why is this better than a hard robotic hand?
Well, the best part is if you think about a traditional robot hand and you think about picking something up, it has to know exactly how to position. So it has to know the exact location of the object. It has to calculate its path. So there's a lot of numerical computation. And then there's sensors on those fingers. So it has to grasp that just enough, but not too much. So a lot of processing can be very slow, very tedious to solve this. What we've done is we've said, if you have a hand like a human hand, but it's made of rubber, it can just grab anything. And so that's what we do, is we use very simple vision systems. We do very little grasp planning, usually just aligning on the long axis to orient something in a package, and you just grab it. And one of the questions we always get asked is, how does the robot know that you've changed the objects? It doesn't know, and it doesn't need to know. It is all of the material science in the hand and the actuators allow it to conform to any object.
So it's a relatively new technology?
It is. It's been in the academic lab for some time. We actually spun out of George Whiteside's lab at Harvard. He started this work in 2008, 2009 under a DARPA contract. We started looking at it in 2012, and in 2013 we decided it was mature enough to really bring out, put into an entity with a focus on commercialization.
So now 5 years later, these are actually out in the world?
Started the company in July 2013, spent the first year trying to solve those two big problems, and really started selling late 2015. And these are out in the world in manufacturing environments today, everything from injection molding to assembling drinking cups to packaging bakery items.
Are these taking jobs away from people?
So what we're doing primarily in packaging is there's a labor shortage there. So we're working with customers in the food industry where they don't have enough people to staff their factories. And so it's not, how do I squeeze another bit of productivity out of my factory? It's how do I keep my factory running so I know I can supply product? And so a lot of these firms, they have temporary labor constantly coming and going. Think about training, the quality, all of those challenges. And so what we're looking to automate are things like packaging dough in a 40-degree warehouse. It's not a good job, it has high turnover. Or working in a high care area, or even some environments where people are packaging things in freezers. So you're in a -20 freezer hand packing. So not jobs that people want, addressing the acute labor shortage.
Today's an exciting day because today is the day we're going to take a quick peek into the exciting world of virtual machines. And I'm going to show you how to download and run free, legal, full versions of Microsoft Windows to run as VMs. Asterisk, giant one over my face, these versions of Windows are time limited to 90 days. That's 3 months. That's still a long time. Don't be a cheapskate. And this version of VirtualBox that we're going to download to run VMs, that's free forever. But the Windows ones are free for 90 days. Let's go. First, we're going to download VirtualBox from our friends at Oracle. You'll need this to run virtual machines. Head to this VirtualBox page and click the Downloads link. You notice you can get it for Windows, Mac, Linux, and Solaris. So say you have a Mac and you want to run some Windows stuff on it, albeit for 90 days, this is the ticket. We'll download that. It's a relatively quick download, but while that's going on, we'll cruise over to Microsoft's Edge and Internet Explorer testing site. This is where we get the full Windows virtual machines, albeit time capped at 90 days, running Windows 7, Windows 8, and Windows 10. I'm going to download a Windows 10 VM to run on my actual Windows 10 machine, because why the hell not? Okay, so both these things are downloaded. We've got VirtualBox, which we'll need to install first, and then the Windows 10 VM, which we'll need to unzip and run once VirtualBox is installed. So once you've stepped through the VirtualBox installation, you can uncheck this option to start it, or you can start it if you want. I'm not your dad. Then we'll extract the Windows VM that we downloaded from Microsoft to a folder on our desktop. Open the folder and you'll find a single .ova file. Double click on that and VirtualBox will pop up pre-populated with the VM import data from Microsoft. Now again, I'm not your dad, but double check the settings here. I like to give my VMs half my available CPUs. I have a quad-core machine, so this gets 2 cores, and half my RAM. I have 8 gigs, this gets 4. You can change all this stuff later too. Then hit import, and in a few minutes you should be good to go. Double click the machine in the list here, wait for it to boot, and there you go. Surf the web willy-nilly, install questionable apps, throw viruses at it, have a ball. You can nuke this when you're done with it, and it's all for free. As long as you have a decent internet connection, this entire process takes about 10 minutes. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but the Windows versions are only free for 90 days. It's still 3 months, it's a long time. So maybe once a quarter, you can redo your Windows virtual machines. Make it like a festive quarterly nerdly event with cake and punch that one of the cooler nerds can spike. So like the nerdier nerds get really drunk and stuff. I hope that's never a real scenario.
So watch as the moon comes into your view, right? It's going to start casting a shadow on the Earth. And then you can witness the solar eclipse from space. I'm not sure if any human has actually witnessed a solar eclipse from the other side of the moon. Here we are. Today, we're giving you a first look at our Lightfield optics prototype. This is a mixed reality headset, and what Lightfield is all about is the ability to display objects at multiple focal planes simultaneously. So this is a transparent display. When you put it on your head, you're going to be able to render objects as if they're right in front of you. And objects that are simultaneously at different focal planes can naturally change your focus between your eyes and almost reach out and hold something as if it's right in front of you. That's the magic of Lightfield and the ability to render things that are so, not only close up, feel so natural and realistic to you. How we see things in the real world is we can see multiple levels of focus. When I'm looking at you, I can focus on your face, but I can also see things behind you and in front of you. My eyes can very naturally pick and choose different areas to focus on. And that's, Lightfield is all about recreating that very natural, very compelling, realistic type of images that we're used to seeing in the real world. The issue we're seeing today is with other types of display technologies that aren't Lightfield. They tend to be fixed focal point, which means you can only show an image at one focal distance. And so we can focus on things at that distance, but it becomes very difficult to display images properly in other areas, particularly in this near interaction area. So if I want to show an object that's in my hand, up close, if I want to touch something, if I want to interact with maybe a user interface, if I want to have a face-to-face discussion with somebody, that all happens pretty close to me, within about 3 feet. And that's the distance where Lightfield really enables those types of experiences. Without that, you're mostly limited to experiences that are generally far away. We're not just excited about putting Lightfield technologies into our products. We think Lightfield is such an important aspect for the entire augmented reality industry. We think that the entire industry is going to be stagnated if they don't adopt these types of technologies. Because the promise of AR, the promise of these experiences that we really think about when we think about mixed reality and augmented reality, these things really can't come to life. They can't be real without Lightfield. You even get like literally inches away from what it is. It's crazy how close you can get. The use cases of mixed reality really is quite endless. It's as if we're asking the question, what is the use case of a computer? What is the use case of your smartphone? And those type of use cases of those devices are where mixed reality is going to start disrupting those applications. Maybe it's making holographic phone calls to your kids and family. Maybe it's playing a game in your room. Maybe it's shopping. Maybe it's replacing your computer with entertainment. And of course, in the enterprise space, there's a ridiculous amount of applications. Anything from design, engineering, medical, pretty much anything you think of. This is going to start be pervasive into those verticals. But we think the entire industry, the success of the industry really hinges upon this type of technology.
And also we're building products for children that engages children outside the screen, trying to bring that hands-on interaction, social interaction into the rich digital world.
What kind of technology does that entail?
The core technology behind Osmo is we have a device that makes iPad look what's in front of it. And you can read what child is doing in front of the screen. And that allows us to build this rich experiences that are both physical and digital at the same time.
It is Dream Week. This is your hackathon. How long have you been doing the hackathon?
This is our third one. And every time we do, we iterate on the format. So this is a brand new from the format standpoint.
During our day-to-day, we are working on a bunch of things, we have a bunch of ideas, but imagine like a designated week where you can actually execute on them, where I get to work with like amazing engineers to be able to take something that's up here and down here and turn it into a reality. So it's an opportunity to be able to be in that sort of spirit of innovation in a really intense way. One of the challenges is to be able to feel like they're in control of the process, like setting up really easily with their base and sort of the other sort of game pieces that are around, and then moving on to the experience, both with their hands and on the screen. So kind of bridging that gap. A good sign of that the process has been successful is that they just go through it very easily, very beautifully, and they don't even remember that they actually had to set up an Osmo.
Can you tell us about one idea that came up at Dream Week that just wasn't right for you guys, that was wild and out there, but just wasn't right for us?
I think there's one idea that comes at every Dream Week. There's always been ideas around Osmo music. There's always been ideas. It's very hard to pull this off. It's been hard for us in the past. But this is one idea consistently comes in every single Dream Week.
But you don't pursue music. Why?
We never say no. The way we operate is we try to bowl up ideas, the ideas that are realistic in the current time frame, but there's no idea out of the picture. So there's no idea that we will never do.
Do you think about integrating with gaming platforms, like anything that has Microsoft Kinect and gestural controls?
So for us, it's really about trying to figure out what are the interesting interactions that are tangible that you can build in the technology. So we definitely are open to every single device. As a startup, one thing you learned over the last few years is focus is extremely important. So we try to focus on a few things and doing it really well, and then sort of tackling the new challenges.
We're all familiar with TV shows about cars and driving, but how do you translate that into online? We've come to meet TV star Richard Hammond to talk about his new startup, DriveTribe. So Richard, what is DriveTribe?
DriveTribe is a place where anybody with a self-professed interest in cars can gather, and that's quite a big ask because it's a massive subject. Within that, there's a million different tribes, and that's what we've based it on.
Other people have tried to collate the online community for car enthusiasts. What are you doing differently with DriveTribe?
Us three idiots are kind of quite well known. We're known as a brand within motoring. We realise, well, that's an advantage that we have over anybody else who's tried to do it before. The second key piece to it is the tribal nature of the subject. You don't just say, I like cars. Well, what aspect? We worked hard to make DriveTribe a place that people come and share content, but that content isn't always, long form, written articles and beautiful photographs. It's all about connecting people with what they want to see and what they want to contribute themselves. It's about putting the right content in, and that generating more content, and more importantly, it then going out and finding the right people. Because a lot of the content being, let's say, an idea that's come out of a conversation between two people who are fans of original minis. That idea has only been generated thanks to the way this machine's place works. That's really exciting.
You've gone from the world of TV presenting to the tech world. What's it been like?
DriveTribe has been just the biggest and most exciting learning curve I've ever been on. For a start, the whole digital business side of it, digital entrepreneurship, is a fascinating field and still developing, but also the tech itself. For me to learn how, just because it's a tech business, doesn't mean it's distilled down entirely into zeros and ones. It's still organic. It's still got people at its heart. Things still take time to build and then have to be pressure and load tested. I thought, well, it's digital, isn't it? It works or it doesn't. Well, no, some things do work, but then they work better in a different way. There's nuancing, subtlety, and finessing to be done when I thought it was all about absolutes.
At TechCrunch, we're always talking about driverless cars. Will Tribe have a role in the era of driverless cars?
We're asked all the time, what's going to happen with these electric cars and hydrogen fuel cell cars? Well, that means it's the most exciting time to be talking about cars. I don't think there's been a more exciting time. Manufacturers are going to make mistakes, that's hilarious. There's going to be new ideas. There's a new plant opening up now, they're looking at new hydrogen fuel cell storage. Well, that's really exciting. And driverless cars come into the same thing. The business of moving from place to place, the business of being in command of a vehicle or of owning a vehicle, that's about display, about power. It's primal. It'll always be there. So no matter how effectively and efficiently I can get to my house this evening in a driverless car, there will always be days where part of me thinks, yeah, but I'd rather drive myself. And if that's what I as a consumer want, that's what I'll get. That's what we'll all get. So there will be driverless cars, but they won't replace or render extinct the cars that we drive ourselves, because it's something we'll always want to do.
Okay, so these are the Hear One smart earbuds by Doppler Labs. They are a little $299 earbuds, so they're pretty pricey, but what they do is pretty unique in that you can listen to music with them, but you can also change the way the world around you sounds. And in its most effective form, these are essentially active noise canceling Bluetooth earbuds. So I can pop these in, tune out the sound of the world around me, and also listen to some great tunes at the same time. So yeah, I mean, you can use them at the office, you can use them at a coffee shop, you can use them on the bus or on the train, on a plane. I mean, the thing is, like, wherever you're using them, you kind of have to realize that you're not going to be able to keep them in your ears the whole time, because these things only have about a 2-hour battery life. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the case is literally just, you just pop them in here. I think it offers, it just offers a few more charges for when they actually go down completely. More than that, I don't always put these back in the case, because the case is a little bulkier. So I leave these on the table and then I put it back in my ears and it says battery low. They have a big problem with wind kind of disrupting the sensors. So the way they work is that there are 3 little microphones on the outside of each of the earbuds, kind of taking in all of the sound around the room. They're directional mics, so they can kind of know what's in front of you, what's behind you. But basically, when like a gust of wind hits these as you're listening to it, it just crackles out. Ultimately, I feel like if you are in the market for smart earbuds or something of the like, you'll kind of know already whether you want to buy these. They're $299. That's expensive. They do noise canceling. That's awesome. 2-hour battery life. It kind of sucks. I think that those 3 things will kind of cement whether you want to buy these or not. Everything they say they do pretty well. So in terms of quality, they nail it, I think.
Hey, we're here on the sunny island of Kauai in Hawaii, where we're checking out Tesla's large-scale solar power generation and storage facility. It's the largest facility of its kind that can gather power from the sun during the day when it's the sunniest out, and then deploy it at night when it's needed most.
Yeah, this is a really exciting project. This is one of the first projects where we're integrating storage directly with solar on the same site. So here we have almost 13 megawatts of solar panels that are able to connect directly in with about 52 megawatt hours of Tesla battery packs. So during the day when the sun is out, the solar panels feed their energy into the batteries and store it. And even if clouds come over and drop the output occasionally, the batteries are able to buffer that and then deliver the electricity back to the utility and to the customers. So in this way, we can have very robust, reliable solar electricity delivered back to the customers almost 24 hours a day. We have a whole host of different projects that are underway or in the pipeline. And there's going to be an increasing ramp up of things like this happening. As I said, all around the world, not just in island locations, but the ability to buffer and store renewable energy is a fundamental requirement. Whether it's even wind or solar, you can't get to high percentages, which all the countries and cities around the world want to do, unless you have a way to store it and make it very reliable.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Hello. I hope everyone had a great lunch. I know I did. And we are going to dive right back into the afternoon programming. I'm sure that you guys are all as interested as I am in what's going on with the FCC, particularly net neutrality, and we have the foremost expert here to discuss it. So please welcome to the stage FCC Commissioner Mignon Clyburn and our moderator, Devin Coldaway.
Thanks for joining us, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And for those who may not be aware, Commissioner Clyburn joined the FCC in 2009 and has since then pursued issues on behalf of communities that don't have the resources to hire lobbyists, basically.
Absolutely.
And of course, helped craft and pass the Open Internet Order, which has given us the net neutrality rules that we all enjoy. So thank you very much for that.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Yep. And if that's not worth a little applause, I don't know what is. But on that note, I'm going to ask the question that I think everybody here probably is wondering about. Is net neutrality doomed?
Net neutrality is doomed if we're silent. Now, I don't know what Thursday is going to launch. I'll be the first to tell you. And I'll be the first to tell you that I know I will vote in the opposite way that the other two will. But again, what we've seen is success. And what we know that if left unchecked, if there's not a referee on the field, that companies, your internet service providers, the big guys, will do with what they do best. They will answer to their shareholders, and they will ensure and double down when it comes to market share. But what we know and what I got a chance to speak to some of the persons on the showroom floor is that this is the most enabling platform, meaning broadband, the internet of our time. And this should not be a regulatory free zone. That we need to make sure that there's a referee, that there's somebody there calling the shots, saying whether, monitoring, saying whether or not this is okay or that is not. And if we don't have that, then shame on us. So it is dead if we're silent, regardless of what the vote is. I believe that if you continue to make the business case, which you've shown me here, that there's a definite business case for an open internet. Mm-hmm. And if we ensure that there are protections that consumers want and deserve, we're getting comments overwhelmingly saying that we want and deserve to be protected.
But
so I think that's important.
Yeah, certainly. But is there those comments are happening, but do they have an effect? Should we keep commenting? Are they being read? What can we do so that we don't, just scream internally and run out of the room, which is what I want to do.
So the FCC has a process that begins officially on Thursday, where we will vote on a notice of proposed rulemaking, and we will then open the door up to you to comment. So even though you might have weighed in already, and according to the latest report, over 1 million people have weighed in, it's not officially a part of the record until that notice is published, is put forth, and that we affirm that it's open for you to do so.
Yeah, and that's
so you've got to weigh in. That is happening. Thursday is the vote for the notice of proposed rulemaking, and then you will have an opportunity a few days later when once it is all of the edits have been made and the like, that you have an opportunity to weigh in, and that is when it counts, or that's when it matters. Now again, I don't know what the vote's going to be in the months that follow, the final vote on an order, but that is where it matters, because the only way to defend something is to weigh in.
And I noticed several people, hundreds of thousands of people have weighed in with the exact same comment on the comment system. Some people out here may have read the news stories that there are hundreds of thousands of duplicate comments with same names, same everything. Is that something that the FCC is addressing, or is that something that we as the tech community can look into ourselves, or what?
I think it's a combination, but I believe we have the technical tools to get rid of some of the duplicates, to sift through some of the ones that are that should not count because there might be a little something going on here that that we don't want. We want a process that is inclusive from the beginning to the end of the comment cycle, and we want to make sure that that things are properly counted.
And some people have already, actually in the tech community, started scraping the site and getting that data. Will that data be released, do you think, as an official package?
Well, one of the things that, and I love the name of this conference called Disrupted. One of the things that you allow us to do, and one of the reason why I love this process that we have at the FCC and in our nation is it's interactive. We have already heard from scientists and those who do those researchers that have basically said thus far, even looking through and scraping through the duplicates, over 96% of those who weighed in say we are for an open platform and open internet. We are pro net neutrality. And so I think collaboratively, because again, this is not a siloed ecosystem, it's very interactive.
Yeah.
I believe we have the opportunity for everybody to not only weigh in, but for us to get legitimate numbers and legitimate feel for what the country is thinking. And that's important. Not 3 to 5 people at the FCC. While significant, the importance is what you think and what you feel, and you've got to weigh in when the comment cycle opens.
Right, and I'm sure we all will. And I want to go back in time a little bit. You helped propose and vote in the order in 2015, or 2014 and 2015. And it's been characterized recently as the FCC was dragged kicking and screaming into this regulatory framework that, of course, they've characterized as this Depression era, monopolizing rules or whatever. So does that tally with your recollection of the process, or was it a little different in your
I've been around the FCC for nearly 8 years, and I didn't feel like I was dragged, pushed, or pulled. I was given a mandate by the American people who said, we believe in this most enabling platform, but we know that protections are important, that we know that if left unchecked, there is an incentive for a large internet service provider to favor their associates.
Yes.
And we don't think that that should be the case. We know we have seen large and small providers disadvantage some of you in this room, or some of you, that are similar in this room. We don't think that should be the case. We think that you should be able to use a device of your choice that is not harmful to the market, and as long as we are all abiding by the rules of law, that this should be an interactive participatory process. And we don't think that anyone should be favored. We don't think that a company who is responsible for the on-off ramps of the most, to me, in my lifetime, the most significant enabling platform that I have ever seen, that's bridging divides, that's lowering barriers to entry. We don't think 1, 2, or 3 providers should dictate what your experience should be, and we do not think this should be a regulatory-free zone, having those very same companies come up with voluntary standards. That we know that will only be voluntary in the boardrooms in their offices.
Thank you. Now, of course, people these days, the FCC and net neutrality have been in the news very frequently over the last couple of years. But the FCC does a lot more. You have a broader mandate to connect people, to connect the nation. It's described in the Telecommunications Act when it was put out there. What else do you do? I know that you have some personal things that you have pursued in your time at the FCC and before that are meant to enable communities like the ones I mentioned, you know, people who can't get together and hire high-priced lobbyists, but who still need something to benefit from the ecosystem that you just described. For instance, I know that inmate calling reform was one of your things. I don't know if you want to describe what that is.
So one of the things that I am so proud, the reason why I wanted to come up to DC to leave my little comfort zone in South Carolina where I sat on a commission and probably could have still been on that commission. Don't tell anybody, that's what I'm saying. Is that we have this principle called universal service. And what that recognizes is that we all benefit if everybody's connected. But we know that all communities are not created equal. There are communities richer, there are communities that are economically disadvantaged, there are communities that are rural, and there are communities that are more dense. Now the more dense, economically well-heeled, we don't really have to worry about them much because the money and the investment is going to flow there. But in those communities where there might be more corn stalks than people, and where there might be a median income that is below a certain average, where we do not want anybody to stay, that we're going to have incentives, a sort of a monthly dividend, so to speak, paid to companies to provide service to those communities. So we have this universal service fund. We have a high cost fund where you support through your contributions, money going to those areas to provide more affordable service. We have a Healthcare Connect fund that does the same thing with a smaller rural healthcare facilities. We have E-Rate, the Schools and Libraries Fund, which is doing the same thing, connecting schools and connecting learning centers like libraries to make sure that they have affordable access. And we have this program called Lifeline, which has been under attack for years, but is the FCC's only means-tested program that directly addresses the affordability gap, which we all know exists in this nation. So in December, what we did through reforms was make that a program, Lifeline, not only subject or enabled to just provide voice subsidies for those who qualify, but now you can use that to connect to the internet. So on December 2nd, we said, wherever you consumer, wherever you want that dividend to flow, voice only, mobile voice, or fixed, a wireless or fixed broadband, that's where that money is going to flow. But I'm a little uneasy about that right now because there are some things that have happened since the new administration that has made it much harder for those businesses, for new businesses to take part. And these are the types of things that will enable individuals, to connect to the internet that I think are important. You mentioned one other thing about something I've been working on for years, and that is one of the most sad, egregious, and heartless things that I have seen in my 18 years as a regulator, and that's the price inmates and their families pay to keep in touch. Now, the Communications Act in Section 254B, subject to check, as you lawyers like to say, it mandates that we provide just, reasonable, and fair rates, and that we are, in essence, the closer of the divides when it comes to advanced services and other voice services. That seems to be an exception to the rule when it comes to that particular class of customers in terms of the calls, inmate calling, calls, those made to and from. But what I want to remind the audience is a couple of things. There is no carve-out saying that everybody deserves just, reasonable, and fair rates except for inmates and their family. And I think about when I was speaking to some of the vendors outside, that technology is incredible. What you're doing is so disruptive, positively disruptive and enabling. But one of the things, an element that I've seen lately in the inmate calling regime is something called video visitation, where they have actually used technology to disenable and further disadvantage communications. And what that means is no matter where you live, like, say you and I, say if you wanted to keep in touch with a loved one that's 600, 700 miles away, then video visitation is a wonderful, phenomenal thing that will allow us to keep
video
in touch.
calling has become practically a standard. We can do it for free. We can do it on all our phones.
But what is happening in a number of jurisdictions is you can live 10 miles away and you cannot visit your loved one in person. They're using video visitation to basically close down the interaction with families, and they're still charging these people. And so what I'm saying is, number one, the rates there are unjust and unreasonable. You could pay $25 for a 15-minute call, but on top of that, you can still live close to someone and still not see them and still pay a high price. This is disrupting families and lives, and this is disrupting your business model because you increasingly are having people who cannot afford to provide or buy your services or take advantage of what's going on outside because they're busy paying $25, if they're lucky sometimes, $25 for a call. They don't have expendable or disposable income to take advantage of what your services, your businesses.
Yeah, and this is what exactly the kind of example of what you were talking about. When a company has the opportunity to target a demographic or to charge more for something that ought not to be charged for at all, for instance, but then there's no rule preventing it, they're going to do it, right? It's kind of like the natural, it's like their predatory instinct. They automatically go for the prey.
And this is a population that has no voice, that a lot of people, they have no sympathy over, and they're vulnerable. And people, and for the 10 years, the FCC even ignored them. And so to really sit on our regulatory bums and not do anything about something that we have the capacity to do and leave it to the states and local authorities. And the local authorities, by the way, those jails, they're profiting too, because they're getting commissions or kickbacks from these companies. It is not going to solve it by itself if the FCC does not get involved.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the future holds when it comes to that. I'm ashamed to say.
Well, and that's partly because you are coming to the end of your term as a commissioner. What does that, I mean, first of all, we need you. Where are you going? Why are you leaving?
So regardless of what my title is, I'm not going far. I commit to you. You talk about something and being a part of my DNA. I'm spitting. I am really, and I don't know how I'm going to be able to eat and provide for myself and do this, but I would not be able to close my eyes when it's time for me to go to glory if I didn't do everything that I could to close these gaps, to address these issues that will not be solved unless there's a voice out there. And that's why, to your first question, is so important. You cannot afford to be silent no matter what the vote is, no matter what the order says, because there's always a court, and the best court is the court of public opinion, that if you weigh in and say, this is bad business, this is bad policy, before you transition, we will have an open, robust process with the balance needed to make regulatory sense. I promise you, if I can't promise you anything, can't promise you on Thursday, can't promise you a vote, but I can promise you before it all ends, we're going to have an open, participatory, inclusive, fair, open internet regulatory platform that you will be proud of. I promise you that.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it. So what's next for you, though? I mean, are you gonna?
I try to avoid, kind of.
Nice try.
I keep telling people
we don't do that here.
I'm a PK. I'm a politician's kid, so we have a tendency to weave involved.
We've experienced that before on stage today. In fact, I've seen
on stage today. So I'm going to be speaking for those women and girls who have few options. I'm going to be about research and hopefully crafting policy, being an influencer in terms of crafting policy, and hopefully making a business model that will look at those rural communities where the infrastructure does not organically flow. Mm-hmm. Because again, this is the infrastructure of now. It is like when we were talking 20 and 30 years about clean, potable water. Businesses are not going to go to places where there is not the technological infrastructure to flow, and that keeps poor communities and disadvantaged, and rural communities at a disadvantage. I want to be and will continue to be about bridging those divides, and that is what I'm going to spend the rest of my life doing.
Good. And are you done with the official governmental capacity, or?
Well, you have to. There's a process here, and some of it I don't have too much, voice in. But I promise you this: however long I will be there, I will continue to be your voice, speaking up for open platforms, speaking up for parity, seeking up for affordability, because all of those things help the ecosystem. If you build it and I can't afford to come, then both of us are frustrated. And so that is what I think, that's the kind of regulator I believe you want. Am I right? You want a regulator that looks at the entire ecosystem and says if it's not affordable, it's not accessible, and if it's not open, and you're disadvantaged because a company is basically calling the balls and calling the strikes, then we have not done right by you.
And when you take off, do you know who's going to take your place? Got any ideas?
I have no
any
idea, but if anybody has any suggestions,
there's probably a process for that.
I know,
too.
there's a process for that. But you want you want a commission that is reflective of the American experience, that is diverse, that is engaged. You do not want 5 people up there singing from the same hymnal. I'm from the South, so we do a lot of biblical and hymnal references. And so you want people that reflect your point of view, because when you have that type of inclusion and diversity, you get better policy, because all of us need a check and balance on occasion. Those of you in business, if you have everybody that thinks the way you do, you won't be in business for long. You have to have people in there that will be disruptive internally in order for you to build a better product. And I think that same approach needs to be by way of, in terms of your regulatory authority, your body. You need regulators that are internally disruptive, that are taking some of the best qualities and characteristics that we see on the showroom floor and bring that into regulation. You need that, and we need that.
Absolutely. And is there anywhere, we're pretty much out of time here, but if you'd like to, are there any resources that people can keep up with what you're doing, what the FCC is doing, and how to keep informed on this process?
Number one, Thursday is the launch. And when we say that item is scrubbed and published, you need to weigh in if you care about a free and open internet. Please follow me through, I'm just on Twitter. I'm kind of old school, so just on Twitter. But please, follow what we do. It is definitely integrally connected to what you do. You cannot afford to be a passive bystander when it comes to one of the most significant regulatory agencies in the world. And so if you don't interact, if you're not engaged, then shame on you, because you will have others dictating what you do. You will be less than successful. And so you have got to keep up with what we do each and every day. And you have to keep an eye on this open internet, and do not get discouraged.
Well, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. Commissioner Clyburn.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Our next guest wants to build the Amazon Web Services of biotech, starting with CRISPR. So more CRISPR for you today. Crispy. Please welcome to the stage Paul Dabrowski from Synthego and Sarah Burr.
Hey, Paul, thanks for coming.
Hey, Sarah. Thanks for having me.
We talked about CRISPR earlier today with Rachel Hallwards from Caribou Bioscience, but for those of you who were not here in that session and may be confused about what CRISPR is and what exactly it does, can you kind of just give us an overall?
Sure, yeah. CRISPR is really a next generation leap in how we're able to modify biology. So how we're able to write information into cells and modify what they're doing. There's a whole different level of precision. So as an analogy that might be relevant to the tech community, imagine if you had GPS location that only told you a zip code, and you couldn't necessarily even figure out a street address. So you wouldn't be able to build platforms like Uber or Lyft. And so CRISPR takes it and gets you kind of to the couple block level. And then in terms of the products that we're working on at Synthego, we're looking to get the precision down to a specific address.
Okay, so you're trying to make it a little more granular as to exactly where the person you're trying to pick up is.
Exactly. Yeah. And so we're a tool building company. Long term, we're looking to put together essentially services that look like Amazon Web Services, except for biology. But we're focused right now in the CRISPR space with CRISPR products.
Something really interesting about you is that you're in a biotech company, but you don't have a background as a scientist.
Yeah.
Right? You started at SpaceX. how did you get into biotech?
So we're really at the intersection between software, hardware, and biology. We're starting to use this term agile biotech. Coming in from SpaceX, we really saw computer engineering skills can be applied to building spacecraft. The mentality and the philosophy there applies. And when my brother and I, my brother's a co-founder at Synthago, we were at SpaceX, we saw how you build a company in that way. And after that experience, we started understanding the potential in biotech and saw how there's a gap between how biotech is done right now and what the potentiality is if you bring in these new mindsets.
And it's really interesting to me because even though you are a biotech company, essentially you've built an automated lab. You've really gotten into robotics, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So we're really, we've built a new platform that's fully automated, again, inspired by computer engineering architectures. And that platform is what we're running right now internally to create CRISPR products for customers. And so as you see, it's a platform that can make one product right now, but in the future we could do other things with that.
Right, and everything that I read in the media right now is that you've basically, your first product is synthetic RNA. My initial thought in that space is that there's a lot of different startups that are working on automating the lab, and it seems like it could be pretty easy to replicate synthetic RNA.
Yeah, so there's also a lot of companies that make synthetic biopolymers, RNA, DNA, these sorts of things. But for CRISPR, the quality really, really matters. And so we spent 4 years developing new hardware that allows us to make this much more precisely. And so now, going back to that GPS analogy, the quality of the guide RNA that complexes with the Cas9 protein to do the molecular surgery on the genome, that's really important. The quality really matters, and we're able to make that at unprecedented quality levels.
Now, how are you going to be the Amazon Web Services of biotech? What's the plan here? I understand that you're releasing something new that sort of plays into that plan.
Well, yeah, so I guess for the long term, we're going to be extending the offerings that we have from this point product to full genome engineering solutions to being able to do full lab work, experimental workflows. And today, I'm happy to describe that we've just released a design tool that really makes CRISPR much easier to do. And I can tell you a little bit more about that.
Sure, yeah. Tell me a little bit more about what you're working on.
So to get back to that GPS analogy, to set the stage here, GPS, imagine if you still got a coordinate readout rather than a map. You wouldn't be able to really use it. This is what scientists have to deal with when they're designing CRISPR targets right now. They get like a coordinate readout, and they don't really have awesome tools to make it easy. And so it ends up being very inaccessible to all the new users who want to get into CRISPR. 80% of new users who are getting into CRISPR have never done gene engineering before, but they want to be able to do it easily. And so we've really simplified the workflow. It's a beautiful interface. I'm pretty sure that even my grandmother could make a CRISPR target at this point, because there's a whole bunch of advanced heuristics that allow you to basically take a step back from all the science and spot check what we've done. There's a lot of heavy lifting in the background.
So anyone in this audience that's interested in creating some sort of a startup around CRISPR could just maybe get your tool, which I understand is free.
Yes.
Is it free the first time or always?
It's always free.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of awesome features around it. So it's at design.synthago.com, and we're releasing it today, actually. One of the awesome features is if you, again, in the GPS analogy, if you couldn't share your location, it'd be difficult to do anything. And in a similar way, it's very difficult to share CRISPR experiment design. And our tool, you can just copy and paste the link. And then the other thing we have is 100,000 genomes in this tool. The next tool has about 40, 50, 60 genomes. What this means is you can now design CRISPR targets for pretty much any organism out there.
Okay, so it sounds really great, but if anyone can just hop into CRISPR and there's all these ethical questions around
Yes.
CRISPR, that's a little bit, Does that scare you? That seems like you're opening it up to a lot of people who could do something wrong.
This is a really important conversation to have. For us, as a CRISPR product company, we vet and screen every single order that's coming out, so we make sure we're not shipping to any illegitimate uses. The other thing that we're focused on with this design tool is what's called a knockout. So you're only able to remove the function of a gene and not insert new genes, which is typically how you might create something.
A biological weapon or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a fail-safe at least. So you started the company with your brother, but you actually said that you wouldn't recommend starting a company with a family member, but here you are.
Well, there's a qualifier there. I wouldn't recommend starting a venture-backed company as a first company with a family member. And so Mike and I have made a few companies before. He's not able to be here, traveling unfortunately, but yeah, so I would start a small company before I try to do something that's venture-backed and there's a lot on the line. Because no matter how close you are, there's always differences to be worked out. And after 3 companies, I think we've got those worked out, and we really understand how we complement each other. Yeah.
And you might have jokingly said this, but it also might be real. So I got to ask you: are you really switching off CEO roles every other year?
Every other company.
Every other company.
This company, I'm the CEO for now. But you know, I mean, I'm willing to change. That's it's not in my ego to do that.
Did you flip a coin like you'd be the CEO this time?
I think it was just because he was last time.
He was last time. Okay. Who decided to leave SpaceX first? And who came up with the idea to start a biotech company?
So we decided to leave SpaceX at pretty much the same exact time. We both put in our letters the same day.
How did that go? The Dabrowski brothers leave SpaceX?
Yeah, well, Elon wasn't necessarily the happiest, but he's always very, very positive and willing to support, so we've kept in touch with him. And then, sorry, what was the second part?
So who came up with the idea to start a biotech company?
The biotech company was interesting because we started a few of our own companies that were successful enough to start doing angel scale investing, and we started seeing how people are trying to do biotech, because that was just an interest since we've basically graduated college. And we saw the difficulties that various biotech companies were having, and it just clicked. There's an opportunity to apply this computer engineering, agile software development mindset to biotech, and that's kind of the kernel that started it.
But there's a lot of companies like Ginkgo Bioworks and Emerald Therapeutics, which Founders Fund, one of your VC firms that invested in you, also invested in. It seemed like they could do very similar work.
In terms of the long-term vision, there's a lot of similarity, but the field is so huge in terms of the potential applications that there's room for a lot of big winners. And if you focus in on what we're doing right now, we look very different, right? We're a genome engineering company that offers products to customers.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because it seems like you're offering this free service, and then the idea is that they come back and need to buy a product from you. Is that how you're becoming?
Oh, sure. In terms of the design tool, yeah. So there's you're able to order straight from the design tool, so that actually removes a lot of error burden. And people have really been asking about that, and that's one of the reasons that we created this design tool the past 6 months.
Yeah, and Jennifer Doudna, who is one of the big CRISPR pioneers, actually invested in you as well.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to close a Series B. If you asked me during Series A if our Series B would be featured in the New York Times, I would have said no way. If you have Jennifer Doudna investing, no way. But that all happened. So
yeah, I heard that she's actually one of your biggest customers as well, so it kind of made sense.
Yeah, I mean, she's very positive about the technology. We're working with a whole bunch of collaborators at this point. In terms of the product, we're also shipping to pretty much all the top biopharma companies. We're shipping to, I think, 35 different countries, and we just launched late last year. So it's been a quick update.
Fast.
Yeah.
And you're not just doing synthetic RNA, right? The plan is to do more than that.
Yeah, so we're starting to build out all the informatics behind the scenes, and in some sense, we'll be a very machine learning enabled technology company. More and more over time, we'll become more of a software company, but there's still a lot of hardware to be built before we can get to that.
Okay, I want to switch and talk a little bit about CRISPR and space travel. So I know that you used to be at SpaceX, and I know that Elon has this great plan to send us beyond our universe into the stars and colonize other planets. Has there been any discussion about CRISPRing humans for space travel?
There's been a lot of interesting discussions. I wouldn't say all of them are good ideas. In terms of space travel, maybe I'd be more of a proponent of modifying the planet, so terraforming Mars, perhaps, rather than modifying humans. But there's all sorts of really interesting things that we can start talking about with CRISPR and the precision of CRISPR. Things like upgradable immune systems. What does that mean? Brain-computer interfaces. There's a lot of talk about that between Elon working on Neuralink and Brian Johnson on kernel.
What do you think of all that? Where does CRISPR play in with that? What do you think of that?
So I don't think that it's immediately going to be impacting it yet. I think there's practical applications in ag bio and therapeutics and biofuels, all these things. But I think over the course of the decade, you're going to see a huge influence in terms of people learning biology in an unprecedented level of understanding. And it's going to open up to a lot of people who are in tech through platforms like ours in order to be able to create these sorts of really awesome, I mean, it's science fiction.
Yeah, right now it's science fiction, it sounds like. But how would that work? You implant a brain chip and then like you CRISPR the brain? Like how does that work? That sounds weird.
So there's this whole concept of ex vivo therapies right now for therapeutics. So being able to take some cells out of a patient, modify them, put them back in, and they hunt down cancer, for example. So you could imagine that a brain-computer interface might actually look like you take some skin cells, you turn them into stem cells, then you differentiate them back into neurons after you modify them, and then it's like a really simple injection. So it's kind of crazy, it's kind of out there, but I think if you're talking about brain-computer interfaces, you want it to be non-invasive. You don't want to drill holes in people's heads. That's
I don't
really
want
bad.
anyone drilling a hole.
Yeah,
and
no,
putting a
let's
chip
not
in
do
my
that.
head. No.
And I don't think we should be implanting chips. I think it should be very biocompatible. That's why I'd argue we should start with biology.
So no matrix hook up to your neck and...
No, it should be a lot gentler than that, I think.
I think humanity would agree
There's
with you.
two other key points I'd actually love to say on the stage like this, is it needs to be upgradable, which means you need to be able to take a pill and upgrade it, or remove it completely, and it needs to be completely safe. Like, these are, I think if we're going to talk about brain-computer interfaces, that just needs to get put out there in the conversation.
Okay,
But
so
that's not what we're doing, so.
right, so the pill would have the brain and computer interface, or the pill would be the antidote?
Essentially the antidote or the training mechanism for it.
Okay.
So there's a whole conversation in this, but
we can get into that a little bit later, maybe. You can tell me truthfully, is there a secret plan to genetically engineer all the SpaceX employees to be more like Elon Musk?
More like Elon Musk.
Is that tell me, just be honest.
No, I don't think we're going to be doing any human stuff anytime soon. We're leaving that up to kind of a national level discourse and our customers.
Okay, all right. CRISPR, I want to go back to the ethics, right? CRISPR has the potential to mess up humanity for generations. But it also has the potential to wipe out cancer forever, wipe out HIV, to cut out any kind of disease that you might pass on to your progeny. How do you see that? Because Caribou Biosciences absolutely does not want to get into working with embryos. But where do you see CRISPR coming in and helping with that? Do you think that there is an argument to be made?
Well, I'd defer to kind of the national level conversation again. National Academy of Sciences recently suggested that maybe for certain types of serious inherited diseases, you might be able to modify embryos. But I don't think that's a thing we should be doing for a while until all the safety issues are figured out. If we do ever do it, though, then it's critical to make this accessible to everyone. What this should look like.
Right, the rich people, it's not going to be a gadget.
That's the important thing. And it should be more like a vaccine rather than like some $1 million procedure you have to do. And so that's the only statement I'd say from a technology perspective, not necessarily from it impacts morality and ethics.
Yeah, I hear people say, I've heard some people say, well, we all die anyway, where are we messing with that? And my counter to that is, well, then why do you go to the hospital? Why do you take drugs? Like, why do you try and prevent yourself from having a heart attack?
Right.
The same thing.
So yeah, ultimately you might describe it as the ultimate preventative medicine. Yeah.
But we'd have to get very far in humanity before we got to a point where it didn't cost to have everybody do it. it wasn't something that only the rich could afford.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think the technology needs to go down that curve in terms of cost and accessibility before we even think about that, let alone the public discourse around the issues.
Yeah. You've also said that your RNA is a lot more precise at CRISPRing. Is that the right word? CRISPRing?
CRISPRing, yeah. Let's do that.
It's something like 90% accurate versus 40 or 60% accurate. How does that work?
Yeah, so the quality of the material, when you're making synthetic RNAs, there's a whole bunch of impurities and byproducts that then influence the editing.
Because people think, they hear this amazing technology that can just snip out cancer, and they think that this is the miracle that we've all been waiting for, and it's like it's magic and it's
Right.
going to work, but it's not like that.
We're still getting from, in the GPS analogy, the kind of the street view level to the address view level. And you need more precision on the informatics, you need more precision on the quality of the guide RNAs, and then the overall process. And that's really what we're focusing on.
Yeah, it's like, we were talking backstage actually about, it's like your Uber driver knows what block you're on, but you have to call them and say, no,
Which
I'm...
corner, where exactly,
yeah. It's kind of like that right now. And you're trying to get them to right to the corner that you're at.
Exactly where, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Silicon Valley is often accused of not focusing on real issues, reducing things that maybe you could squeeze out of a bag. What do you say to that? What do you say to that when Silicon Valley is accused of not focusing on real issues?
I mean, you can argue that a lot of the world isn't focused on real issues too. I mean, we do have our everyday lives. There are a lot of people who are looking for get rich quick, but there's also a lot of very genuine, inspired people.
Yeah, it seems like you're trying to work on a real issue.
Yeah. We'd like to think that there's quite a few. I personally know a lot of people who are working on deep tech or real issues that have an impact on humanity or impact on manufacturing, jobs, economy. And I think there's a resurgence of that in Silicon Valley. But it ends up being very difficult. It's a really tough grind to do software, hardware, and biology, for example. Like 5 years before we got our first product. So.
Yeah, biotechnology is very hard, and you spend a lot of money up front, and it doesn't always work out.
Yeah, so one of the, doesn't always work out is kind of a current view on biotech, because there's oftentimes what's called a binary outcome when a therapeutic either works or doesn't work. It either gets through the FDA or doesn't. We'd like to make that less of a binary outcome or a therapeutic sort of mentality, and make it so that people can continuously improve things. So there's a gradient. And I think the types of technologies and tools that we're building contribute to that.
Okay, all right. What else would you work on if you weren't building Synthigo? What else do you have in your mind, in your engineering mind?
I'm adding to the list, I think, every day. I think 3D printing has still not been fully vetted. I think being able to do multiple materials simultaneously and pick and place into a 3D printed object.
What about bioprinting? Like, why about 3D printed biology? I don't know if you saw the story I wrote this morning about the 3D printed mouse ovaries that made mouse babies.
Oh, wow, I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
But I do think 3D printing in biology, especially if you have control over the cell programming, that could be a very big way to do, in particular, organs. I mean, the organ situation is, it's very difficult. There's hundreds of thousands of people waiting for transplants,
right,
and suffering pain and dying.
Or growing cells on a leaf, or there's all those really crazy out there.
That's the beginnings of this, but in the next decade, I think it'll actually come to fruition, and we'll have very real products from that.
One last question for you. What technology do you hope comes to fruition in your lifetime?
Which technology?
I know there's a lot out there, but if you could pick just one. What do you hope to see working really well in your lifetime?
I'll throw out one of those crazy biology ideas.
Great.
Imagine being able to go into a CAD system to design your house, and that CAD model gets programmed into the genes of a cell. And those cells come in a little test tube, you put them on the ground, and out of the ground, they get the minerals and resources needed and build you a house.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, well, thank you so much for speaking with us. We'll end on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. That was really good. Thank you.
All right, who's ready to be pinspired? Man, I can't, can I just get one, on the count of 3, just like a, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, that feels so good to hear like 20% of you say anything. Okay, let's move on. We're going to talk with Pinterest CEO Tim Kendall, and our moderator is Matthew Lindley. Big round of applause.
President. Wow, so you got promoted this morning then.
It's news to me.
So I'm here with Tim Kendall, the president of Pinterest. I think everyone pretty much knows what Pinterest is. I remember, earlier in my career, it was always like, oh yeah, like Pinterest, like a social network, right? It's a social network like Facebook and Twitter and any of the other ones that were out there. But it seems like that's changed a little bit over time. Part of the reason why I would say that is that I probably got the single best push notification I've ever gotten in my life from Pinterest, which was, 10 steak recipes that you would enjoy. So why don't you tell us a little bit about, how you think that's changed and where you guys are right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that anything's changed about Pinterest, but I do think there's a broader realization in the market that we're not a social network. People don't use Pinterest to find out what their friends are doing. They don't use Pinterest to share what they're doing with their friends. They use Pinterest to design their life. So that could mean anything from what am I going to wear today? What am I going to cook for my family for dinner tonight? Where might I go shopping for shoes on Saturday? Where do I want to travel this summer? What car do I want to drive in a year? What kind of vacation home do I want to own in 10 years? So it's planning and designing your life. And it could be moments that are very small or moments that are very big. And so it's a tool for people to plan. And that's not a social network. What I might also add is that the emotional experience of using the product is very different.
Yeah, you're like planning your hopes and dreams, basically.
Yeah, and personally, when I use a social network, my experience when I get off is somewhat, I would describe it as I feel sort of inadequate. I feel like my friends are having more fun than me. They're going to better restaurants than I am. They're doing just a lot more interesting things with their life.
Although you were saying backstage you went to South Africa, so I don't know about that.
That was before I had kids.
But now you guys have an ads business, or you've had an ads business for a little while. How do you pitch that, though? Because you look at Facebook and it's huge, right? And they say that, we do a great job of promoting awareness for your brands, right? You go to Google, it's even bigger. They say we're going to catch them, right when they want to buy something. How do you pitch to advertisers when you have those two giants sitting right next to you?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we talk about what people use Pinterest for, which is they use it to discover and do what they love. And so what we tell advertisers and marketers is that what users are there to do is completely aligned with what you're trying to do, which is that you're trying to reach those users. So we talk about the alignment between the needs of the advertiser and the needs of the user, and how that alignment is perfectly congruent. And so, as a result, they get good results. We also talk about the audience. So, I think there is a bit of a misperception that Pinterest is niche. But if you look at the audience of women 25 to 54, there are a little over 50 million of those folks on Facebook. And according to ComScore, there are a little over 40 million on Pinterest. And so when you think like a marketer, you want to reach the broadest audience possible, but you also want to reach them in a place where they're amenable and open-minded to your product. And we think, and there's a lot of data that demonstrates this, that people are way more open-minded to products and services when they're on Pinterest.
So that's a pretty good pitch, right? So you have 175 million users, you're able to do that, and whenever I talk to advertisers, they're kind of curious, but the interesting thing about Pinterest is they have this ability to kind of match up images, right? So when you're searching for something, you're searching for an idea, Pinterest can throw something at you that you might not have known that you wanted because it has this amount of data on your behavior and knows how to map what this image would be interesting, whether this image would be interesting to you against what you're searching for. And that hasn't been available to advertisers, right? So now it's going to be available to advertisers?
You just stole the news. Yeah, so let me give kind of the prelude. Is the slide actually working?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
I see is myself.
Oh.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
So about 3 months ago, we launched an initiative around what we call visual discovery technology. And the whole idea of this technology was that we could use computers essentially to look into images and identify objects and identify characteristics of those objects. So shape, texture, size, sheen. And what we're able to do by virtue of identifying all those characteristics is we were able to understand the attributes of objects in the image that people found appealing, even when they weren't able to tell us the words that would describe those objects.
And so like if I search for a chair, you might show me a stool.
Correct. And so these were the 3 technologies or tools that we launched on top of the visual discovery technology. And these were consumer tools, so Instant Ideas, Shop the Look, and Lens. And the news today is that we are now using...
Sorry, I like scooped you on that, by the way.
That's all right. All right, I forgive you. The news today is that we will now have paid content or advertising in Instant Ideas and in an area called Related Pins that will be powered by this visual discovery technology. What we've seen so far is it enhances relevancy greatly, which is great for our pinners, right? They see more relevant ads based on these visual signals, and it's also better for partners because they get more value when we show more relevant ads.
And I think you can show us a really quick look at it.
Yeah. So let me talk about sort of a hypothetical example. We plan ultimately to put these ads into Shop the Look and Lens, but we have no plans to announce today. So I want to just talk about a hypothetical example. Let's imagine that.
There we go.
Let's imagine.
Tech conference.
Tech conference. That I'm at a friend's house. And this actually happened to me about a month ago. I was at a friend's house. I didn't actually know the person that well. In fact, I hadn't even met this guy's wife. But I saw their dining room table. And I was super curious. It was a gorgeous table. And I thought, God, I'd like to know where that table is from. And I looked over and I saw this my friend's wife, and I thought, well, the first thing I ask her is not going to be, hey, where'd you get that dining room table? So luckily, I had Pinterest, and I was able to use Lens to capture an image of that table. Once I did that, Lens produced, captured the image, and then produced a bunch of visual tags and then relevant results below it. What would be possible, and again, this isn't available today, but we plan in the future to have it available, is I could show an ad within these results. I could show an ad from Crate and Barrel. I could show an ad from Dot and Bow. I could show an ad from Target promoting a similar dining room table.
And so why are you doing this now when this technology has been, you launched it earlier this year, right, with Lens and a couple of these others, right? Why not launch it right away?
So the way that these technologies work, and this is beyond my depth, so I'm not going to go on too long, is that they rely on data. They rely on training data. So we need, obviously, the visual data, which comes from all these pins, but we also need data around how users interact with these images. And so we wanted to make sure that the technology and the training data was in a place where we could really make big leaps in terms of relevancy. What we've actually seen, we're 3 months post the consumer launches, we've now identified, and we've sampled this, so it's accurate, we've identified over 1 billion objects in pins within Pinterest.
And how do you think this is going to make advertisers' jobs easier and make them trust you more?
Well, I think in the near term, it's just going to allow them to get a higher volume of high quality clicks, because that's what happens when we show more relevant ads. I think in the medium to long term, we imagine a world which I think is going to be super compelling for advertisers, because what we try to do for advertisers, we try to make it easy, and we try to make it good, meaning that you get positive results. And one of the things that will be possible with this technology is you could imagine an advertiser saying, I want to sell my product, and all they have to give us is just a photograph, an image of that product. They don't have to give us keywords. They don't have to give us any targeting parameters. We can just use the computer vision technology to do the relevancy match and ranking. which I think is an exciting world to be in, where putting together an ad campaign with a product, and sometimes products have 5,000 different keyword combinations. It's very cumbersome to put together. You can imagine with this technology, you wouldn't have to do that.
And so you guys are, when you're pitching this to advertisers, you not only have to sell yourselves against Facebook and Google, you have to sell yourselves against TV. You have to sell yourselves against traditional advertising models, right? When you look at a product like this and you go to an advertiser, how does this alter your pitch? How do you go to them now and say, this is why we're valuable, this is why we're going to be not only competitive with the big guys, your digital ads budget, but you need to allocate like a meaningful part of your total ads budget with us?
I mean, this particular technology doesn't change our pitch at all. The pitch is the following, which is that we think what we do on Pinterest that's unique relative to all the other applications on your phone is we help generate demand where it didn't exist before. What you are getting on other services, on search engines, on social networks, is what I would call demand recapture or demand interception. You are grabbing demand that's already been created, possibly by you, advertiser, with dollars in a different place, or possibly just through your brand equity, and you're now paying that social network or that search engine to recapture it for you. And sometimes you're double paying when you do that.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that if I do a query for Land of Nod stroller, Land of Nod has already earned the brand affinity somehow, either through the reputation of that brand,
because you know it, right? That's
or through through a prior ad campaign. And so if Land of Nod is paying that search engine again to reach that consumer, I think to some degree there's overlap, there's double paying going on. What we see is an ability to reach somebody before they've chosen a brand or before sometimes they even know what they're looking for. One of the things that's interesting, if you look at our search data in text searches, 97% of our searches, we do 2 billion of them a month, are unbranded. And what that means is that, you go back to that Land of Nod example, most of the time people are searching for stroller, not Land of Nod stroller. And it's an incredibly efficient place to reach the consumer, because I know they haven't chosen my brand yet, but I also know they haven't chosen one of my competitors' brands. If they're searching for my competitors' brands, how expensive must it be to pull them off of that back to a neutral place and then on to my brand? And what we allow them to do is to reach them, we think, at the most efficient place, which is they're in market, they want a stroller, but they don't know which brand they want to buy it from.
So you offer the ability to brands and advertisers to sort of find them and catch them early and then follow them through the life cycle and hopefully drive them all the way down to them clicking on that and buying that stroller, right?
Correct.
But when you look at Pinterest and also some of the other newer advertising platforms like Snap and some of the ones that aren't doing quite so well like Twitter, how do you kind of break away from being that curiosity or that experiment with a brand that says like, okay, we'll spend 100 million on Facebook and 200 million on Google, and we'll throw 40 at Pinterest and see what happens, right? So,
I think there's a little bit of a misconception about experimental or curiosity dollars, which is that most of those dollars get spent on awareness solutions that can't be measured. And that's why they're experimental, because they don't actually really know what the outcome is of the campaign, whether it was successful or not. In our case, the vast majority of our campaigns, we can tell the advertiser whether they've gotten results. And what we find in our world is there isn't experimental and non-experimental. There's it works or it doesn't work. And if it works, if we can prove to you, the advertiser, that it works, they spend more and they do it almost immediately.
And so, if you look at some of the developments that have happened in the past, 1 or 2 years, we've seen some movement where a lot of these brands are kind of going to own the customer relationship directly. You had Unilever buying Dollar Shave Club for whatever it was, like $1 billion. You can see some gaming companies, for example, going to Twitch broadcasters and basically trying to reach their audience directly, right? For Pinterest, how do you say to them, yes, that's one of your strategies, but you still have to advertise with us. We have a critical audience that you can't reach that way.
Well, I think that there's always going to be a market. People are always going to spend time planning their lives. People always have to figure out what they're going to cook for dinner tonight. People always have to figure out what they want to buy at the store or what sort of shoes they want this weekend. And I guess I believe that as long as we provide the best service for that need, then we're going to create value for the consumer, and by virtue of that, advertisers are going to want to be there. So I think it's great that they're creating these self-contained experiences like Dollar Shave Club, but they're still going to need to add new customers. They're still going to need to resurrect existing customers. And so I think the need will persist for a long time. As long as the consumer service that is selling this advertiser a solution is creating value for the end consumer, and that value is increasing.
And so going back to the kind of, I know you said it's kind of a misconception, but going back to the whole experimental ad budget question, last week Snap reported their earnings, and disaster, right? Like, the stock fell, at least like 20 points or something along those lines, and that had to have altered the way that advertisers are thinking about budgets beyond Facebook and Google. How do you think that affects your business?
Well, look, we pay attention to it because it's the responsible thing to do. I mean, they're broadly speaking in the same business that we are of providing a service to consumers and making money off of it by selling advertising. So we pay attention to it because it's important information for us to have. It has not altered our conversation with advertisers. That's not to say that there hasn't been a conversation in which this has come up. Just in my experience, it hasn't come up. Again, I think that if your focus as building an advertising technology is make it super easy for the advertiser and make sure it works and it works at scale, and we just keep investing in those kind of core tenets, and we believe that if we do that, sort of this notion of whether we'll get dollars and get dollars fast enough, that will take care of itself.
And so when you look at, when we look at the market, we like to say like, oh, the IPO window is open, right? We've had a lot of successful entries into it. Snap started off okay, obviously it didn't go so well after that. Pinterest is spinning up a big advertising business. It's not small when you look at it compared to Snap. It seems like, can be pretty competitive, although it's, small compared to Facebook and Google. What do you think are the steps that you guys need to do to set yourselves up as a strong advertising pitch in order to potentially go public down the line?
Well, we don't have any plans to go public. We've said very publicly, however, that we want this to be an independent company, and we want that to be true for the duration.
Well, say you theoretically were going to go public. What would some of the steps be that you would have to take?
I don't think they'd be any different than if you weren't going public. You still have the same job, which is to build a great service for your users, and then ultimately you have to make it sustainable by building a business. So I actually don't think it changes. Ultimately I think you do the same thing.
But when you look at the kind of advertising products you're developing right now, right, do you find that the conversations with advertisers are getting easier for you?
Maybe I'll answer your last question.
Okay.
I think for another service where the advertising is interruptive and takes away from the consumer service, like if you actually are mortgaging the future engagement of your user, I can see why you'd want to wait on the advertising front until possibly you were going towards an IPO. In our case, it's completely congruent with the consumer experience. It isn't interruptive, it's actually additive, and so it just makes sense to do it so we can basically fund the business to build more great things for consumers. Whereas, I think in other instances, you might be a little bit more cautious about introducing advertising and ramping it.
So we're almost out of time, but I have to ask because it happened literally like 10 seconds ago. Why did Biz leave Pinterest? Why did Biz go back to Twitter, which, a very, very pretty chill guy going to a pretty unchill place? Like, what happened there?
Well, Biz never worked at Pinterest. he was an advisor. So we bought Biz's company, Jelly, and his co-founder, Ben, is a full-time employee. Biz was always an advisor. And I believe in this new capacity where he's working at Twitter, he'll continue to be an advisor to us. So kind of business as usual from our side.
I will say a lot of the people that I know that work at Pinterest are also pretty chill, but I think we're out of time now. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize, Tim, that you're the president and not CEO. That was my bad. Maybe next time. It's just another fire joke that you guys are just rolling on the floor over. Keep them coming. Okay, our next panel is on shoes, which might sound like it's out of left field, but I promise it's not, and you're going to find out why right now. Please welcome to the stage our next guests, Ryan Babenzien from Greats, Josh Luber from StockX, John McFeeters from Stadium Goods, and our moderator, Matthew Panzerino.
Good.
Oh, clock is
all right.
running.
Yeah, you got your pictures down there in case you forget who you are.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to talk about shoes a little bit. Some retail, some resale, some different topics to do with that. The resale market for shoes alone is somewhere between $1.1 and $1.5 billion. Shoes market, as a market on the whole, obviously, is many times that. There's been quite like 20 years, 25 years worth of collector's history. And in recent years, it's become suddenly relatively possible to even start your own shoe company. So let's just run down the line really quickly, kind of explain what you do to the audience, and then we'll kind of get into some discussion about this.
Sure. My name is Josh Luber. I am the co-founder and CEO of StockX, which is a stock market of things. We are a consumer marketplace like eBay that connects buyers and sellers using the exact same mechanics as the world's stock markets. And today, we do this just for sneakers, actually up until last week. And last week, we launched watches and handbags to become a larger marketplace of things. But for a year and a half, it's been just sneakers and one of the top sneaker resale marketplaces.
Great.
Ryan Babenzien, I'm the founder and CEO of Greats. We are a digitally native direct-to-consumer sneaker brand. We'll be 3 in June. We were primarily focused on men's up until about 8 weeks ago. And we launched women's, which is now 35% of our business.
My name is John McFeeters. I'm the founder and CEO of Stadium Goods. We are a e-commerce and retail-based marketplace that trades in sneakers and streetwear. We've been around for about 18 months, and yeah, we're based here in New York.
Great. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about why now for shoes. So I think there has been, obviously, shoe business is extremely large, many major companies involved in this, but I think that there's a sort of inflection point at the moment that we're seeing. Obviously, new businesses starting up around the shoe arena. So why do you think that we're at a sort of turning point for the shoe market?
So within the secondary market for sneakers, there's been two major jumps. The first was 99-2000 with eBay and basically being able to buy sneakers online. And the second was 2011-2012, really on the back of social media and Instagram, of just a lot more awareness of the secondary market and sneakers other than the ones you walk into Foot Locker and see. And that was the moment that started this really of these past really 4 or 5 years of growth within the secondary market, and then started people thinking about businesses in that space. So those really were the two jumping off points that's kind of led to where we are today.
Okay. And then Ryan, obviously starting a shoe brand at some point would have seemed relatively unfathomable, like going up against the bigs, Nike, Adidas, et cetera. So why was it like a point at which you said, hey, I think we can do this?
Well, I mean, we just saw there were other businesses that were going direct to consumer, and we saw the distribution of footwear being still done in the traditional way through wholesale. We thought there was an opportunity to do it direct to the customer, and customer behavior was changing pretty rapidly 3 years ago. Now it's kind of the norm. Discovery of product is happening on mobile, and transactions are happening either on your phone or your desktop. So as that behavior continues to become the norm, we feel like we wanted to be the first footwear brand to capture that behavior shift.
And do you think there was a sort of a price threshold that was crossed at some point where people felt more comfortable spending a couple $100 or $200-300 on their phones, where previously the only real bar set was 99 cents for an app? You know, it seems like people might be now more comfortable going, $300, no big deal, I'm going to buy that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's price resistance on the internet for sure. I think we see the more expensive anything is, people are going to consider it a bit longer. Although in the footwear space, footwear is the social currency of a guy between 10 and arguably till he's dead. People, if you're 15 years old, you're judged and rated by what you're wearing on your feet. And you can make that argument that happens to adult men as well. So I think people are spending more on footwear because it identifies who they are.
Mm-hmm. And John, your business is based retail. You have a retail store, but you do most of your sales online. Is that fair characterization? And so what is your, what have you been seeing about the distribution areas for shoes? Because obviously you sell out of your store, that's people walking in physically. Yeah. But what's kind of the ratio of where you distribute shoes? What's the hottest area in the world that's buying shoes right now?
So we do 90% of the business online, 10% in the store. We have different pockets of excitement. We do a good chunk into Europe. We do a good chunk into China, as an example. I think part of what we saw as the opportunity is really about market efficiency as it relates to footwear. You have traditional brands and traditional retailers that are confined to a pricing and distribution structure that's just not efficient in today's day and age. At the same time, to Josh's point, with social media, kids see something that they want. It's hot, hype product that's not available anywhere, and they need a way to get it. And we've been able to cater to that.
And the social media thing is interesting because I have this theory that Instagram is like a very sleepy e-commerce. Oh, that's the external stage is pretty loud. We'll get them to turn that down. But the Instagram is like a sleeping e-commerce giant. Like obviously we all know because we're interested in shoes, you look on Instagram, it's a discovery mechanism. There is commerce transacted on there. I was interested to see if you had a viewpoint on Instagram, what the commerce situation is like on there for shoes and also other items.
So I'll start just because. So you started this by sizing the market, the size of the resale market, and for what it's worth, I did that, right? Like there was at the time, no one had really done the work to figure out how big the market is. And so in doing that, we went through every channel we thought people possibly sold sneakers on. And in doing Instagram, there was a lot of sampling, there was a lot of estimates, because a lot of the transaction that happened for sneakers on Instagram was a picture of a shoe that I own. And then someone else says, oh, I have one of those for sale. And this person says, cool, DM me. And this person says, so
like comment transactions.
Comment transactions, and then there's also sort of mini marketplaces that happen where you can pay $1 and someone will post your shoe for sale on their page, and it's all shoes for sale. And sometimes the post has 4 shoes, and sometimes it has 1 shoe. And so we did a lot of work to figure out every different way someone sells a pair of shoes on Instagram, and ultimately it is the most unstructured, hardest place to possibly quantify, and it still happens. Right, and until obviously Instagram adds links, Instagram adds ways to be able to transact that. But for people that are buying and selling sneakers, if you can do that, you can avoid the fees on StockX, right? You can avoid the inherent costs that happen when you have a business like Stadium Goods that has a brick and mortar store, and the same thing happens on Twitter and Facebook as well.
And how about you, Ren, as somebody who's marketing your own shoe rather than going, oh, hey, I got this jumble of shoes, $100, $200, $300, whatever, here they are. How do you leverage Instagram, and do you feel that there's a hidden opportunity there still?
Yeah, I mean, we think Instagram is still one of the best points of discovery for a release, a story that we're telling. But I think we're very close to Instagram being a shoppable, like a truly shoppable transaction-based distribution channel. So it's just really taking the internet and putting it into one nice box where the transaction will happen without ever leaving the frame. I think we've seen there's some tools right now that we're looking at that actually get very close to that, where you can select size, select color, and add to cart within Instagram, and it pops you into our cart. I'm sure it's about, like, we're very close where Instagram just does that themselves, and then you may never actually come to our website. So, this progression of, at the moment it's discovery, but I really believe it'll be a transaction distribution channel in the very, very near future.
Yeah, on the distribution channel front, I find that interesting because I think that the multi-point model is becoming more common. Like Ryan, your business is a multi-point business. Obviously you have the retail store, but explain a little bit about how you choose which distribution points to focus on and which ones you found to be the most effective.
Yeah. So we obviously go through all the social channels. We don't drive transactions that much because the buy button piece that we keep hearing about hasn't launched, but I think it does do a lot to provide that international engagement in other countries. So we have a partnership with Alibaba as an example. We kind of looked at China and tried to figure out the best way to get our product into China. And for us, that was through a channel partnership. And we kind of do the same thing as we look at different geographies, where we can use social as this overarching way to create brand awareness, get people comfortable with the product and the brand, and then sell through, in that case, Tmall, which is a huge platform that sells into China, where people wouldn't be able to transact with us directly as cleanly as they can through Tmall. So the social media really impacts our international business through some of those unique distribution channels that we've added.
Interesting. Are you guys doing business in China yet?
Yeah, actually China's our 4th largest market outside the US, so Canada, UK, Australia, and then China, which is phenomenal because we don't host anything in China right now, so to even get on StockX, people have to jump through hoops to be able to do that. And certainly one of our strategies now is we try to figure out how to grow. So anyone in the world can buy on StockX today, but we've been opening up the ability to sell one by one. So we're up to about 15 countries around the world that can sell. And as we continue to do that, you can't sell from China yet, but that becomes the big sort of turning point within that market and getting local there, for sure.
Ryan, I have a question for you. So, okay, Grace is a company, obviously you're building shoes, and the value proposition, as I understand it, is building shoes out of high quality materials with high quality processes, and then selling them for a lot less money without the overhead of a particular brand.
That's correct.
Yeah. So how do you, in the design process, when you're going, hey, we're going to create this kind of shoe, that kind of shoe, how do you toe the line between we're going to create something that feels desirable and comfortable to a person and recognizable, but not, man, this feels so done, or this feels just like somebody else's shoe, that kind of thing. Explain that process a little bit.
I mean, we believe that there's 10 core silhouettes within the industry that every single brand has a version of. The differentiator is, what does the brand stand for? What is the price? What are the materials? How close is it to fashion or style? And we play with all of those inputs, and we start at $50, and we have a kind of retro runner that some might compare to a 1970s running shoe. We just do it in a better way or use better materials, and it's $50 compared to the incumbent brand at $85. And then we do a made in Italy sneaker that is a true luxury sneaker, and it's $159 compared to $400 for the starting price of that. That's how we approach it. So the silhouettes are classic in style, and then we try to up-spec the material and offer a better price. And by not selling through the traditional wholesale channels, that's how we're able to do it.
And that's your price delta there.
Yeah, and that's that's not a new business at this point. I mean, Warby's been doing it. Everlane does it. There's many direct-to-consumer brands at this point. I think what's really challenging, and I think a lot of people in the VC community have found this out, is building a brand is really hard. So you can go and have the model, but you need to create emotion around the transaction, or else your brand just won't work. Just building the shoe alone isn't enough. Building a website isn't enough. You really have to maintain relevancy. You have to have some coolness, and you have to be desired. That's a bit of art, not science.
So one topic I think that each of you will have a different, unique perspective on is the sort of predicted or foreseen death of retail, right? So there's been a lot of talk about how retail is fading, and especially in mega malls and in that configuration. But I'm curious whether you think there is a configuration where retail is not only exists, but is vital in some way. So maybe if each of you have something to say there. Yeah, John.
I mean, I think it's vital because I love retail.
Right, we'll give you that. Yeah, you got
and he has a store.
Yes.
But I think we're coming to a place where a lot of consumers aren't comfortable transacting the same way that they have through traditional retail, and it needs to be innovated upon. Like when you look at what the resale market and the numbers that you were talking about, that 1.1, 1.5, whatever that number is, I think part of what we're trying to chase is that $70, $80 billion footwear retail market as a whole, to where customers are disenfranchised with the way that brands are releasing products. Not Ryan's brand, but
thank you.
Nike, Adidas, a lot of the majors, and they're looking for more excitement in terms of what the average person wants to get into. I think there's a happy place where retail becomes a hybrid of sorts, where it's aftermarket meets traditional retail in a way that you can provide a very elevated breadth of product with that level of service and presentation that people have grown accustomed to from retail. So I'm excited for that move as it takes place over the next few years. Obviously, there's going to be some people that don't win from that, but it'll be pretty exciting.
I mean, people in this room have been predicting the death of retail for 25 years since the internet really became commercialized. It's not going to die. It's going to change and morph into something different than what it was. I think the retail business grew through opening more doors since post-World War II till yesterday. It's saturated, it's going to atrophy, it's going to pull back, it's not going to die. It's going to be different. And we're building great experiences that are not traditional retail doors in malls. We need boxes for places to go and touch and feel, because the reality is that's still the best way to get somebody to experience your brand. We're just not going to do it on the corner of Prince and Broadway, paying a premium rent and signing a 10-year lease. I think that's dead. The 10-year lease in retail is dead. But retail as an experience is not. It's just going to be different than what we knew before.
Two things. So first, simply, right, it's moving to experience versus just walking in and buying a product, right? Kith versus Foot Locker today, and walk in and experience that. But at a higher level, we're happy to kill retail. We're happy to lead the charge in that in sneakers, because we already see two consumers that buy shoes on StockX. One is the hardcore 15-year-old, exactly who you think it is, reads Complex, and and understands the resale market. He's buying on Instagram, he's buying everywhere else. The other is that guy who maybe the last pair of shoes he bought was at Foot Locker and walked in, but he saw an article in the Wall Street Journal about the resale sneaker market, or he saw this panel, or he saw us on ESPN, or whatever it is. As the resale market becomes less of a dirty word, as it becomes more legitimate, as you have places like Stadium Goods and StockX who are authenticating sneakers, well, all of a sudden that person can go into Foot Locker and have access to those 100 shoes that are on the wall, where they can go on StockX or Stadium Goods and have access to 20,000 sneakers and have just a much wider range of styles, of fashion, of everything else, and all of a sudden it just expands that. So in that regard, it becomes hard for someone like Foot Locker or any traditional retail just to compete with the long tail that you can get in the exact same way as you can today. So there's an evolution, there's an experience aspect of it, but we already see that in that second customer who already buys on StockX, which is really interesting.
And just to kind of add to that, I think one thing that happens to Josh and I a lot is that people always assume the prices of the products are always really, really high. We do huge business in off-price, below retail, stuff that doesn't move through traditional doors. And that's something where traditional retail, they're confined to a markdown schedule, they're locked into that MAP pricing, and we don't have to follow that because we don't have the account relationships.
Right.
On that side of it as well, it's making it more efficient from a retail standpoint, because we can move that product in cases where other people can't.
Yeah, and they're able to then make a judgment call based on geography or other things without being tethered to that agreement that they signed.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we only have a couple minutes left. We'll step back a little bit, and I'll just get your opinion. Who do you think is doing and you could preface this with a specific model, or you can talk about general, who do you think is doing the most exciting things in shoes right now, besides greats? We'll assume greats.
You're wearing a printed Adidas. I mean, that's pretty cool.
That shoe itself is just, it's fucking awesome, right? That is they call it a 4D printed shoe, right? It's with carbon, and it'll be interesting to see when that comes out at a production level and do that stuff. But that sort of stuff is great. It looks great. Everything about that. Adidas is doing really cool stuff.
When we opened 18 months ago, the number of Adidas shoes in the top 10 was a relatively small number, and it's changed dramatically in the past 6 months, 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just look at
they're doing a lot of innovation, and you got to give them a lot of credit. And their outlook on entertainment, I think, as a lot of younger kids just aren't as excited about sports, it's a really strong position when you have incredible entertainers backing your brand, because that's where a lot of these kids are looking for that influence on what to wear and who they're going to be and who they're going to become. So.
Right. And translate that to data. 2 years ago, Adidas was 1% of the resale market in dollars. And today it's about a third, right? It's over 33% in dollars. During that same 2 years, which is the same 2 years since Kanye released the Yeezy, Adidas' stock price has tripled. Is there a direct correlation? No, it's not entirely, but like there's something there and it's really interesting to see.
Well, like, you have to make your own luck, right? So if they hadn't created the Ultra Boost, if they hadn't invested in Boost technology, Kanye would not have been able to put it on his foot, you know.
I think the other thing that's nice to see is there's a lot more excitement around other brands as well, newer brands, whether it be greats or startups or people that are coming with stuff that's a little more off the beaten path. We've seen a lot of growth in excitement around those products as well. So as that market becomes more fragmented, I think there's opportunity for all of us in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you get into steak and you start getting rarer and rarer steak, and then you start getting, you know, more esoteric tastes in whiskey to go with it and all that. I think as people get into shoes, they spiral outwards from like, oh, hey, it's a Nike, to like, oh, let me try this. Great. What's the deal about it? The materials or the feel or that kind of thing. So I think it breeds it. Well, thanks guys very much. I wish we had more time, but thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it.
All good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for having
you.
us.
All right, it's pretty crowded, so I'm just gonna stand right here. We did address this earlier, but in case you missed it, about that Mix Halo demo tomorrow with Pharrell and Incubus. It's true, it's just for iPhone, and I encourage you to bring your earpods or whatever, your wired headphones tomorrow if you want to work, because there's no Bluetooth. So it's just a friendly reminder there, iPhone only. If you're on Android, I'm sure you've got a friend nearby who would let you listen in when things are happening. So that's that. Now we're gonna move on to our next guest. Please welcome to the stage the CEO and co-founder of SoFi, Michael Cagney, and our moderator, Ingrid London.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. You?
Good.
Good. Let's go right into it, shall we? Okay, you guys are a lending company, a financing company. I think I read that you guys are on track to loan something like $16 billion this year. That's the aim, right?
16 billion, that's right.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Right, so
billions.
you've got, but there's like many other places where people can take loans. Some of them are like traditional banks, some are other startups. Some of those startups have gotten hammered over the last year or two for what they're doing. So what are you guys doing that's right, and why should people be going to you guys?
So I think one of the biggest things that we do is we put an emphasis on the consumer in a particular way that we're focused around speed, transparency, and alignment. And the way that manifests is we build products that people want. So for example, we created student loan refinancing. It didn't exist before we did it. We launched that product in the market. To date, we've saved people over $1.5 billion of interest on that product by refinancing. We deliver it through mobile. So to us, the mobile is a ubiquitous branch. It's how you interact 24/7. It's what's replacing the old physical brick and mortar. We run the highest service levels in the industry. So we run net promoter scores between 70 and 90 across the product set. But most importantly, we build a true community, so a concept of alignment. So when you become a SoFi member, you're actually a member. We launched Raise Week this week to help people get paid more. We have networking events 2 to 3 times across a week across the US. They're always oversubscribed. We have dating events. We have entrepreneur programs to help people start companies. And I think that combination of things has really differentiated us and allowed us to build a strong competitive advantage in the market.
Okay, thanks. We're going to get into some of those other programs that you're doing in a little bit, I think. But now, SoFi was sort of focused first as social finance, and you were started out of Stanford, right?
That's
You want to give us a little bit of the backstory? You're focused on students, right?
Sure. So when we were at Stanford, one of the things that was very striking is what was conveyed to us is no one in the graduate school business had defaulted in 35 years on a loan, but they were paying 6.8 and 7.9% loan rates. And to us, it didn't seem that the rate was commensurate with the risk. And so there was a very clear opportunity to go in and deliver a better value proposition to folks.
Right. So started out focused very much on students. I mean, I know that you once said to me something like, we go from 18 to 85 as your customer base, but you're largely around like the millennials and the younger people, right?
Yeah, our concept is that it's really 25 to 45-year-old, and most everyone here has heard the acronym HENRY, the higher earner not rich yet, but the premise is that if you're 35, you're probably pretty unhappy with what you get from your bank, from your broker, from your insurance provider, and we think there's an enormous opportunity to close that gap.
Right. I mean, the student debt issue is a massive one. I was like looking up some stats before today. And you've got, I think this year they're projecting 44 million students, 1.3 trillion in debt, and that's just the US. It's like a huge problem. It's kind of funny though, I was sort of thinking about it. Do you see that as like a crisis or an opportunity? Everybody talks about it as a crisis. It's like the country's going to collapse under this debt.
So
what about you guys?
I think it's unfortunate, and this might sound ironic being someone who refinances student loans, but I wish there was a lot less student loan debt out there.
Yeah.
And really the key is, one of the shortcomings we have in the lending system is when you go to a school and you borrow money, no one sits down and explains to you what you can borrow, what you're going to get paid, your ability to pay that loan back. It's a perception of free money, and it's not that. And it's, you know, basic financial literacy is something everyone should have. It's empowering. It's a tremendous thing, and it's something the university system fails in when they give money out.
Yeah. Do you think that you might try to leverage that at some point, though, and like try to work closer at the university level, since you're already doing so much in education, as it were, you know, post the loans that people take out? You know, like there's an opportunity there to like work with universities to help the financing from the get-go?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges is there's a little bit of an agency problem, because the way the student loan system works today is the school has the student borrow the money. If the student doesn't pay back, there's no clawback to the school, there's no accountability. And so they're not necessarily incented to provide that financial literacy up front, and so you kind of have to go roundabout. So at one point we ran a campaign called Know Before You Owe, where we showed what the likely salary was that you were going to have, the amount of debt that you could take down, and the financial aid offices did not like it at all.
Oh.
And so, you know, I think there's an enormous opportunity to do more here, and as SoFi becomes bigger, as it becomes a more profitable entity, you know, we'll do more on the nonprofit side and the 501c side, and there's some tremendous opportunity to bring financial literacy and empowerment into students.
Yeah. So this is actually leads very well to my next question, which is that I know that part of your success has been because you've been really good at setting algorithms to kind of fit the best borrowers. You know, we're talking about good earners, good universities, taking like good jobs that are going to earn a lot of money. But I was, you know, speaking to someone I know who tried to refinance their substantial graduate student loans through SoFi, and the repayments turned out even higher than what they were already paying, because it was a liberal arts graduate degree. You know, the person is like, you know, struggling writer. Right. You know, sort of doesn't fit the profile. So, what's your response to that? Are you guys ever going to do, you know, a special algorithm tweak to like school teachers?
So one of the things that we try to do is we try to move away from traditional underwriting, and when I say that, I mean most banks use FICO scores and debt to income as a way to assess viability of credit. And with SoFi, what we really care about first and foremost is just that you have free cash flow, so that you make more money than you spend. And the way that we do that is we look at your income, your taxes, the bills that you have, where you live, and we make an assessment about how much cash flow that you have, and the more cash flow, the lower the rates are. And I think the key is that while we started at Stanford and we expanded out to 5 MBA programs, 20 MBA programs, today we're across all Title III schools. And so it doesn't matter if you went to Wayne State or you went to Stanford, it's the same process. And so what we've been able to do is, as we've made more headway in the market, as we've made more headway with the capital markets, we've been able to both lower our cost of financing, but dramatically increase the number of people that we can impact. And that will continue. And so over time, we'll be able to have an even greater impact than we have today. But you know, as I said earlier, to date we saved $1.5 billion in interest in student loan refinancing.
Yeah, but I mean, do you have like any plans, or do you think it's like financially possible for you guys to start coming up with new kinds of demographic profiles that you can cater to? So, for example, people who choose to go into, public education, or one of these other areas that's very, very socially worthy, but is never going to earn money, costs just as much to get through school to be able to do though.
So there's three points to that question. First, if they go to public education, they should keep their federal loans because they can get expunged. So, and we would tell them that along the way, make sure they didn't make that mistake. I think second, the issue is why are they going into that? Why are they coming out with that much debt to begin with? And that goes back to the financial literacy comment I made earlier, right? There's ways we can address this at the beginning of the process. And the third is I see an opportunity for us over time to have that nonprofit function provide debt relief to folks that are pursuing opportunities. So, an analogous to this is today for entrepreneurs, if you want to start a company, we put your loan in forbearance. We help you raise capital. We help you pull your business plan together. And because we want you to be successful, we're aligned to you. So I don't see that it's out of the question that we do things like that for other professions over time.
Would you sort of team up with organizations to do that, do you think? Have you talked to them or anything?
Yeah, so we started to have conversations with some mission-driven organizations, and in particular, one of the challenges in the US is around foreign students and lack of credit to foreign students. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity within some of the mission-driven organizations to provide innovative solutions into that market segment that are commercial, that make sense, but are dramatically lower than lower in rates than the option they have today.
Yeah, I mean, is that something you might launch quite soon? Because the foreign lenders is a huge one, because like my daughter and son might end up coming, I live in London now, but when they come here for university, which is a very strong possibility.
So one of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to start doing student loan refinancing for H-1Bs.
Yep.
And that's a market that's in desperate need. And I think out of that, we'll start working on what we can do in terms of foreign national studying.
For other kinds, fantastic. So another anecdote. I was speaking with another person who told me that when she did her mortgage, I went SoFi first. And I was like, oh yeah, why? And she said, it means I didn't have to talk to anybody. I don't want to deal with anyone.
It's true.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Yeah. So, and yet you guys are actually kind of going, like in terms of the way you're growing, I would say that you're adding more things to create more human contact. You're like I think just today you're doing the wealth management thing, and you've got your little party, your wine and cheese nights, and and all of that. So what's going on there? What are you going for? And does that meet another need you guys are seeing?
So I think you should have the option not to talk to anyone. Yeah. But the reality is,
I hate talking to people myself.
I think when we first built our mortgage application, I went and applied for a mortgage from everyone out there. I absolutely destroyed my FICO score in doing it. But what irritated me about it was I'd go online and it would say, just give me a little more information, a little more information, a little more information. And then at some point it would say, you're almost done. Like, do the last piece of information, and it stops and someone called me. Right? Universally, that's how it worked. And I didn't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
And so, I think you should have the ability to go online all the way through the process. But the reality is, people also want interaction, right? We get 4,000 inbound calls a day into our call center from people that want to talk to us. Certainly with wealth, I think one of the most striking things we heard from our members is, they like the low-cost basis, and in fact the free basis of a robo-advisory function, but sometimes they have questions. They want to talk to somebody, and we want to have licensed people there to respond to them. The networking events and so forth that we do, about 10% of SoFi members have gone to offline events, whether that's the networking or how to buy a home or the dating. It's been massively popular for us, and the reality is people want to interact, and we want to give them the ability to do that.
Okay, well, so there's what's the end point of that? Like, at what point do you say we've kind of diverged too far away from our core, what we're supposed to be doing? Like, maybe we shouldn't be, doing dating apps.
Right, so.
How does a dating app come out of a finance company? Like, how did that happen?
Because we don't think of ourselves as a finance company, right? We think of ourselves as money, career, and relationships. And we see those are the three things that resonate into our member base.
Okay.
And we want to be there to help them be successful across all three, right? We want to give them financial literacy and empowerment, and great financial options on the money side. We want to help them with their career. We want to make them be successful. We want to help them get their raises and negotiate their salaries. but we want them also to have a rich personal life, right? In terms of both friendships, networking, mentorship, and also relationships. And to us, I think this model is what financial services will look like in another 10 to 15 years. Right now, we're getting tremendous success with it. The banking industry is very resistant to it, but we will drag them into the next generation over the next 15 years.
Yeah, one way you're going to do it is you're getting a banking license.
Well,
so
not
you're putting on the man's clothes.
So
what's all that about?
I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is we want to be able to deliver our members a deposit account. And we want to have a place to debit and credit from. We want to give them a credit card as well. We don't have that today, and that's really important. And the only way you can really structurally get that today is with a banking license, except I think we found some ways around that. And so I'm not certain we're going to be a bank. We certainly have the ability to apply for the banking license, and we probably will. It's a special kind of license called an industrial loan bank, which means that SoFi itself isn't a bank. And we can continue to do the dating and networking and all the cool stuff that we do over there. But we might have found a way to get around this where we can deliver the service and product to our members, make it economical, and not have to go through the banking process.
Is it going to be like a white label thing maybe with another organization? Because I know that there are companies that offer those.
And I've never been a huge fan of that because I think it can only be as good as the underlying infrastructure, right? I always call that lipstick on a pig. And so what we're doing would be completely SoFi. But we'd be able to control the member experience, we'd be able to control the product, the structure, the delivery. Just keep your eye out for it this year and see what we do with it.
Okay, do you think that when you would do that, that's very interesting. So you're probably going to do banking, but not as a traditional bank. Do you think it'll be like a simple style online only, or do you think you would try to do something with brick and mortar too?
No, I think we are 100% online. So I think
maybe you can help with questions at Wine and Cheese Hour.
Yeah, so I'll caveat that the state of Nevada requires us to have a branch to have a lending license there. So we have 50 lending licenses, and that's so I actually have a small branch in Nevada with one person, and I've never met them. I don't know what they do, but sure, it's an enriching job.
That's interesting. Okay. So I'm just going to ask you about something else. I don't want to peek.
I'm not peeking. I can't read.
Not that you can read my writing, but okay, I'm going to quote you. We're willing to take risks, and we're willing to be wrong. Our thesis is you should always have a level of discomfort. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I think it was used in an article which asked the question, or posed the idea, that you were the Donald Trump of fintech.
Yes, someone once said
accurate? What's your response to that? Are you the Donald Trump of fintech?
Well, I certainly don't think that's true.
Wrong.
but I do think that you have to have a level of uncomfort.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're not going fast enough and you're not taking enough risk. I think that...
Are you talking about your customers or yourself as a business?
Yourself as a business.
Okay.
Right? And so, we operate in financial services, and financial services is probably one of the greatest areas to operate in terms of there are lots of situations that aren't clear cut. And our thesis has always been, if what you're doing is if it works for the consumer, if it's right for the consumer, it's good.
Yeah.
And so when we found situations of uncertainty, we've just opted to benefit the consumer. And I think that's the right approach. And you always have to have a little element of uncomfortableness because if you're not pushing it hard enough.
Yeah, I mean, you guys sort of do some of the refinancing of your in the back end. You have a hedge fund, right?
So we have a couple of different investment vehicles that folks can participate in. It's not truly refinancing, but they participate in parts of the securitizations that we do.
Right. Do you have plans to do more on that front then?
Our biggest challenge there is we do not have enough supply for the investor demand. So we will try to do more, but we're supply constrained right now.
Does that mean that there may be funding that you're raising to do that? You guys have raised, just to be clear, you guys have raised 1.9 billion.
That's right.
You're valued now, what, at 4.3 billion?
I don't publicly comment, but you're close.
Okay, 4.4. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but anyway, you raising more money then, or what?
No, we have plenty of capital. So SoFi is profitable. We have $1.9 billion of equity. We have almost $5 billion of warehousing on top of that. We've been profitable for a while. And right now, no intention to raise any capital.
Okay. I want to ask you about Nino Fanlo. Okay, so a little backstory. The president of SoFi, who's been with the company for quite a while. Big part of your growth and your strategy, ex-KKR guy, has left the company to go to a healthcare startup, I think,
Yep.
right? Why did he leave?
So I think, my history with Nino has been great. I worked for him at Wells Fargo for 5 years. He worked with me at SoFi for 5 years. I think SoFi was a lot more enriching for both of us than Wells Fargo, just in terms of experience and time together. And he'd done a phenomenal job building our capital markets business, leader in the space and one of the largest asset-backed issuers out there. And at the end of the day, he wants to go help cure cancer. So he's going to a genome project with a phenomenal chairman that's doing some really interesting, innovative stuff. And I can't fault him for having the ambition. So he's left the company in phenomenal shape.
Yeah. How is it going, the sort of replacement for him? And subsequently, where are you hiring right now as a startup?
Yeah, so Steve Freiberg, who was the CEO of E-Trade and head of consumer at Citi, stepped in the short run for Nino in the finance side.
And he's on your board, right?
That's right, he's on the board. And we're going to do a regular search and go through the process, and it gives us an opportunity to get a world-class CFO and to help the company get to the next stage, which is as a public company. But we're hiring pretty much across the board. I mean, I think we just reached 1,000 people, and are continuing to grow at a really good clip. So, there's no shortage of opportunity at what we're doing.
It's interesting because I was covering another company, like very different sort of company to you guys, but in Europe called Creditech. You probably know them.
Sure.
Yeah. And their big thing is they're hiring, right? They just raised a large round of money and they're looking right now to hire. It's all about data science for them at this moment. Is that something big for you guys too, or do you feel like you've got that part down now, and now it's just about sales, business expansions?
Yeah, I think you can never overinvest on the data side. I think it cuts across top of funnel acquisition, funnel conversion and marketing, underwriting, risk management. There's just so much to do there. And really the financial services industry has been relatively slow to adopt what we would call big data. In a way that's beneficial to the customer.
Yeah.
And so I think there's an enormous opportunity there. We're always hiring in that.
Okay, I just have 30 seconds here. I want to ask you about, you hinted at IPO as a next step. What does the market look like for you guys now? I mean, it hasn't been that good for loan companies, public markets. Lending Club has been hammered.
But it's really good for banks. And so, I think we're not in a rush to do it. As I said, we're a profitable business. We got a lot of equity capital, and it's really when the time's right, it'll happen.
Okay. In a year?
I don't know.
2 years?
I always get in trouble for giving timelines, so I'm just going to say I don't know.
No, I wouldn't get you in trouble. Anyway, we're out of time, but thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello! All right, we have one final session of the Startup Battlefields before we choose our finalists. And there was a slightly awkward word choice, but it's still, we're almost there. We're so close. We're gonna have 4 companies plus the wild card. So let's bring out our judges. First up, we have Stonely Baptiste. Stonely is co-founder and partner at Urban Us, the venture fund for startups that make cities and the environment better. Urban Us provides capital and support to the leading startups featuring the future, creating the future of built environment, transportation, sustainability, and government. Next up, we have Tony Florence. Tony is a general partner at NEA and co-leads the firm's venture, growth, equity, and consumer internet investment practices. Tony focuses on investments in the software and internet sectors with emphasis on SaaS and marketplace e-commerce companies. Next, we have Heather Hartnett. Heather is the CEO and founding partner of Human Ventures, an early-stage venture studio in New York City that backs and builds industry-changing business. She has spent her career in venture capital, technology startups, and philanthropy. Next, we have Karin Klein. Karin leads East Coast investing activities for Bloomberg Beta, an early-stage venture capital firm that invests in startups making work better with a focus on machine intelligence. She was on the Tech Week 100, Silicon Alley 100, and Crane's Women to Watch in New York Tech. Next, we have Fritz Lanman. Fritz is the CEO of ClassPass. He previously served as an executive at Microsoft and is a serial entrepreneur, having started and grown 3 venture-backed companies, including LiveStar, Burst, and Doppler Labs. And last but not least, we have Ellie Wheeler. She is a partner in the New York City office of Graycroft. Previously, she served a similar role at Lowercase Capital. Give it up for all of our awesome judges. Okay, it is time to bring out our first startup. That startup is Defined Crowd. Presenting for Defined Crowd are Daniela Braga and Aya Zook.
Sunday, it was Mother's Day, and I had to get some flowers. Here's what happened.
Florida, Spanish for land of flowers, is a... Hey Daniela, what can I help you with?
Call a florist.
Florida, Spanish for land of flowers, is a state located in the southeastern region of the United States.
Call a florist.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat?
Okay. Sounds familiar? Haven't we all been there? My name is Daniela Braga, and I'm the founder and CEO of Defined Crowd. We're teaching robots to be smarter. I'm a leading machine learning expert, and I've been pioneering the AI revolution. My journey teaching robots started 17 years ago when I was helping visually impaired use computers. Since then, I've done my PhD. I've published almost 100 papers in the field of natural language processing, and I've shipped products like Microsoft Cortana. But something brought me back to my first passion, making machines more useful for everybody. In the meantime, something changed in the way we teach robots. They don't learn with a few rules anymore. They need machine learning models and lots of data. Every day, humans create about 3 stacks of Empire State Buildings of data. 90% of that data is unstructured, but machines need structured data to learn. Now, only a few data science companies are looking at solving the data problem at an enterprise scale. We are solving the data problems. It's known that data scientists spend about 80% of their time cleaning and refining data. Defined Crowd our platform allows data scientists to collect, enrich, and structure high-quality training data at scale. And we do so by combining tools, humans in the loop, and machine learning into specialized data workflows. Meet Anna, a data scientist at Rainier Corporation. She's building the next generation of smart homes. Her new product will learn people's preferences, read their emotions, and even track vital signals. So it can recommend a fun movie because it knows that mom needs to relax. Anna needs voice, audio, and biometric data. Switch to demo. Anna comes to the Define Crowd platform and goes to the Build tab. Here, she picks the multi-model data workflow, which we're proud to announce that we are shipping today. Next, a pipeline assistant is displayed with numbered items that will light up as she's configuring the settings. First, crowd settings. Here she picks things like country of living, language, gender, and age of her participants. Next, recording setup. At home and in a quiet environment with microphones placed at 40 inches. And she will upload the scenario instructions. Next, video recording setup, and she will disable audio and other sensors this time. And because Anna wants to understand emotion correlated with vital signals, she's going to pick heart and respiratory rates. All looking good. The calculator tells her it's going to cost this, so she's ready to push the submit button. The campaign is now finished, and Anna is going to check the results of her collection. Here, she can see things like number of hours collected, crowd demographics, timeline, and quality. In short, the Define Crowd platform allowed Anna to gather more data of higher quality in less time. Switch to presentation. Existing SaaS companies like Crowdflower or Mechanical Turk can't maintain quality. They're 50% less accurate and take about 6 months of iterations to get the process right. Traditional professional services like iSoftstone or Appen have higher quality, but no control over the process. The Define Crowd combines the best of both worlds. The high quality and reach of the professional services combined with the scale and control of the SaaS companies. The AI market is huge. It's projected to be a $36 billion market in 2025. We've been partnering and serving the biggest players in AI, mainly Fortune 500 companies in the US, Japan, and Europe.
Wrap it up.
We're the Define Crowd. It's just one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're the Define Crowd, and we're accelerating intelligence in machines. Solve your data problem. Get your robot smarter. Go to definecrowd.ai/disrupt or shoot me an email. It's done.
All right, judges, who's going to start us off? It's Stanley, yeah.
Yeah, great job. I'm curious what you feel. I mean, AI and machine learning is becoming relatively obvious problems where the problems still are, and assuming that the technological challenges are overcome, what insights do you feel like you have that the bigger guys haven't figured out, or that other startups aren't seeing?
That's a question I get often. So the bigger guys have the technologies and the machine learning, latest algorithms, and the talent. Our technology combines the crowdsourcing component, the humans in the loop, which is the combination of both, especially for corporate, and I've worked in corporate for many years. You really don't want to deal with anything that introduces people in your engineering recipe. So frankly, I think the combination of We have 5,000 contributors in 53 plus countries, in 46 languages, and the whole. We have lots of patents on quality control and pattern behavior of people working in AI tasks. I mean, this combination and the speed we move, I think that's what gives us the edge.
Thanks.
So who owns the data that's collected on the platform?
The clients.
The client does.
Because we work mainly with corporate. Obviously, nobody wants to have their data shared across other competitors.
And Daniela, congratulations. It seems like you got quite a great roster of clients on there. I'm curious as to what the use cases are. I mean, there's a lot of, I work over at Bloomberg, and I hear humans in the loop all the time. So I'm curious as to how you stand out among, you know, the other marketing that's out there, and what kind of use cases you've identified are most relevant for your product.
Sure. So we have a number of requests, and mostly around the speech and NLP requests. And often they have some kind of AI, the modeling side, but they need the data side to really enhance that experience. So they might have the basics, but for them to really scale, whether it's in different markets, languages, they come to us because we offer that scale that often our competition just doesn't provide.
And to Ellie's,
To piggyback on the use case question, do you guys focus on smaller teams within the big companies, people who have temporary projects, or do you see people using you for permanent projects, permanent training needs, even at sort of larger scale projects?
Sure, it's a mixed bag. I think what we've seen early on is more of the one-offs and the data scientists coming to us directly. But now we see it's often with any company that has a large AI kind of chatbot personal assistant initiative. It's a company-wide initiative, so they have more recurring needs.
I'm playing a little bit on Ellie's point. I'm curious about, if you don't necessarily own the data, what kind of IP are you building around cleaning the data, and especially when you start working with similar types of data sets?
So we own the models. So we work. The models, the machine learning models that we train over the metadata of the behavior of the crowd, and things like their performance across tasks historically compared to peers, internotated agreement, F-scores, compared with golden sets and a couple of other. So that intercorrelation specific to the task, and we work a lot with NLP tasks. Each one of them has their peculiarities. That is, so that's one part. The other part is actually combining or enhancing humans' behavior with our own models. So we train speech recognition models, named entity recognition models, entity extraction, a couple of other data mining and NLP activities that are together to enhance and text normalization, that are together in the loop of the workflows to enhance the people's work.
What's your customer acquisition strategy?
Yeah, so for the most part, we've been very fortunate to us coming from the corporate world. We have many connections there naturally, but having the backers and the likes of Amazon and Sony has opened up a lot of doors for us. So for the most part now, it's been very organic, but part of our roadmap is to kind of dial up that marketing piece as well.
Final question? Cool. All right, give it up for Define Crowd. It works. All right, next we have Deep Science AI. Presenting for Deep Science AI are Sean Hoover and Sam Tkach.
Hi, I'm Sean Hoover. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Deep Science AI. And this is a true story. My local 7-Eleven was robbed recently for the first time. The son of the owner was pistol whipped and knocked unconscious as he was closing the store alone. The masked robber spent over 10 minutes attempting to open the cash register before giving up and running off with $50 worth of cigarettes. He wasn't caught. And unfortunately, that kind of crime happens all too frequently across the country. In the US last year alone, there were over 75,000 small and retail business robberies. That's over 200 a day, and over 70% of those go unsolved. So the question is, how can businesses better protect themselves? The store did have a dozen high-definition surveillance cameras, but these are passive devices, meaning they don't actually help you in the moment. And while you can hire monitoring services to have people watch your store remotely, they're too expensive to be practical for most businesses. The result is that calls for help typically don't occur until after the crime is finished, making it likely the robber is long gone by the time police have arrived. And worse yet, if you get the reputation of being easy to rob, you become a repeat target. As an example, Sunoco gas stations in high crime areas are robbed as often as every 6 weeks. Now, could you imagine how stressful that must be to work in a place like that? So, which one are we next?
DARPA. DARPA.
DARPA, sorry. So in my previous work as a DARPA research scientist, I had applied the latest in deep learning to visually detect small hostile drones. And I thought to myself, if we can solve that problem, surely we can figure out how to identify threatening situations inside of businesses in real time. And this is the idea that was the birth of Deep Science AI. We've built a human-in-the-loop AI surveillance platform that can visually detect weapons, people wearing masks, and intruders after hours, and all at a cost point, and all at a price point that makes remote video monitoring cost-effective for small businesses for the first time. So human analysts can effectively monitor 15 to 20 camera streams at once. And our platform leverages deep learning to allow the same analyst to now monitor 500 or more feeds. And when a threatening situation develops, our analyst is alerted by our AI within fractions of a second, who then determines what the response should be. If a crime is being committed, the police are contacted immediately as the crime is happening, not after. And if our system generates a false positive, that data is kept to be used in retraining. So our platform continually gets smarter over time and produces fewer and fewer false positives. So now let's take a look at how it actually works in real time. So this is our data scientist, Daniel Morandi, and he's about to rob my former employer, Vencor Labs. So Vencor Labs was generous enough to give us some of their IP camera feeds from their lobby. And so our platform is sampling the frame several times a second. And there we go. I think Danny's just getting the message now. Unless we have a slight delay in communication. And so our platform samples the feed several times a second. So it doesn't recognize Danny as a threat. It's waiting for Danny to become a threat. Can you text him or call him? Okay, maybe we'll come back to that in a little bit. Next slide, please. So we believe that remote video monitoring for small and retail businesses is truly an untapped market. And while there are other deep learning applications being developed in the surveillance space, we're actually the only ones that we know of who are working on active threat detection. So that makes our current direct competition the traditional human-only solution to remote video monitoring, which is 10 times more expensive than our platform. And their market is limited, because they're so expensive, to special customer use cases like car dealerships and construction lots. Oh, so now we're back to Daniel at Axios, or Vencor Labs. And so our platform is picking up the fact that Danny is wearing a mask, and over 85% of robberies occur with someone actually trying to conceal their identity. And it also detected that he had a gun in multiple frames. So those detections would be sent to a remote monitoring analyst in real time, who would then contact the police. So back to the slides, please. Next slide. So we believe that there are currently 750,000 small and retail business locations in the US alone. We believe that's $1 billion market for remote video monitoring. We believe our platform could generate 100 million ARR, capturing 10% of that market. So we're currently in talks with March Networks to perform testing. March Networks, they do security integration for numerous bank branches, as well as fast food retail chains throughout North America. And we've also generated a lot of interest from South American security integrators as well. The largest security integrator in Chile, MKM Technologies, has requested a testing site. And Seguritech, the largest security integrator in Mexico, wants to do testing with us also. We're also proud to announce that Mike Snyder, the former president of ADT North America, has recently joined our board of directors. And today here at TechCrunch Disrupt, we're really excited to say that we're launching a large open beta, and we're going to provide 2 months of free monitoring for small and retail businesses that join us. So if you're interested, please go to deepscience.ai/TechCrunch and sign up today and help us bring security surveillance technology into the 21st century. Thank you.
All right, judges, who is the first question?
Thank you for sharing that with us. In terms of the applications of this, are you sitting on top of an existing hardware system and you're just at the software layer, or just talk a little bit about sort of your technology?
So most retail businesses already have HD IP cameras, and all we have to do is grab those camera streams, and then our hardware sit on GPU servers in the cloud. So it's no additional hardware to the customer.
And in terms of the specific value proposition, I don't know what the response time is typically with the law enforcement officers and the time frame between when a crime starts and when it ends in a convenience store. But talk a little bit about how that lines up, and are you actually just trying to get the police there to get in front of it, or disrupt the process, or just predict it?
So the value proposition is a few things. It is faster response times. It's also, as this technology becomes more widespread, we think it'll become a great deterrent. Because if you're a criminal and you know a business has the ability to see if you're wearing a mask or have a weapon in real time, you're less likely to hit that business. And also the third thing is a liability issue. If your store has been robbed before and you don't do anything to improve your security and you get robbed again, then you're potentially liable for any injuries that happen within your store.
What are your metrics for accuracy? And then on the law enforcement side, what do they need to see to be able to agree to be a responder or something like that?
So we measure our false positives in terms of how often one of our remote monitoring analysts sees a false positive. And right now that's about 1 per 30 seconds per 500 cameras. And we're not that concerned about that, because we actually think it's a good thing that the analysts are intellectually engaged. That's one of the problems with traditional guard monitoring, is they get bored after 15 or 20 minutes. As far as police response, so because we are human in the loop, anytime we call the police, it's because the police need to be called.
So you mentioned that there's no new hardware necessary, and it sounds like you're targeting sort of low cost of adoption. What are your barriers to entry or stickiness factors for your customers, and how do you think about existing competition in the computer vision space?
So I think one of the toughest things for us to break into this market is that we're dealing with a customer base that probably doesn't know the technology very well. And so a big part of that is educating them and getting over that hurdle. As far as other computer vision players in this space, a lot of the other deep learning applications in surveillance are more focused on things like market analytics, like how to direct customer traffic and things like that, or they're typically focused on search. And so we're the only ones who are actually working on active threat detection, at least for now.
So my question was related around kind of go-to-market. So obviously very fragmented base, difficult to reach.
Yeah.
So you mentioned a few different integrators. Are you primarily focused on channel, or how are you thinking about it?
So for some of the larger enterprise type businesses, so for the guys like 7-Elevens, the Sunocos of the world, you typically have to go through brokers to reach them. When you talk about the franchisees, so 7-Eleven, something like 70% of their stores are franchisee owned. To reach them, you typically want to go through the regional security integrators, and they act as the middlemen, and they're always looking for additional services to upsell. So of course they want a slice of what you're doing. And then there's also affiliate marketing for kind of the smaller mom and pop shops. ADT actually did that very successfully, and that's something that Mike Snyder has been encouraging us to look at.
How defensible are your moats and your IP, and what classifiers do you have beyond just face mask detection and gun detection?
So we can also do things like fire detection. Some of the things that we're working on are looking at people putting their hands up in ways that you think they need help. We're also working on fight detection. So those things are all in testing right now, but they're not kind of on our production level. As far as IP defensibility, obviously the secret sauce of most AI companies is the data. We have about 40,000 images sourced from thousands of robbery videos. And that was tedious, not glamorous work to do, but it's essential for what we do. And then we also have some additional techniques to reduce false positives that are kind of part of our secret sauce that we don't like to talk about.
Final questions?
How much partnership do you need to think about with the police or the government in deploying this?
Initially, with our focus on small and retail business, we're not too focused on partnerships with the government. That's something that we'd like to explore once we get a foothold in our initial market, would be to look for doing active shooter detections, things like airport security. Unfortunately, that's been an issue in the last 18 months, but initially, not a focus.
All right, one more round of applause for Deep Science AI. Okay, our next company is Logi. Presenting for Logi are Catherine Harper and Amber Groh. Come on out, guys.
Hi. Ready? Logos are incredibly powerful. They can elicit a variety of responses, from inspiration to a fond memory, convey status, be a catalyst for change, or even bring on a food craving. My name is Catherine Harper, and I created Logi to bring interactive logos to mobile messaging as a smarter way to search and share information. Now, we already know that people prefer images to words because 6 billion messages a day contain emojis. But what can you actually do with logos on mobile, and particularly on messaging? The answer is not much, and Logi is here to change that. Now, you already know that finding and sharing information while texting is challenging. You leave your message to open a Google search, send a link, drop a pin, and you visit countless apps where you again have to search for the information you want. It's 2017. We should not accept this fragmented process as the status quo. Now with Logi, you have instant access to information inside of your messaging. Using deep linking, the Logi platform seamlessly provides aggregated data across a suite of services. And it's all packaged inside of those logos you know and love. Let's switch to the demo, and I'll show you how it works. On iOS 10, all you have to do is tap the A next to your message box, and your custom set of logos appears. You can then expand the keyboard and visually browse. Or you can use the scrolling icon bar at the top. Our algorithm makes sure that all of your favorites are front and center. Let's check out Whole Foods. With one tap on the logo, look at that. All of the most useful and actionable information in one place. I can select from nearby locations where the star ratings, reviews, distance, and contact information update immediately as I toggle back and forth. I can also access things like chatbots, social media, delivery services, and if this was a restaurant, things like Reserve or Open Table. And it's all aggregated and accessible from inside of iMessage. With one tap, I send it off. I've just coordinated grocery shopping with my friend, and I've sent her the place, the store location, and all of the pertinent brand information without typing a word. Logi isn't just about places and things, it's about people too, which means I can use it to make introductions and network. I scroll over to my Facebook and Instagram connections, tap my friend's profile picture, and look at that, all of her social media in one place. I can again access her accounts from inside of iMessage, and with one tap, send all of her profiles to a friend. One of the coolest things about Logi is that it's community sourced, which means that anyone can get involved and add logos. I'm so excited to be here at TechCrunch, so why don't we try adding that one? I type in the name TechCrunch, I choose the category, I decide on the country, because guess what? We are accessible worldwide. Choose the city, and then I can verify the information in Google. This creates the basics of a logo profile. I can then pull the logo from either Facebook or Instagram, and it will dynamically update. And then just fill out the rest of the profile as I see fit. Now, regardless of who adds a logo, in this case, TechCrunch can log back in using their Facebook or Instagram credentials to edit it on demand. And guess what? If you're running to catch a train and you don't have time to add a logo and don't see it in our library, we've got you covered there too. Via our integration with Google, you can create an instant logo profile on the go. Can we switch back to the presentation, please? Now, it is incredible to think that by next year, mobile advertising spend is going to reach $118 billion. Yet somehow, brands are still having trouble providing consumers with what they actually want, useful information. We see them using their websites, a lot of social media, and some have even taken the time to create an app. But the idea of people and brands connecting inside of text messaging in a helpful way is totally uncharted territory. Take a second and think about what we're doing. On our platform, any brand, big or small, can create a holistic customer experience that extends into messaging, and it only takes seconds to set up. We let a brand use their most curated asset, their logo, to sponsor it for premium placement, do branded content and customizations, app-to-app integrations, and view their logo's data analytics. This is an entirely new mobile marketing platform. We are working with top-tier brands. And there's one today here at TechCrunch, Red Bull. We are proud to partner with them to help them customize their logo profile. Now, if you think back, images were at the origins of our communication, right? And now they are at the forefront of something new. I'm so excited to announce that you can download Logi in the iMessage store and get involved and add the logos of the places that you frequent and the things that you love. Thank you very much.
Hi. All right, judges.
So take me through on the marketer side. What budget is this coming out of, and then how are they actually tying it to ROI?
Yeah, so we think that not only does it have, from a corporate sponsorship perspective of having logo view, but logo views, meaning just like how you see a logo at a sporting event. So not only can you just view their logo, but it's also providing that useful information, right? So it would probably come out of a promotional bucket as well. But it actually, on those two sides of advertising, it could come out of either.
And then, so brand or sponsorship probably.
Correct.
And then as they evaluate the dollars they're spending, how do you anticipate they're going to evaluate it?
So the brands that we've talked to are excited because unlike a traditional ad that you might see in social media that isn't directly targeted to that user, when a consumer clicks on a Logi, they already have intent to interact with that brand, right? So the brands that we're talking to see a higher value in that advertising dollar because the user already has intent.
Catherine, can you share a little bit more about how you think about geography expansion and your early, it's helpful to hear how you've thought about customers like Red Bull and the like, but to think about how you get the end user so you have enough activity on the platform.
Yeah, so that's why we're partnering with big brands, because we think that by putting, contests and promotions through our platform, that will help draw the users there. We're launching here, and we've already seen downloads in 10 countries, and one of the one that was most surprising was actually the Middle East. We've had a lot of interest from that area of the world.
In any sense as to what's going to encourage an end user or a customer like me to want to create a lot of logis?
Well, yeah, so you probably have a favorite coffee shop, right? And if a lot of people like to get involved and be part of something, and if you send that logo a lot and you're constantly dropping that pin, we also on our back end track what changes get made. So we have a team that will also add them for you. So maybe next time you search for that coffee shop, it might just pop up.
And I assume you'll work across all messaging apps, WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, and Snapchat and others, not just within the phone?
Correct. This is definitely the MVP, and we'll be able to build an API that could open it up to any messaging platform. We're super excited that in the last couple of weeks, Facebook has announced that we'll be able to join their messaging platform as well.
Great. And is there anything beyond, closer down the funnel, beyond just sponsorship revenue that you're thinking about in the future in terms of your revenue model, whether it be commerce or other transaction services?
For sure. I think the sky's the limit as far as that goes, and with integrations with other things, whether that would be, tickets to sporting events or, helping make a purchase, or, as I said, those app-to-app integrations. I think, if you start with a logo's profile, you can kind of take it anywhere that brand wants to do it. We think of it as that we've created the first version of the profile, and we're excited to see what they want to do, how they want to customize it, and make it their own.
Thank you.
Can you maybe talk a little bit more about the competitive landscape? And I think there are other startups trying to do like interactive marketing emojis. So can you just talk a little bit about competitors?
Yeah, so we do see some similar competitors in the market, but I think what makes us really different is that we're providing useful information. So for us, that consumer experience and making sure they get the useful and actionable information in an aggregated way that they want is really what makes us different. For the brands, it is that mobile marketing platform, but unless the consumers are having a good experience and getting what they want first, I think it ends up being a place that's a billboard that no one sees.
I have a kind of a follow-up question. I'm less worried about startup competition, and certainly like using the text message interface as a way to consume information and navigate. Mm-hmm. WeChat has proven that that's really interesting and exciting.
Exactly.
But how do you, if you guys start to get traction here, how do you prevent Apple and Google from just building this right into their mobile operating systems?
Well, isn't imitation the best form of flattery? However, I would say that they would have to, in our case, if you look at all the different platforms we're pulling from, that means Google's going to have to say from Facebook, like, we're pulling your logos, or we're going to use them, and have to work with those other platforms. And it would be interesting to see one of them make that decision to want to work with one of the other big platforms.
Final question? All right, give it up for Logi.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next company is going to come out. It's Listener, and presenting for Listener are Rodney Williams and Chris Ostich.
Hello, I'm Rodney Williams, CEO of Listener, serial innovator with over 17 patents under my name. There are a few moments in time where you get to experience a technology that could change everything. This is one of those moments. Welcome to what we call the new internet, the internet of sound. Now, it's a new standard that we created, launched, and is about to get a whole lot more powerful. This all started with my frustration with technology. Technology products, services, and experiences are created based on the limitations of technology versus the optimal consumer experience. It's an issue. It's the reason why you can buy a $100,000 Tesla and still have an issue. You still have a key fob. It's the reason why you have to still use a ticket. I'm having a little problem with my clicker. So let's start over. My frustration is here. The fact that you can still buy a $100,000 Tesla and use a key fob, or regardless of how expensive the car may be, you still have to connect with the phone, and that can be tedious. Or this paper ticket, a technology that hasn't changed in over 30 years. We're still lining up and trying to gain access with the barcode. Now, this is all based on limitations of technology, really, really old technology, driven by these protocols. So when you think of these protocols, they're limited range, connectivity, and they're often restricted based on hardware. We use sound to supplement and make those connections better. We actually send data over audio, silent audio, just above the human hearing level, unlocking the power of data over audio. Quite simple, but incredibly powerful. As the world's most advanced ultrasonic technology, we send data over audio. We sell data over audio as a service per device per year. This year alone, we're on pace to power over 30 million devices. One of the industries that we're disrupting is the ticketing industry. Ticketing companies have chosen us as their mobile authentication tool. Simply put, identifying your mobile device, then having authentication for the moment of access. We're actually live today in a number of venues with astonishing results. 0% fraud, 100% attendees identified, and entry times in less than a second. I'm actually going to show an example of this right now on stage. If I can get a camera to my iPad. Now, simply put, this current iPad is sitting in airplane mode. And sorry, guys, this device, if you can hold it up for me, is sitting in airplane mode. It's going to detect me as I approach that device. This is an example of ultrasonic data transmission. Now, in that case, it just recognized my name. But it could be anything. It could be an ID, it could be a password, it could be a link. What you saw was ultrasonic data transmission in a live environment. Now, what you saw is a smart tone being created, encoded with a small packet of data, then broadcasted, decoded, and demodulated from the receiving device, happening completely local. Both devices were actually in airplane mode. We transmit data essentially 4 key ways. Audio to mobile devices, like playing silently or being embedded into broadcast television, mobile to mobile, or mobile to any device, like the ticket, or even driving point of sale transactions. We can even be embedded and enabled in a device, like a car, or allow in-car connectivity, whether you're inside the car or outside the car. There's no other protocol as simple, as flexible, or as powerful as Listener. We send more data across more devices than any other technology, audio technology in the market, 14 times that our closest competitor. And let's just focus on Google. It only works on Android devices. Kind of defeats the purpose, not to mention we're just better. Now, when you look at our market opportunity, we span across the connected world, powering in-venue, in-car, and at home, enabling solutions for proximity-based messaging, identification, to authentication, to being the gateway in the connected world. And we're well on our way. Our market opportunity to some of that spans across the biggest markets in the world and sits well above $50 billion. And we're on our way. As we've partnered, tested, and even been awarded by the best companies in the world as the next generation protocol. Now, we've reached innovation that technologists around the world thought were impossible. We did this by focusing on identifying and connecting devices better. We are leading and pioneering the Internet of Sound. And today, I'm excited to announce our global commercial deployment. We welcome builders, creators across the Internet of Things, to join our pursuit. Judges, audience, viewers, we're here now, and thank you.
All right, Stone,
click again.
Great job. Maybe this is a burning question for a lot of people in the crowd. What have you figured out that Klinkle didn't figure out after burning through $30 million?
Well, we have customers.
I guess that matters, yeah.
So I think that has to do with a working product and a team headquartered in Cincinnati, Ohio, that are a bunch of badasses. Thank you.
Just beyond sort of like just actual device recognition or association, what are the longer term functionality do you believe that you'll be able to enable?
Yeah, when you think about our data throughput, which today we have testers using up to 1,000 bits per second, we can encrypt that data and have action-oriented. So at first it's data identification, but we will be able to transmit small files, passwords, or really, really encrypted-based messages across audio. The theoretical limit for our technology is actually 2 megabytes. One of our projects is actually we're deploying sound networks in Africa alongside MTN, which is it's a telecom, providing connectivity in places where connectivity is really hard.
And it might have been on the stage here, but what type of latency and distance limitations do you have?
Well, detection depends on the data packet. Range is a product of volume, so the louder the speaker or the volume, etc. My demo wasn't quite as planned, right? I needed my camera, everything wasn't worked. But, I mean, we are 100% reliable within a second or two, even though detection can happen as fast as a few 0.1 seconds.
Rodney, I love that you did a live demo on the stage, especially in something with this kind of audio, and that it worked. I mean, congratulations, that was awesome to you guys. I'm curious about how you think about deployment. Like, when you get a new customer, does it have to be embedded when they're building the app? Like, what's the way that you'll get embedded and become the standard of choice?
Well, that is our challenge, right? We are an ingredient. So we power other devices or services. With that said, we've created an extremely horizontal technology, API and SDK, that our customers can then take, enable, and use as they choose fit. And we're working with some of the best companies to do so. I think, on the other hand, strategically, we've made a go-to-market decision to partner with chipset manufacturers and hardware companies like DSPG, like Intel. And we are being embedded into the firmware of that device to provide additional security as a next-generation protocol.
Got it. So if you aren't already embedded, right now, so if someone has your SDK or is using your API, what are the requirements on the actual device for it to work? I mean, how broadly applicable can it be?
So we can work on any device. We're just software. Today we live in the application level, but we can live in websites. We can be deployed as a link. Broadcasting audio is one of the basic things that the device can do. So from an integration standpoint, we're extremely scalable, whether we're sitting in an application or we're sitting in a link that's being broadcasting our audio.
How are you thinking about challenges like man-in-the-middle attacks, phishing, or broader privacy implications?
Yeah, so it's one of the reasons that separates our technology versus every other competitor. We actually architected very similar to the other protocols, where there's a preamble, there's a header, and there's a payload. And then we have the ability to profile. So once it hears our preamble, the header has all security-like functions, whether it's time, whether it's token, whether it's matching API keys. And then the data is actually decoded and demodulated. What that means is if you were to record or try to do some type of phishing attack, the timestamp and the tokens would not match, and the data would never actually demodulate. So we've built it thinking about powering the real world, not a very, very singular use case. We've also bypassed interference by creating multiple channels where it modulates actually as it's developed and created in real time. So that allows it not to have interference.
Piggybacking on that, when you have a high density, area, whether it be a concert and you have many people using this, yeah, well, noise interference, but also people using the same thing, right? So how do you scale it essentially?
Yeah, we don't have interference. Where we launched or where we initially began a lot of our testing is actually single directional use cases. We were in stadiums like the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Colts, driving single connectivity. Now, as we made the technology better, we allowed the technology to talk back, maintaining that same reliability that we initially launched. It has a lot to do with our error correction. Where we have the most challenges is actually reverb. That's echo.
Yeah.
So crowd noise and other noise doesn't affect us. Reverb, which think of buildings with concrete floors and high glass windows, has a lot of echo. And the technology still has to determine what's the proper message versus the incorrect message. And that's our worst case scenario. So we tend to work good in environments like this.
Got one more.
Go ahead, Stanley.
So digging in a little bit more on the privacy question, I don't have a lot of depth on this space, but I know that there were recent rumblings of feathers around advertisers using high-frequency sound detection to track people. And so there is some landscape. I'd love to hear about how you think about the competitive landscape. But then, two, right, do you potentially become a platform for very intrusive people tracking?
Well, those are considered beacons, beacon providers, and that's their business model is audience measurement. They actually can't transmit real-time data. That's just not our business model and not what we do. We just don't believe it. My background is I'm a P&G marketer. I was actually a brand manager for Pampers. And I believed in better connectivity, and to me, it was about sending a dad the proper message as he stood in front of a diaper, not necessarily tracking him for all of the things you could track him for. So when we designed this technology, we designed it to create better experiences, not to track consumers based on where they are. That's what our aha moment was, that we can actually hide a significant amount of data and provide something that has never been created before.
All right, we are out of time, so give it up for Listener, Internet of Sound. Okay, we have one more company, and that is the wild card. And what that means is, hopefully, everyone in this audience helped us select them from the Startup Alley. It also means that they've only had a couple of hours to prepare their presentation, so, try to be supportive. The company is Leverage. The presenters are Ari Meisel and Nick Sonnenberg. Come on out, Leverage.
Hi. Hi, we're Leverage. We're an on-demand team that can do any task or project for any person or business, anywhere. My name is Ari Meisel, and 9 years ago I created a new system of productivity. I've spoken to thousands of people across the world, including on the TED stage. My partner Nick was a former high-frequency algorithmic trader and a data science expert. We have 3 best-selling books on productivity. The latest one is called Idea to Execution, and just today was put on Forbes' list of top 10 books for entrepreneurs for 2017. And between us, we've consulted to billion-dollar companies and government organizations alike. So the problem is time equals money. And hiring and managing a quality team is really difficult for most people in most companies. We do things a little bit differently. So we provide an entire team. We ensure the quality that that team delivers and guarantee it if there's ever any problems. We pride ourselves on being a one-stop shop that really can do anything, as long as it's legal. So you don't have to go to different sources. You don't have to project manage different people with different talents. We do everything start to finish. We also provide the personalization of a dedicated team member with the bandwidth and variety of skill sets that an entire team would give you. And what do? Anything from scheduling to building a website or producing a podcast. We got to this point after starting the company in 24 hours with 0 funding, using free off-the-shelf tools. And we hacked together a system that we've improved over time. But now we want to show you an alpha that's not live demo of our new project management tool called the Dashboard. So again, this is alpha, and it will be first released to our clients in the next couple months, and then to the public in the fall as a free project and task management tool. So we see tasks in 3 states. Either we're working on it, we're waiting for somebody to give us information, or it's something that's done. Now, as a free project management tool for the public, you can put all of your to-dos and tasks in here, and then you have this magical team integrated into do them for you. To create a new task, simply can name what the task is and give it a description. We can choose who the owner of the task is, so if that is the client or different clients or somebody else in your team. And you can assign it to a particular person to work on it if you want, or you can rely on our very sophisticated matching algorithm to make sure that the right person does it. Of course, you can have a due date, But you can also have a start date. Because just because something isn't ready to go now doesn't mean it should go in some sort of a backlog. You can put it out there now and decide that it'll be something you start on later. Once you do, you can add any notes, attachments, you can chat about the task, create a checklist, or add any information. And in future iterations, you'll be able to do two-way audio and video messaging right in the task itself. Now, this same software is also powering the back end of our team being able to access those tasks. So we have a marketplace system that matches the right team member who wants to work on what they want, when they want, where they want, with something that feeds their skills and their skill level. So they can see all available tasks, pick it up, and work on it for the client. Oops. So the competitive landscape basically has platforms and virtual assistant companies. The platforms are things like Upwork and Fiverr, where you may have to sift through hundreds or even thousands of providers to get what you want, and then you have no idea what the quality is going to be or what their work is like. You may not have the skill set to even recognize what you need to know. And there's no guarantees of that work. If there's a problem, usually you're on your own. On the virtual assistant side, there's the dedicated assistant model, where you have one person with one set of skills and only a certain amount of hours in the day. That person might get sick or quit or just not want to work with you anymore, and then you're stuck. Or you have an on-demand virtual assistant marketplace where you have a wide variety of quality. You never know who's going to work on what. There's no personalization. And usually, you can only do very small tasks. We form a very nice hybrid. So in our first year, we did $1 million in revenue. And this year, we're on track to do about $4 million. We're growing at 10% revenue month over month. We did about $200,000 this past month. And again, we've done this with absolutely no funding internally or externally. We've never put a penny into this company. We run on a hybrid model of subscription and hourly fee. So we charge $199 a month and $40 per hour, but we bill by the second. We provide extreme transparency to the clients that we work with. And we are leveraged. So if you go to getleveraged.com, you can sign up for the virtual assistant service, or you can join our beta for this new dashboard tool, which will be a new way of managing all your projects and to-dos. Thank you.
Okay, judges, who's going to start us out?
Congratulations on such early traction.
Thank you.
That's great. A couple things, I guess. First, you mentioned one of the core distinguishing features of your product is this matching and the ability to kind of get that right. Can you just talk a little bit about sort of the algorithms or what your process is there?
Sure. So what we're building is a utility function basically where we're ranking who's the best person to do a task. The inputs to that are the overall rating of the VA, the rating per skill set of the VA, the ratings that the client has previously given them, the availability of the VA. If a VA is slightly better at design, but 10 times better at development, we want them to work on the development task because they're comparatively better. So all these things are being taken into account. Then we rank for a given task who is the best person. And since it's a marketplace, we don't tell people when to work, where to work, or in this case, what to work on. So the way that we combine that into the idea of a marketplace is the delta between two people in the utility function affects the delay that we put on showing them a task in the marketplace. So we control the marketplace.
And after all that, they still choose the one they want to work on based on what they're seeing.
Just a quick follow-up. This is, among the most competitive, verticals in the internet. And so I'm just curious, are there certain areas that you're uniquely focusing on, or where you think you have a distinct advantage, whether it's by the type of project or size of the company or the size of...
Sure. So, well, first of all, no company that I'm aware of does this sort of hybrid that we do in terms of offering the personalization and also this wide variety. Usually people are doing generalist or specific skill sets. Also, not for nothing, but we have been in this space for a long time, and all of the people that work with us are trained in the methods that we've developed to be more productive. We don't just do tasks. We take a very active approach to help our clients and our companies and individuals we work with to actually make their entire processes more efficient.
Right.
So we do business consulting, we do coaching, and we actually don't want to just do it. We want to make the entire thing more efficient. So there's nothing that I'm aware of that offers that service.
What does your team look like, and what does it look like at scale internally? And I mean, it sounds like you have a lot of functions devoted to education of your virtual assistants, right? So is that sustainable to be able to help?
Yeah, I would say so. So first of all, we have no employees. Nick and I are co-founders, and we have a team of about 120 people now in 16 time zones. And whereas a lot of companies in our space would divide by pods, which you can only do if you have a homogeneous product, which we don't, we've divided by verticals. So verticals for us are things like marketing, creative, design, research. And so we have heads of those verticals, and then any VA working under that is responsible to report to them. And as we scale, we can break that down further and further. So design may end up being logo design and branding. And so as we do that, we'll have heads of each of those that can ensure quality and training.
And at scale, investing more, like right now it's really just me on the data science and artificial intelligence related topics. So at scale, focusing a lot more on building that team out, predicting when a client's going to cancel before they cancel, natural language processing and sentiment analysis to determine, what's the probability of a client being upset on a task and us stepping in before they even complain. So those are all things that we're currently thinking about to build at scale.
Could you talk more about where you find your VAs and then give us a little snapshot into what kind of training you do to ensure there's quality?
So all of our VAs basically come through referrals. We don't do any active recruiting unless we're looking for a specialist like a graphic designer or a copywriter. The referrals have been great because people really love working for us. We provide them with this sort of ultimate job crafting, and they can have impact in the work that they're doing. And so, a VA will post on Facebook that it's the best job they've ever had, and we'll get 17 applicants out of that. And so a lot of it comes through those kind of referrals. We have a really scalable, mostly automated hiring process that we've created that can take as many people as we want, really. And in the training environment, we really believe in creating as real of a simulation of what the work is like as possible. So we actually have a clone environment of what the task would really be like and what the work would be like for new VAs to actually train in and work on real tasks. So that's proven to be us, because it's amazing how somebody could have 20 years of experience, but they've never done it our way. So we get to see that.
We also have 2 podcasts that we get a lot of people to apply to work for us. One has 500,000 downloads. We have 3 books between the 2 of us. We do a lot of speaking engagements as well. We've spoken at military bases for people transitioning out of the military that need jobs. A lot of house moms that can't work a 9 to 5, but they have a lot of skills and they want to fill in a few hours during the day. That's who we're attracting.
What's your what's your retention on both sides of the marketplace? So what percentage of VAs do multiple tasks, or what's the retention over time? How many clients do multiple tasks? What's the retention over time?
So if the VA makes it past like their first month with us, essentially, I mean, then, we've only been around for 19 months, but we have people who've been with us since the very beginning and love the work, and the retention of the VAs is great. Same thing with clients. We have clients who've been with us since the very beginning and still with us. Because we do such a wide range of things, it's pretty easy to retain those clients. And of course, we have churn like any other company. It's something that we're obsessive about fixing. So
the numbers?
Yeah, so churn on any given month is between 5 and 10%. And we're obviously looking very closely at that and tweaking rules in the marketplace, which are the biggest factors in that.
Is that on the VA side?
No, that's on the client. VA side, it's on a given month, it's 2% maybe. It's very low. And once we release this, we're still running the company off of the free tools that we've hacked together to build this company. Once we release this dashboard, a lot of the issues that cause clients to cancel will be going away.
Cool.
All right, guys, give it up for Leverage.
Thank you.
Our wildcard company for today. All right, at the end of the session, judges are going to follow me backstage. They're going to deliberate, and then the finalists are going to be announced tonight on TechCrunch.com. Before we go backstage, though, let's give it up one more time for our awesome judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the Progressive Web App Workshop at the Breakout stage behind the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Hey, hey, hey. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed that session of the battlefield, and we are going to move right into our next guest, who is far and away has the best name of any of our speakers. Please welcome to the stage the VP of Amazon Music, Steve Boom, and our moderator, Josh Constein.
Wow, it's bright. So Amazon has changed music, or at the very least, the way that people name their bands. Because 10 years ago, when you named your band, you had to be easy to spell for Google search, and you had to have good SEO. But now, thanks to Amazon, bands have to be easy to pronounce. So I'm really sorry to bands like Lynyrd Skynyrd, Gautier, Bon Iver, or should I say Lynyrd Skynyrd, Got Ye, Bon Iver. And my favorite, Chick Chick Chick, which is really just 3 exclamation points in a row. That's a band name. So do you guys do anything easy to make it easier for people to pronounce and find band names when they're talking to Echo and Alexa?
Yeah, we're working on the back end so that you can more or less pronounce it how you want to pronounce it.
So I can butcher the names and you guys will still recognize them?
As best we can. I'm sure you could break it if you tried really, really hard, but we can see which ones people are struggling with. And we'll work hard to make sure that Alexa understands you. The whole idea is for the whole thing to be as simple as possible to listen to music. So if you have to try 7 different ways to pronounce your favorite band, that's not simple.
Okay, so you guys, Alexa has really vaulted you into the top range of music companies. But right now, between you, Amazon, Apple, and Google with YouTube, 3 of the top companies in music is not their main revenue driver. And there are a lot of skeptics that think that that's not really good for the music industry long term. What do you think about that?
Well, look, we've been doing music for a long time. So you may or may not know, but music was the second thing that Amazon ever did after books. We've been in the music business. Next year it'll be 20 years. So we moved into streaming in 2014, and by putting music inside of Amazon Prime, and as part of Alexa, it's really core to 2 very strategic priorities of the company. But our job is to make music as big as possible and at scale, and scale the revenue line for it. So I can't speak to the other companies, but we look at growing the business side of music, not just getting more users.
You guys don't think of Amazon Music as just a loss leader?
Yeah, we don't really think of anything like that at Amazon. We don't get up thinking about loss leaders. It's core to the experience, and the way we organize at Amazon, we have independent groups. My job is to make the Amazon Music business a great business for Amazon.
And so when you're doing that, what is like the primary objective? Is that more people paying, more people signing up for Prime, more people signing up for Amazon Music Unlimited, or how do you balance those priorities?
Yeah, so ultimately we want people to land in the music service that's right for them. And if you're a Prime member and you're kind of a mainstream casual music listener, Prime Music may be the right service for you. But if you're a little bit more into it, or in our mind, once you have an Echo and have an Alexa, that full catalog service is the experience you want. Because once you have this interface where you can just ask anything, You want to be able to ask anything. I always give the analogy, imagine if you asked Alexa, hey, what's the weather in New York? And she told you, I only have it in San Francisco and LA. Wouldn't be a great experience. And the same is true with music. We find that in the Alexa interface, even people who are pretty casual music listeners, they all have a song or two they really want to hear, and in order to deliver that, you really do need the full catalog.
So you guys built Alexa and the Echo in relative secrecy compared to most things in the modern tech world, which just get leaked repeatedly. So how did you guys build music into that core strategy for Alexa?
Yeah, well, I'm not here on behalf of Alexa, so I can't really talk to the secrecy and all. But the company decided to make a speaker the first Alexa endpoint, consumer endpoint, and so it's pretty, kind of flows pretty naturally that music would be a core use case of that. And so we were involved very early in the development of the Echo and Alexa, because music, and we see it today in how people use the Echo, it's one of the top things that people do every day.
Were you guys building Amazon Music features and like the different product lines ahead of the launch of Echo, just waiting for it?
Well, we had a streaming service out, Prime Music, before Echo came out. But I think, look, the growth of Alexa and Echo has been a really great positive thing for the company. And once we started to understand how people were using it, that's when we, as a music team, took a step back and said, okay, well, how is this really different? Because it's such a massive platform shift that, in the early stage of development, even when you're working on the platform, you may not fully grok how different it is. But once you've really been using it out in the wild for a bit of time, you realize, wow, this is totally different. And that's when we started to find, where is it that consumers are failing? How could we make the music experience even easier? And we've done that by offering lots of new ways to find the music you want to listen to.
So what are you seeing as the major macro shifts in music listening behavior that are being spawned by the shift to voice?
We're seeing a few. One is it's the simplicity of the voice interface implies kind of a demographic shift. So it's not just the smartphone crowd who are listening to streaming music. It's really everybody, because the simplicity of Alexa means that you have people adopting what's still a relatively early in a consumer product cycle. You have people that are, would normally be on the later end of that adoption cycle, adopting it now. So making it as easy as possible is really critical, because we've got demographics who love music, but they may not know the latest band, they may not know the song of the name of the song they just heard on the radio. So you have to make that easier.
Is that are you talking about just people who really aren't as into music? Or I'm imagining 3-year-olds who can't even get their hand around the edges of a smartphone, but they can tell Alexa that they want to hear their favorite Raffi song.
Yeah, well, and what you see with younger kids, they often will just ask for a song by the lyrics of the song, right? And so that's one of the things we had to enable, where you can just ask Alexa to play a song, just say a few words from the song, and she'll find it for you. Because people are, they have that recall of the lyrics, but not necessarily the name, maybe not even the artist. We see people, it's a communal listening environment. I think that's really a big change that the music industry is starting to wrap its head around. The smartphone is the most personal listening environment, really ever created. And in a smartphone era, we think of music listening as having kind of moved out of the home and the living room. And with voice, it's actually really coming back in. So, you see teenagers gathering around an Echo and kind of trying to play DJ and interrupting Alexa all the time to get the next song going. And so as a developer, you start thinking, okay, well, what are some of the experiences I could build around that to take advantage of communal listening, different demographics? It can sometimes be a very ambient listening experience, and sometimes it can be a very lean forward, I want this song and I want it right now.
I know that sometimes when I leave my friends' houses, I just yell back through the door, "Hey Alexa, play Master of Puppets by Metallica," and just blast them. Do you see a lot of that, or how are you working with collaborative?
Whenever I punish my son, he runs up to his room and plays songs that I don't like really loudly. So it's kind of the same thing.
Are you guys doing anything to help build collaborative playlists or more social features into Amazon Music?
Yeah, we have playlist sharing right now. We don't have anything in the voice interface, but we're watching how people are using the Echo, and if that looks like the way people want to use it, for sure we'll go that direction.
So I want to talk a little bit about the competition in this space. you know, you've got a whole bunch of big players that are all doing pretty well right now, but there's such an open field ahead. You know, there were hundreds of millions of people who were buying MP3s, and now we still only have a pretty small number or fraction of that listening to streaming music. So I just want to get your sort of gut check on a few of these services and on how you think things are going to play out. Maybe a little bit of like what you like or where you think there's an opportunity or something lacking in these products. So what are your views of how Spotify is doing?
Yeah, I'd rather not give a report card on every competitor, but I think what's clearly happening is we're just, even though music streaming, particularly probably for this audience, feels like it's been around for a long time, we're really just in the early days. We think we just crossed 100 million global paying subscribers. You mentioned hundreds of millions of MP3 purchasers. It's literally just a drop in the bucket. So we think there's a ton of growth, but what we do see is pretty clearly already happening is for music streaming services, focused on discovery and playback, it is consolidating around a relatively small number of global platforms. And I think that trend is happening, and I would expect it to continue to happen.
Would you expect that to continue because you're going to buy one of those services?
No, I just think you can see what's happening already. I mean, that's where the consumers are going. The smaller guys, for better or for worse, the ones that have been selling premium services have struggled.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like Pandora, which has really been having a lot of trouble. They kind of went from being the premier music service to being just a feature that everyone offers. Do you think that there's room for purely radio-based services in the future?
I think there's definitely room for radio-based services in the future, but again, I think when we look at the landscape and we think about how are we bringing music to market, we think we're at the beginning of the music streaming industry, still pretty early, and we're at the beginning of this big platform shift to voice. And in that environment, we have found that even the most casual music listeners frequently get in situations where they want to hear songs on demand, because you've got this smart assistant on the other end of your voice. And whether it's whatever it is you want to do, whether it's listen to music or weather or information, you expect her to be smart. So when you say, hey, play this song that I just heard on the radio on the way home from my commute, you expect her to be able to play it. And I think that's why we think on-demand is the right service for that environment.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really see there being a lot of room for just solely radio services. That just seemed like it was a vestigial wing of how music evolved. With the FM dial, that was really the only way you could do it, was have somebody else play the music for you. But naturally, when you hear a great song, you want to hear it again. And it's ridiculous that there are services that you can't do that. I just can't really imagine those surviving.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on their survival, but I do think on-demand is the better customer experience, no doubt.
So Amazon really was the original place for user-generated content in the form of books. You guys gave this home to all of these independent authors.
Yep.
With music, you did that again with MP3s, but now in the streaming era, that gray area of music, that level of independent creators, I think has been minimized because that music just really isn't on the big streaming services like Amazon, Apple Music, Spotify. It's on SoundCloud right now, but SoundCloud's not doing so well. What do you think the future of user-generated music, that really independent stuff is?
I think the future's strong, and I'm not sure I agree with your premise. I mean, it's never been easier to create music inexpensively and distribute it broadly. Some people choose to do it on SoundCloud, but there are other platforms out there where for a very minimal fee per month or per year, you can upload your music and it's instantly distributed across to Amazon, Apple, and everybody else. It's not a social platform like SoundCloud, but there's no shortage. I mean, the amount of music that comes into our service every week is breathtaking. It's more than anybody could ever possibly listen to. So I don't really see that as a problem that independent music doesn't have a home in the big services.
I mean, that makes sense for the stuff that's totally original, but there's tons of artists that are DJs making, hour-long mix sets of other people's music, unofficial bedroom remixers who are just taking their own spin on popular songs, and that stuff's thriving on SoundCloud but doesn't appear anywhere else.
Yeah.
Are you guys do you want that content on Amazon? Are you looking into how to handle the rights to make that possible?
If our customers want it, then we'll go there. We're really led by them, and right now our customer base has not been screaming for it, but I think that will evolve over time.
Personally, what I really want to see is you guys acquire SoundCloud and then connect it with Twitch, which is sort of the user-generated video content platform for performers that what YouTube could have been, but has kind of failed at more recently.
Yeah.
Do you think there's more to come between Amazon and Twitch?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, Twitch is an amazing platform, and they have done some stuff in music on Twitch, and some artists take advantage of the platform frequently already as a way to, kind of a live video way to reach their audience. And I think we'll just wait and see, how we can expand that platform. It's been focused obviously on gamers and esports, but it's a really great platform.
So I want to talk a little bit about exclusives. Amazon has gone into this in terms of video. You guys are creating some of your own original series, and they're amazing. But in the music world, exclusives have a sort of a different effect because they're not these long-form pieces of content that it takes 30 minutes or an hour to watch them. Songs are quick, and if you can't have your favorite songs on all your favorite services, it really degrades that user experience. What is your perspective on exclusives, like things that are permanently only available on Tidal or Apple Music, and what's your opinion on how that affects the music listener base?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the industry is moved away from exclusives, and I think that generally it's a good thing overall for the consumer. I agree, the short form nature of music content, the fact that people mix different songs together to create playlists, it's not something you do in video. We do have one very large exclusive relationship with Garth Brooks, and he was really the last major artist to decide to go streaming last fall, and he was looking for an exclusive partner. And in that case, given the fact that we're also the largest seller of physical music in the world, it was a relationship that was really just meant to be. There aren't very many artists like Garth Brooks, it turns out. So I don't really expect there to be lots more deals like that, whether from us or other services. But I expect there to be some smaller stuff going here and there. But it's not a big strategy going forward.
What about windowing? When services put up one service will get a song or an album for the first 2 weeks before it comes everywhere else.
Yep.
That's also, I think, can really hamper the virality and the growth of those albums. But those artists usually get a big payout up front for it. How do you think that trend is going to evolve?
So, we're definitely in favor of the concept of a premium window, meaning new music comes out, it's available only to paying people, subscribers, for some period of time, and that could be a day, it could be 2 weeks, 4 weeks. And you have to remember every artist is different. So the strategy that works for one artist is not necessarily the strategy that's going to work for another. So if you're a developing artist who doesn't have a big audience yet, you probably don't want to window your content. You want it to go as broadly as possible from day one. But if you're an established artist who has a big fan base, that's probably not the best strategy to make the most out of that album release. And there have been artists who have successfully windowed, and it frankly hasn't hurt them. And I would expect that trend to grow, not shrink.
So what about becoming a label? Do you guys ever consider signing artists directly to Amazon?
Yeah, we get asked this question a lot, in part because of Amazon Studios. And the short answer is we're not trying to become a record label. We view the music industry, the video industry is really very, very different in the way that content is created, consumed, distributed, marketed, etc. We have worked on original content projects with a number of artists, creating playlists just for our Amazon customers. In those cases, though, we're really trying to do something special for our customers, and it tends to be around developing artists, which gives them access to an audience. We promote those playlists a lot. And so it gives them a broader audience than they otherwise would ever get just by themselves. But we're not trying to, the labels really play a very important function in the world, and it's not really in our interest to displace them.
All right, so beyond that content side, how do you guys end up winning over people who aren't streamers yet, people who are MP3 listeners? What do you do to actually become attractive enough that they make that shift?
Yeah, it was really two things. Like I said, music is at the core of two central strategies for the company. One is Prime. So by putting an on-demand streaming service inside of Amazon Prime, we've already done that. We've already brought a lot of people into premium music streaming who never were streaming before. And then once they've been introduced to it, we kind of move them up the chain, so to speak, to the premium service. And then we find, again, with Echo and Alexa, it's bringing people into premium streaming who had never considered it before. And because it's something you use every day, and it's so easy, the idea of paying a few bucks a month for a streaming service, when we look at the conversion rates that we have, people doing their free trial on an Echo and then converting into premium, it reaches levels that the industry's never seen before. And people ask me why, and I say, well, it's simple. If you use it every day and it's reasonably priced and the experience is good, well, why wouldn't you pay for it?
But when every service is trying to become more simple, Apple Music has talked about being more simple. Spotify is trying to find more ways to just give you the music through its homemade playlists. How do you differentiate when everyone's trying to be simple?
Those playlists, all that stuff is great. If you talk to customers about, I just want to listen to some music and the fastest path from here to there, there are better ways. And we think that some of the stuff that we're doing, particularly in the voice interface, it takes literally all of the friction out of the music listening experience. And we think this is as big a shift in the way people interact with computers as is the touch interface on a smartphone. And just whenever there's a new platform, the name of this conference is TechCrunch Disrupt, it creates new winners and it disrupts the existing status quo. And that's what we see happening already.
All right, so final question. The biggest problem for me with Alexa and Echo is that eventually I have to put on pants and actually leave my house. So where are the Alexa headphones?
I was hoping to see one of the great startups here actually showing one on the floor. I don't know. It's a great idea. I'd love to have a pair, but I'm sure there's room for people to innovate there. There's obviously Alexa voice services. There's something that people can integrate and create products around.
Are you guys going to build those?
I don't know. Don't know.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. Thank you so much for talking with us. Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.
So you guys already figured out it's a break. Go ahead and do all of your break type things. Remember the whole mix halo. I don't want to say it again, so I'm not going to. Mix halo. Mix halo, mix halo. Just kidding. Okay, 420 is when we're returning. 420.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Hey, hey! So, we are getting back into the founder spotlight, if you remember from yesterday. The whole point of this is to bring founders on and let them tell their real human story of how they got from, the inception of an idea to where they are today. And without any further ado, we're going to show off the first company in that founder spotlight, which is Capsule. So if we could just cue that video.
The problem Capsule solves is that the pharmacy is completely broken for everybody that has to interact with it. And that's everybody from me and you and everybody out there that needs to go to the pharmacy every month to get their medications, to our doctors who prescribe, to pharmacies multiple times a day, to the insurance companies who pay for medications, and the drug companies who make all these novel therapies. The pharmacy is the center of all of it, and it's completely not working for anybody. We've taken all the familiar frustrations of the pharmacy, the waiting, the out of stocks, the lack of information, the inability to access information privately, and we've completely made that experience completely digital. It lives in your phone, and it's the easiest thing, it's the easiest pharmacy that you could use. One of the most important things that we've done is by getting rid of all of the aisles and aisles of things that aren't related to your health, the candy bars, the cigarettes, the Cheetos, all of the things that we would invest in retail stores, and we've invested that in building that technology platform that enables data to go back and forth between all of these parties to deliver, just to deliver better care and to create value for kind of everybody in the ecosystem. What we found is that the average person interacts with Capsule about 6 times more than they would interact with a traditional pharmacy. And I think that's really the thing we're seeing with engagement with the brand and the way we've built the chat, the text, the email, is that people are wanting to engage with their pharmacists. And by reducing the friction of doing that, people are doing that a lot more often. We've identified this incredibly complex, opaque, kind of corrupt, archaic system. And every day we keep building and we keep looking, and we see windows, not walls, as we get deeper into the business. And everywhere we look, we see so much opportunity to fix things for everybody in the ecosystem. And so the biggest challenge is for us is just sequentially executing on everything and kind of saying, we're going to get to everything, we're going to completely rebuild this, but one step at a time.
Okay, please welcome Eric Kinariwala to the stage, the founder of Capsule. There he is.
Hi.
Hey, bud. We're really close in these stools, so get ready for some intimacy. So thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. I wanted to start with, like, you know, your past life before Capsule. You worked at Bain, right? You're an investor. At what point, or what was the moment that you decided, like, nope, no more of this, I'm going to build Capsule? How did that happen?
Yeah. So I was living in London in 2012, and I moved back to New York after being gone for 5 or 6 years. And I'd spent a lot of time as an investor looking at retail companies, looking at healthcare companies, looking at tech companies. And when I moved back to New York, there were these 2 big ideas that have been super interesting to me. One was this idea that local retail and local commerce is going away, and all of the stuff's going to live on your phone. And the other was around the massive shift in healthcare and the way the world is going away from volume and really focused on the value of the care that's being provided. And so anyway, 2 big ideas, and I find myself in the basement of a Lower East Side pharmacy.
So wait, when you came back to New York, is this after you had left your job, or you're still working as a investor?
So I've left my job. I've finally kind of woken up and kind of, I think, kind of listened to that feeling of,
I have an idea, or some idea of an idea.
I have an idea of an idea. I have some things I'm interested in, and they're not what I'm doing every day when I'm waking up in the morning, and life's a little short to do that for too many days. So I quit my job, bought a one-way ticket back to New York, lived in Williamsburg with a suitcase, kind of bumming around for a year, and had these 2 big ideas, these 2 big themes in my head, and I think didn't know what to do with them, and then I had this, like, viscerally negative experience in the pharmacy, and I'm in the basement, and, you know, my head is throbbing, and I'm waiting in line, and I finally get to the counter, and they don't have my medication in stock, and there's no cell phone service, and I can't call my doctor, and my phone has died because I've been on it for the hour I've been waiting in line. And so I end up going home, and I wake up the next day, and I sort of
immediately.
You didn't get your
realized.
medicine.
Didn't get my medicine.
Just gave up.
I just completely gave up. Completely frustrating, and just kind of immediately realized like that was the thing that tied those two big ideas together was the pharmacy. And so I always kind of say like your head and your heart have to align to kind of take that leap to start something where the business has to like intellectually make sense to you, and it has to be a good business and a good business model, but you have to like just personally feel the pain of what the problem is to really have the conviction to, to really take that plunge. And I think when those two things balance out, you have a shot at being successful, but too much of one or the other, and I think it's really hard to be successful.
So I want to ask this question as sensitively as possible. I think that like there are a lot of founders and entrepreneurs who start off with an idea, they start building it while they have another job, and then they kind of are like, now's the transition time. Whereas like you left your job, you're like, I'm done with this, I've got this idea brewing, you spent a year kind of building on that. I'm curious like how, I don't know how to ask this sensitively, but like, was there any financial pressure to get going and get started? Or were you like, I could take my time to figure out this idea?
Yeah, I think there's always all sorts of pressure. It's like always, there's time pressure, there's certainly financial pressure, there's the
like boredom,
there's the boredom, there's the going to dinner parties with your very successful friends, being like, what are you doing still? And I think that's like really good prep for actually starting a company,
right?
And having to have sort of like that deep level of conviction at like every moment, which is sort of one of the hardest things that I found over the last 2 years. Has just been kind of the, I'm not a poker player, but it's sort of the like when you hold them, when do you fold them, and how do you develop conviction in like what the hand you have is. And I think that's been something that's been really interesting to just like explore about myself over the last 2 years.
And then you like, so you wake up, your head's still probably throbbing, you don't have your medicine, and you need a co-founder, right? You come from a like retail investment background with some knowledge of the healthcare industry, but like if you're gonna build a pharmacy, you need a pharmacist.
Definitely
right?
need a pharmacist. You need an amazing pharmacist.
Right. So Sonia, who you already knew, is Eric's co-founder. Explain to me the pitch succinctly. Like you walk up to her and you're like, okay, this is it.
Yeah. So I'd met Sonia 10 years ago when we reconnected 2.5 years ago, and I basically just told her the pitch. I said, look, retail pharmacies are awful for everybody. The experience is completely broken, and we should make it better. And she just brought this amazing perspective from behind the counter and said, yes, I agree with you. And by the way, here's why and how everything works. And we kind of looked at each other and we're like, we got to do this. We just got to build this thing from scratch the way you would if you built a modern experience. And that's basically what we built.
So how long did it take you from that moment of inception to the first time that your product actually went live, like in a beta? What was the time period there?
Yeah, so we spent about 7 months before we had anybody, 7 or 8 months before we had anybody use it. And we spent that time building the team, building the brand, building the technology out, insurance contracts, regulatory permits.
And it has to be like, awful, to be honest. Like I always imagine, I haven't built a company, but I imagine that like the part where you're just building it must kind of suck. Like how do you sustain that without that like one financial kind of payoff of, okay, well, this is working, people are spending money on it, and also just like the emotional payoff of like, I haven't been wasting my time, you know?
It's definitely one of the hardest time periods because there's all the time periods all the deadlines feel a little bit artificial. It's really hard to know when you should launch, how you should launch, and for sure you're a little bit building in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And I think it's a hard thing to do, and I think healthcare is just like a tough space, like financial services and all these other spaces that are regulated. But definitely one of those things that you have to find other ways to just like measure progress, whether that's the team, whether that's progress against like the product roadmap, like other sort of effectively things that can like propel you forward, let you measure your progress.
Well, and like the deadlines are based on you.
The deadlines are based on you.
Which sucks. I mean, it would for me. I couldn't do it. Like I would need someone to tell me, like, you have to do this right now.
Yeah, Sonia has no...
So wait, tell me about that first transaction then. Like the first time like it was actually in a person's hands and what was that like?
It's amazing. You have this incredible rush of like somebody else is using this thing that we've all conceptualized and we've been heads down for 8 months or 9 months building it, and the first, the first transaction is this incredible feeling. And I think what's probably the moment that was, I think one of the moments that I really remember is this moment probably 6 weeks after we launched, and there was a woman. So you can use the app completely over text or chat, and it's completely private. And we had a woman who texted in probably at 9 o'clock at night and said, "Hey, am I allowed to take this medication when I'm pregnant?" And then it was a ... You're the first person I'm telling that I'm pregnant. I haven't even told my husband yet. And it was just an amazing moment for all of us on the team, because we're kind of like, wow, like we built the right thing, and we built this experience and this brand that people trust, and it's totally private, and it's creating this level of intimacy that has never existed before in healthcare. And that was just one of those moments that tomorrow will be 1 year since we launched, and it's like that's the moment of all of the hundreds of thousands of doses of medications we've delivered. That's still like the moment you really remember, like kind of 6 weeks in.
Yeah, and do you feel like that kind of moment is the kind of thing that like, I don't know, like, do you feel like there are hard times? I feel like every founder has hard times, and they're like, yeah, it's a roller coaster, but like, is that what you hold on to? Like, what is the foundation when you have those moments where you're like, oh, like...
It's definitely that. That is the perfect example of why everybody that's involved with Capsule, whether it's somebody that's on the team, whether it's our investors, it's like our partners, this is why people are involved and why we wake up every day. We have this phrase, it's like everybody needs some looking after sometimes, and it's the quintessential example of how the product and the experience and everybody on the team like looks after everybody. And those are, like that is, when the inevitable, you have like a really rough day, or you're trying to close a candidate and they take another job, or like, whatever, all of the things that don't go as you plan. It's sort of, you're able to go back home and say, okay, great, like everybody that used this today had an amazing experience and I made their life better. And that's the thing that's like totally inspiring.
Well, and the text thing is super crazy too, because if you think about it, like normally you'd assume that like a face-to-face interaction is about as like intimate and like trusting as you can get in most places, and that like texting a brand isn't necessarily where you'd feel like you could share things about yourself or like be in any way like intimate or trusting. Whereas compared to a brick and mortar pharmacy, in this case, it works the total opposite way, because that same customer probably wouldn't have gone into a pharmacy and been like, I'm pregnant, with 20 strangers standing behind them, face to face to another stranger.
Yeah, and the pharmacy wouldn't have been open when she had her question.
Right.
Yeah, it's completely the best of both worlds. There's a real human on the end of it. You always know there's a human responding it. They know who you are. They know what other medications you take, they know your age, but they don't know anything else about you. And so it's this right balance of it's totally private, it's in my hand, it's accessible where and how I want it.
Right.
But it still feels really intimate, even though it's not face to face. It sort of like removed all of the bad things about asking awkward questions to your doctor or your pharmacist because you're embarrassed, and kind of kept all of like the humanity that you want with it.
What keeps you up at night?
So many things. I think one of the things that's been really, really hard has been really figuring out like how aggressively ahead of demand do you scale a business, and how far ahead of your skis like should you get, and what's actually too far ahead of your skis and what's not far enough, and finding that right balance of how fast do you hire, how aggressively do you market the business, how fast do you build a team and raise money, and finding that right balance. And even for someone that came from an investment background that's super rational, I find that to be like the most emotional part of it, because they're just questions with no answers, and there's no way to like really figure it out. And I think that's the thing that you kind of
In your opinion, is it worse to get too far ahead, or is it worse to fall behind?
Both.
No, but seriously, like, I mean, you're saying like, oh, these are the things that make me worried, right? Like, if there's any budding entrepreneurs out there.
It's worse to fall behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you raised money from Thrive.
Yeah.
How much?
We've raised $20 million in total.
That's news, by the way. I thought you were going to say, we're not commenting on that. And I was going to say, why aren't you commenting on that? So, hey, tech crunchers, 20 million. That makes sense, because you built a whole pharmacy.
We built the whole pharmacy,
So,
deliver
yeah,
everywhere
that's
in New York.
expensive.
We've got drugs. We've got a really amazing technology team that's building great products, design, the brand. Yeah.
Okay, so we're a little bit over, but I'm going to stretch. So my last question to you is around hiring, because I feel like there's a point in every founder life cycle, and I don't know, I've never built a company, but I've talked to a bunch of you, and you go from like product, right? Like really digging into that and trying to build something, to delegating that same vision to other people, and your job becomes entirely about hiring and hiring the right people and maybe firing the people who didn't fit or whatever. Like, what guides you as someone who is trying to build something but has to use people as like kind of those building blocks, right? Like, how do you choose who to hire? What goes into that thought process?
Yeah, so one of the things that's been a real guiding principle is this idea that the best brands and the best companies and the best cultures are internally and externally aligned. And so for us, that's the promise we make to our doctors, the promise we make to our customers is the same promise that everybody on the team makes to each other. And it's the phrase that's like on the back wall and on our tote bags.
Tote bags. That's how you know it's real.
It's totally real. It's everything. It's everybody needs them looking after sometimes, and it's really people that can be successful, and people that can be successful by making other people successful. And I think those two things sort of have to come together for us, where it's not only enough that you deliver results, and it's not only enough that you're a great team player. Both, you have to be able to do both together and bring other people up. Otherwise, it just sort of is like a pretty bad place.
Is the AHCA going to affect your business in any way? Like, was the model built on Obamacare, and would this make a difference to you guys?
Yeah, so one of the really interesting things about Obamacare, the original ACA, was that it really kind of was like the first domino in setting a whole bunch of dominoes in motion in the private sector. And so a lot of the really important changes in shifting healthcare away from the more often you go, the longer you stay in the hospital, the more money everyone makes, towards a world where let's just focus on how healthy you are and what the outcomes are. A lot of that's been taken up by the private sector over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and so we don't see any impact on our business from any of the sort of political things in healthcare now, and we're basically seeing the private sector like continue to run with value-based healthcare.
Cool. Well, I really appreciate it. Big round of applause for Eric, guys, and Capsule. I'm gonna go ahead and excuse you, and I'm gonna stay.
Thank you.
Talk to you backstage. And we're just gonna go straight into our next company. This is Button. Take a look.
Links in mobile are broken, and what Button does is we fix them. In the desktop world, all you had to do was throw a link somewhere, and in mobile, if you threw a link in some experience, it often wouldn't convert at the rate you need it to build a viable business. So Button built this marketplace where publishers, people with traffic on one side, and commerce companies, people that sell things, goods or services, could connect. It's tough, it's hard to do. It's hard to do on iOS, it's hard to do on Android. And so we build that connection layer, that fabric that makes it really easy for two companies to say to each other, I've got users that have intent for your service or for your products, I'd love to send them to you. Whatever it takes to take the consumer from that intent manifestation place to the place where they fulfill it, there should be some exchange of economic value for driving that purchase, for driving that ride, for driving that booking. And all companies are equipped to pay that. They all have budgets for this, yet the mechanics of making that model work in mobile weren't there. And so that's kind of where we come in. So we can drive the user experience to make that beautiful, make the developer experience really easy for them to build the partnership. But then in addition to that, we drive all of the tracking and all the affiliation data. So we say, hey, Foursquare, or hey, Meta Search Company, or hey, Hotels.com, one of our most recent launches, their concierge product is powered by Button. So you can go book tables, book Groupons, book deals, book any of the activities that you take on a given trip through the Hotels.com experience and generate a new revenue line for them, while also giving their experience a little bit of an enhancement, because consumers want all these things. So as we drive activity across, whether it's car companies, whether it's the retail companies, whether it's the online reservation companies, there's some percentage of the revenue that we drive for them that they're willing to pay us. The commission rates that we command depend on the gross margin of the business selling the product or service, because we ultimately can track what happens and reward the companies that send traffic from one place to another that facilitates transactions. So it almost feels like an affiliate platform for the mobile economy, and that's kind of the underpinning of what we're building.
Awesome. Please welcome to the stage, Mike Jaconi. Hey, bud. What's up?
Am I mic'd up?
You're mic'd. It works.
Don't say a joke.
You're live, bro.
Got it.
Raise your hand if you understood what Button did from that video. Did you already know? No. Okay, well, there you go. That
I think all
explains
those
a lot.
people work for me. But
It's like comms department
rather
there.
I work for them. That's okay.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna like. This is not meant to be an insult in any way, but like Button is kind of like boring.
Gosh, boring.
I'm sorry. No,
Come on. That's gonna really help with my recruiting.
No,
Thanks,
no.
Jordan.
The business itself makes money, I'm sure, so that part's not boring.
Not
but like explaining what it is, it's like deep linking, right? For mobile, like, and you have to like go and recruit based on that.
True. I know. The interesting, we've made this really cool, I thought. No, it's true. It's a fascinating problem to diagnose and define. The cool part about it is it's a really important ingredient in the web economy. And so when we talk about what we do and we try to define what we do, the easy ways to define it or talk about it or celebrate it is to say the biggest companies in the world rely on this as a huge part of their revenue. And if you look at Amazon and their associates program, if you look at Expedia and their affiliate program, all these businesses have built really structural foundations on this type of model. And when you ask those companies, how's that business doing in mobile? All of them universally say it is really challenged. And Button's the first solution out there to fix that. And so what's cool about it is we're taking an old, proven, and relatively stale industry, one thing you may call boring, and trying to make it cool, and trying to make it, mobile-centric. And for the first time, I would say, in this industry and maybe in a monetization-oriented business, we're really focusing on user experience as part of that core competency and kind of ethos of what we're building. We're always trying to focus on what would the user want to do in this experience, and how could we make that better than just throwing them across the wall or over the wall to go and try and convert. So it's those two dynamics, bringing into the most explosive and exciting kind of form factor in mobile, obviously, and then really trying to say, how can we do that in a user-centric way? And that's how I think we make it more fun and more exciting and not boring technically.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No,
that
no,
in
it's
a
good.
bad
It's good.
way,
No,
right?
of course.
Most boring businesses are the ones that make the most money, I'm telling you. Maybe. We could make a list if we wanted. Tell me about like coming up with Button. You led investments at Rakuten. You're a big part of the Pinterest investment. Paint the picture for me.
Yeah, so it was really something where I had a thesis when starting a business or when endeavoring on any new life decision. I don't talk about this publicly much, but now that you've asked, and I often give this advice, but I create a passion matrix. And it was kind of what Capsule guy was talking about, which is you try and think about things you're good at and things you really enjoy. And as I was thinking about what I was good at, which was building connections, building partnerships, and concepts like this, and then my own obsession with technology and this app economy, what was coming and what was being revolutionized by companies like Airbnb and Uber and Hotel Tonight, the ability to give a consumer anything they wanted at the touch of a button was this just magical, unbelievable thing that as you watched people discover one of these new services or experiences for the very first time, you would watch with utter amazement as they would see a 4,000-pound vehicle come and pick them up. And they'd say, how did that happen? You just hit a button? And it was that combined with my belief that if you could inspire that experience over and over, inspire someone to connect or understand how easy it could be through touching a button, you could build a really cool company and solve a lot of those kind of problems that were this archaic business model in the past. So I thought about that and just the explosive nature of the mobile economy. It's going to be bigger than anything else that's come before it in the internet age. And so people have believed that if we do it right and we don't screw it up, we could build a really big business. And that was always an ambition of mine. So that was really how the idea kind of populated.
Right. I want to talk a little bit about Uber. You've got like you're kind of obsessed, I think.
I'm obsessed?
You're obsessed.
I mean,
we were talking on the phone and you said like, I used to show people in Japan the magic of Uber.
Yes.
And that helped you come up with Button.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think that Uber, the service and the model of moving the physical world through the touch of a button, that was kind of the first manifestation of this model. And for me, how you could control things in that magnitude and how it was such an important ingredient in day-to-day life that I thought early on reporting on Uber was all off because they were looking at it as a replacement for taxis. And in that day and age, I said, this is a really interesting concept that I think is far bigger than taxis. It's the way we get around in every mode. Period. And so that's the thesis. Whether it's Uber or any car sharing company, I mean, it's bigger than just a ride to work. It's an infrastructure play that I thought was bigger than anything. And so if you look at addressable spend and what consumers spend money on, transportation is one of the biggest categories. And if you think about the size and why that is so impacted by a company like them, it's obvious that their ambitions were always to be much bigger.
Well, and speaking of that, they launched, in 2014, Uber launched their API. And you look at the list of launch partners, right? And there's like Hyatt and all of these things. And then right at the bottom, there's Button, right? With all these big brands. Tell me how you landed Uber, because you knew it was going to be important for your business.
It was everything. It was everything. Back then, when we raised money, I think the first slide included a reference to Halo. Now in the graveyard, unfortunately, but at least in the US, the interesting part was our ambition was to get Uber through any means necessary, and we took money from people that had connections to Uber, and the way we got it was, it's actually a big testament to one of my co-founders, Chris Mattern. We were leading up, learning that this API was going to be developed. We got access through every relationship, every friend that we had that would call their friend at Uber and say, give these guys a button, they're ambitious, that are 4 months old, the ability to see your API and build something. And they gave us access a couple days before it launched, and we were able to turn around our own build of the Uber app. So we built our own Uber app called Wheels, and we demoed this to the head of the API program, and he looked at it, Dimitri, and he's like, holy crap, this is pretty impressive. And we said that's how committed we are to working with you. And we said to him, every time a consumer looks at a store, every time a consumer looks at a restaurant or a map, there should be an Uber button next to it, and we'd like to do that for you. And when we gave him that proposition and showed him how hard we would work for him, that was what helped us start.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was when they gave us the phone call, they actually called us about a month later after we were really productizing this and said, we're going to demo you at this developer conference. One of our executives is going to get up and speak. And I vividly remember being on my best friend Ben's rooftop, getting this phone call, and the whole world froze. I was like, oh my gosh, we've at least made it past 6 months. That was the moment. It was pretty fun.
I didn't actually plan on asking this, but now that we're up here and talking, I'm curious how you weigh. Your business is in some ways not dependent on Uber specifically. You have a bunch of businesses that use it both on the publishing side and on the service provider side.
Yep.
How do you balance the financial incentive, as Uber is this dominant partner and everything that's going on over there? Do you think about that at all?
Yeah, you know what? It's something that we get asked this question in a variety of different lenses. It's how do you work with specific companies? How do you deal with exclusivity terms with certain companies? And our model historically has been one where publishers make decisions on who they want to work with, and that's ultimately where we stand up and say, we don't have any restrictions. We don't have any implication in how people are operating their businesses, or I'm not allowed to tell this retailer they can't work with this publisher. We've kind of stood down and been Switzerland in all of those cases, because if we start getting into the position of saying you can't work with this person or you can't work with that person, a platform like ours, a two-sided marketplace, will just break down.
Right, that makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about investment. Like, you come from the investor side, right? Yep. So like, you obviously had lots of connections in this world. Most founders think of, you know, raising funds as like the worst part. Tell me about, you know, that seed round, because I feel like that is kind of the worst one. You're asking someone to bet on nothing, essentially, an idea.
Yeah.
Tell me about how that went down.
Yeah, so the seed, and there are a number of fun stories in a seed financing for any entrepreneur out there that goes through this process. There are a number of tricks and tactics you can use in fundraising, but a seed round really is one of the hardest in terms of rules applying, just because you have so little. And so with us, primarily my criteria for raising from seed investors was geared towards the people that I knew and the people that I had relationships with, had seen the company that we sold to Rakuten before this and said, you've done something similar. Your idea for this next one's even bigger and better, and the team we were assembling, they looked at and said, this is a really backable team. So that was kind of my criteria. Like, if I know I can get in the door, that typically is an ingredient that's going to bode well for you.
What about like the game playing though, right? Because like, you know that happens. Like, no one ever really wants to talk about it, but like, there is some level of like bluffing a little bit, you know, or whatever there might. Like, have you ever been strung along by an investor? Did you ever feel like you had to bluff? Like,
oh yeah.
How do those things go?
The whole thing's a game. I mean, like, people will tell you, you know, that it's only great businesses that get invested in.
Or great people,
or
not ideas.
You know, and frankly, the failure rate is way too high for it to only be great businesses. So I think from the perspective of, you know, what I've learned is there is a science to raising, in that you should do it in a diligent fashion. You should have a very structured approach for how you raise and who you talk to and when you talk to specific people. And I think when you attack something, you have to attack it. And kind of one lesson that I've learned, I learned this from a professor that I worked with. She said to me, she said, think about every interaction you're having with someone and pretend the Harvard Business School professor is in the room assessing you and watching what you're doing and judging how you're acting. And so I try to apply that in a lot of what I do. And I think in that sense, I learned a ton from my former boss, Hiroshi Mikitani, Mickey, who's founder of Rakuten. He would always execute, even at the most micro level, this just hyper intense dedication to data, and very small details would always be a core focal point. In this, I think you apply the same thing to fundraising. Make sure if you're going to go out and talk to investors and send them an investment pitch, or do the protocol of going through the actual fundraise with them and taking all of the appropriate steps, make sure that you've taken the time to set up your actual data room. Make sure that you're ready. Make sure that you look like a company that's going to succeed, because every interaction that you have with an investor, seed level or every email interaction, you're being judged.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an important lesson that some people don't take seriously enough, is
For sure.
every interaction matters.
Tell me about like landing Greycroft, because Greycroft is one of your big investors, right? And I know this story, but they don't.
Okay,
Tell them
so
the story.
this is a pretty good one. So another shout out to a partner of mine, Tanner Hackett. So Tanner is a very enthusiastic guy. He's probably known most for his enthusiasm and obsession with process. But Tanner calls me one night. He's not the fundraiser.
Yeah.
Just not his job. And he calls me, he says, Mike, you wouldn't believe who I connected to today. And I said, okay, who? And he says, I met Alan Patrikoff. And I was like, the Alan Patrikoff? He's like, yes. And I said, wow, okay, he's one of the titans of venture capital.
The Godfather.
He's the Godfather,
Yeah.
like this is the man. And he says, and I got us a meeting. And I'm like, all right, that's awesome. And I had no connection to Greycroft. I didn't know anyone there. They hadn't looked at I hadn't looked at any of their companies while I was at Rakuten. And I said, okay, cool, you take the meeting. And he's like, what? You're not going to go? And I was like, no, I think you got this. I had
Like,
no
blew it off.
faith that they were going to invest. I thought it was a waste of my time. Sure enough, we take the meeting. I joined by phone. I actually joined from the Bank of America teller on Houston and Lafayette. because I was late running between meetings. And I do the call. Tanner plays me up like I'm some cool big deal. I'm totally not. And he's like, Mike couldn't make it. I'm sorry. He was with a partner or obviously some other firm doing the FOMO tactic probably. And sure enough, they get through the end of the call and they say, we're in. And we're like, what? And it was this funny lesson. I think Silicon Valley, the television show, actually talked about this. It's like, maybe that lesson of the worse you treat investors, the better chances you have. I don't know if that's my parting word of wisdom for you, but
Like the whole tech industry crumbles.
Exactly.
If you guys
No.
listen to this guy.
What is this guy saying? But it was a phenomenal story, and I have to tell you, from looking back 3 years to that time to today, Greycroft has become one of the most supportive investors, more influential in a lot of what we've had and can call success. So I have to give Tanner his credit, because he really made that happen.
Okay, one final question, and I asked the same to Eric. Like, what keeps you up at night?
No. You? No, I'm kidding. It's an interesting thing. I meant from
about
a
that.
reporter
Yeah,
standpoint.
sure.
That's gonna go viral. Sorry, Natalie. The truth is, I think that the commitment to, at every stage it changes. I think from my perspective, it's looking at how you can maintain a company's culture as you're trying to scale. And we've had, a lot of luck and a lot of fortune to get to the level. We just crossed 50 employees. And it's one of those things where never do you feel more scared about losing that dynamic of knowing everybody, knowing how much dedication to the people that we've had from 0 to 50, and saying, how can we continue this, and how can I still be a great leader to the new people that come on. So that, for me, is a big thing, because I'm not one of the founders who's said, I'm going to save Darfur or save dolphins, or I've been here and saying to the people that if you come here, I'm going to invest in your growth as an employee, and that's something that I've been committed to and I think done well. But scaling that and scaling me to continue to do that is something that keeps me up a lot.
Yeah, like you're one of the few founders that is there 6 people on your founding team?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is great,
yeah.
right? And that doesn't change.
It is a different model, and it is a different style, but I can tell you by assembling that amount of talent from day one, it's helped us, I think, move faster in a very slow industry and a very hard business model. So,
is it a pain to hire someone from like Amazon or Facebook when you've got 6 members of the founding team and you got some big shot over at one of these big companies coming over being like, what? There's 6 co-founders? I haven't heard of
I get, a lot of people early on would come in and say, why? And I would say, look at the team and look at the talent and look at our kind of timing to market. And most of the times people come in, they recognize they meet people, and they meet that team, and they're quickly assuaged of any doubts or any concerns. So it's probably our strongest and biggest asset.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Big round of applause for Mike and Button. And we're gonna go to our next thing. You're dismissed,
Sweet.
sir.
I'm dismissed. Thank you, guys.
If my card is correct, we are moving on to more media. Media. Please welcome our next guest, Mike Allen from Axios, and our moderator, Anthony Ha.
Hey. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Well, Anthony, thank you. We discovered we're both Californians, and we're not just both Californians, we're both from the real California.
So, Southern California, so we've now angered the entire TechCrunch wing right there. Perfect, this is off to a great start.
You have much cooler kicks than I do.
So, just as a quick check, how many people here read or subscribe to Axios? All right, so we got
Awesome, thank you.
Cool.
Part of a good breakfast.
But we're introducing it to a fair part of the audience, I think. And so it is, for those of you who don't know, Axios is this business, tech, politics publication that's all about basically what you need to know, and with all the fluff kind of cut away. At least that's the goal.
Yeah, catch you up quick. So we're making smart people smarter. Smart brevity is our architecture. The idea, Axios means worthy in Greek, and we are worthy of your time, attention, and trust.
There you go. So I want to talk a little bit more about starting Axios in just a second. But first, I've been checking Axios every morning, reading the email every morning, partly because I'm just freaking out about this political situation. And
I don't know what you're talking about.
you're someone who's covered politics for many years now. And about a week ago, you actually wrote this post called 10 Questions About the Comey Firing. And the first question is, what the hell is going on? A week has passed. There have been more scandals. So let me just turn that question around on you. What the hell is going on with the Trump administration?
Well, what the hell is going on is Donald Trump is being Donald Trump. And somebody told me early on, they said, if you want to know one guy who's not going to change, it's a 70-year-old billionaire with his name on the building. And so Donald Trump is being exactly the way he has run his business, exactly the way he ran his campaign, and this is entirely predictable.
So we'll get back to, we'll talk a little bit more about like your relationship with the Trump administration, but let's talk about Axios. So you have a manifesto, and it begins, media is broken and too often a scam. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so much of media was built around journalists. So I came up through newspapers, the traditional great news organizations that in their time did an awesome job of informing people, but as we got busier, as we got more choices, they became a chore. So you have this fire hose of information coming at you. You have actually more important things happening in the world. So you have both more content and more news. I always feel like I'm missing something, and I'm right. And Anthony, here's a big one, is I wind up investing time in something that's not worth my time. I click on it, and I get to the end, and it just didn't deliver. So the idea of Axios is, how could we efficiently use your information time, catch you up quick, so you go on to Axios.com, AXIOS.com, and I'm honored to have two of my colleagues in the audience here, Alexis Lloyd, who's our Chief Design Officer, Matt Boji, who is our CTO, and the two of them are a big reason that Axios is so successful. You go to Axios.com, and every story is the size of a phone screen. And so you can catch up very quickly. You can click, drop down, and get more. And when something is worth reading or worth being long, we'll signal that to you, or we'll write something long. But so much of content was long just because it served the journalists. I know from having done it, and this is the scam part, that for most stories you have one great stat, one great new fact. Anthony, you would never do this.
Never.
One great insight, and then we were trained to write 780 words around it to try to get on the front page or to try to get in the lead slot of the website. With smart brevity, I can tell you what happened, I can tell you what matters, and you can quit, move on, unless it's worthy of your time and attention, and then Axios will tell you that, and you can dive a little deeper.
So I mean, that all sounds great. I think, again, especially...
It is great.
The TechCrunch writers, we read a lot of tech news. We've all been in that situation. If you read the long story, did not need to be that long. But I think, do you feel like anything is also being lost? And again, I know you do go long when necessary, but if your default is, let's just get this as short and brief as possible, is some of that nuance being lost?
Yeah, so nuance is important. That's why we say worthy of your trust. Like, what we tell our journalists is we talk about the fact that you need to be both literally accurate, but also more broadly true. And so nuance is important. Like, people know that everything in life isn't either one color or another, everyone's not good or bad. Like, people want sophisticated explanation, but a sophisticated explanation isn't a long explanation. So, like, thanks to Matt and Alexis, we have this amazing technology where if it says read more, you can drop down, you don't click out, you don't have to leave the stream, you stay right there. And so you can be longer, but when we push ourselves to explain something in a word or two, in a sentence or two, like, you actually have to get better information. You have to really understand what you're writing about. You can't hem and haw, give both sides. We'll give both sides, but help you understand what's going on, what you're reading. And so after the news break, we'll have, we call them axioms, and it can be what it means, it can be what's next, it can be why you care, why this matters, and help you understand that very quickly. So you go to Axios.com, dip into our stream. Great thing about the experience there is our advertising. There's no ads in stories. So no pop-ups, no banners, none of the things that you hate. Instead, we have messages between cards, between stories. So as you flip down, and it's the Facebook architecture, you go like this, and so you can see the messages, but it doesn't disrupt your reading experience.
So that that format that you have developed, before you were at Axios, you were at Politico, and you wrote this, daily morning newsletter, right, where you were kind of doing the same thing. You're breaking down the news into these sort of bite-sized chunks. How much of the Axios style grew out of that? How much of it was something new that you had to develop?
Yeah. So as my partners, Jim Vandehei, who's our CEO, and Roy Schwartz, who is our third partner, he was the business genius behind our previous project. The three of us, as we start to explore, like, if you look at how people consume information, how information is disseminated, what's missing? And Matt and Alexis helped think about that, and what do people need? What is, as you said, broken? And so a good example of our solution to that is my morning newsletter. So it's Axios AM, and it's Mike's Top 10. So it's just 10 items. People like the discipline, the economy of that. You wake up, and it's an email. It's free, just 10 items, and it takes in our big topics of, as you said at the top, media, tech, business, and politics. And we also dive into healthcare, and we've just added healthcare and energy, and then just this week we added science. So we now have a science stream. Allison Snyder, who's our science editor, came from the Washington Post, is an MIT trained scientist, and can help you see in all the journals that come out, all the discoveries that come out every week, like what is worthy of your time and attention. You dip into the Axios science stream, and now you can pick up on that very quickly. Very soon, we also are going to be launching the future of work. So looking at automation, AI, robotics, help people understand that. We just hired a great guy, Steve Levine from Quartz, who is obsessed with all those topics and is already helping our readers understand them, calling attention to things that are going to be happening that are going to affect their businesses, their decision-making, their lives.
So when you started Axios, I mean, given that you now are covering a fairly broad range of topics, was that always the goal, or did you initially want it to be just politics and tech, or how did you expand so quickly, essentially?
Yeah, so Anthony, one of the things that we realized, and you see this reflected in TechCrunch's coverage as well, that it wasn't too long ago that you could be an expert in politics, or an expert in tech, or an expert in media. Now, if you're running a business or a government or a philanthropy or whatever you're running, like, you need to be smart about all of those, and they're all colliding. So tech is business, and media is tech, and politics is media. And so you really need to understand that landscape. And what Axios can do is bring those together and show you the collision, the convergence of those topics, which is where the great innovations are going to be. I had the great privilege of visiting with a lot of you outside, like so much optimism in this room, like a very inspiring room, and the great fortunes and the great innovations that come out of this event are all going to be in where those topics come together.
I mean, I agree with you. I also feel like sometimes readers don't necessarily want that. I mean, certainly at TechCrunch, I think we've probably had more political coverage over the past year, and we've gotten a lot of comments to the effect of, why are you covering politics? Just stick to tech. And this is, I mean, maybe some of those commenters are in this room right now, but I think speaks to the point that sometimes all people want also this very kind of more narrow, vertical experience. Do you feel like there is still that reader appetite for something that broad?
What we find is that people want expertise, and they want to be smart in one place. They don't necessarily want to hop around. So in media, for instance, we cover media in a way that no one ever has before. We have a media trends reporter, Sarah Fisher, who worked on the business side of the New York Times and Politico, and worked on the editorial side of the Washington Post and CNN. So someone who understands both those worlds, and she's able to cover the trends in how consumption is changing, and covering cord cutting, covering how the social platforms are evolving. And so if I go on that, whether I'm interested in business, politics, or media, like those things are going to affect me. So the challenge for us is to, how do I make those relevant to people? If someone is making decisions, if someone is inventing, creating, is running businesses, as the people in this room are, like, what from those worlds will matter to you? One thing we think a lot about is, like, what's going to last beyond the news cycle? Like, what are we going to care about Monday? What are we going to care about in October? What are we going to care about a year from now? Because so much of what's out there is ephemeral. And our CEO, Jim Van High, called it the crap trap. And the crap trap is that if you're just going for clicks, if you're just going for a mass audience, like, you get pushed down. Whereas we're very focused on reaching the people in this room, like people who are serious news consumers, people who want to know about it because they're curious, want to know about it because it helps them in their business and their professions. And that's what we think about. When we post something, we want to make sure that it's worthy of your time.
So Mike, I want to talk a little bit about your own process. What I've heard is that you get up at like 2:30 or 3 in the morning, some crazy early time, and you don't use an alarm clock. Like, take me through, like, what is going on here?
Well, in California, that's 11:30, so we're just it's just a late night for you. But no, I wake up every morning. I don't use an alarm clock because I'm so excited every morning to work on Mike's Top 10. I appreciate all the people in this room who read it. It makes me feel good. It makes it worthwhile to get up. It's funny, I've done this for 10 years, and there's never been a single morning. And I said, I think I'll sleep in. Because we do, Mike's Top 10 comes out 7 days a week. And the history of that is, when we first started, we just did it weekdays. And then we discovered that people wanted it more on the weekends, because hopefully a little saner people out there aren't on their devices all weekend. And people love to catch up quickly. And so we used to take Christmas off, and then we discovered, no, people want it more on holidays because you're maybe traveling, and again, you're off your devices. So we do it 365 mornings a year. It's always exciting. A little idea I had in my sleeve is, for years and years, I've thought, some morning, probably a Saturday or a Sunday, I'm going to say, you know, there's nothing happened today that's worthy of your time and attention. Go outside, play with your kid, like ride your bike, do something else. But the times we live in are so amazing. There hasn't yet been that morning that I said, we're going to take a break today.
Right. So when you say 365 days out of the year, is Mike writing Mike's Top 10 365 days out of the year? You don't? You're not taking a vacation?
I do. I do take vacations, but Mike's Top 10 usually goes on vacations with me.
Okay.
Over the years, we've had a couple of times when I didn't have Wi-Fi that someone jumped in.
Okay, fair enough. So one of the things that in your past life you were written about as the man the White House wakes up to, and that was under the Obama administration. So I'm curious, what is your relationship like with the Trump administration?
So we try to explain the Trump administration, and there's a lot of people who, on both sides, who wonder, like, as you asked at the top, what the hell is happening? And we try to help people understand, like, how do they make decisions? Who do they listen to? What are they thinking? Very much like we did with Obama. And Axios is down the middle. We work with both sides. We fight with both sides. But we try to help people understand both sides. Like, how can we make you smart quickly about all the news that you see out there? And especially with this administration, I call it the NASCAR effect. Like, people just want to watch the crash. And we try to help you understand what the hell is going on.
But do they, I mean, do you think they read your email as avidly as the Obama staffers did? Do they return your calls as quickly?
Oh, for sure. And, but because of the audience that we reach, including the people in this room, that crowd is very anxious to reach our audience and explain what they're doing. The dilemma that they have now is that because of their boss, like, often even the people in that building can't explain what's happening. So it's often as much of a mystery to them as it is to the outsiders. But what we find is the people are hungry, starving to understand what's happening in there. Even Republicans, maybe especially Republicans, because this administration did come out of nowhere. He did not come up in politics the way you typically do. That was probably an advantage to him during the campaign. In the White House, they're finding some of the cost of that. But either way, people want to understand it. And I call him Trump is the new NFL, because everybody has an opinion about it, everybody wants to talk about it in a way that they rarely did in the past.
So when you're covering an administration that has a complicated relationship with the media, a complicated relationship with the truth, and you're trying to do this sort of fast, boil it down coverage, does your responsibility change? I mean, if the president, goes out and he says something that's blatantly untrue, what kind of responsibility do you have then to say the president is a liar?
Yeah. People are very anxious for you to cut through what's out there and tell them what's really happening. So in these times, both political and given our attention span and our consumption patterns, it's even more important to quickly say what's going on. So we have a series on Axios.com, Facts Matter. And Facts Matter helps you very quickly see whether it's a leader on the Hill or whether it's someone in the White House or whether it's the President of the United States. Whoever it is, we very quickly are able to take what's out there and help you quickly see at a glance like how that fits with reality. Something that we talk about a lot at Axios is that a big problem with fake news is that people don't believe real news, and facts do matter. And like in previous generations, there were a couple of places that people went, and most people believed what they saw there. Now people very understandably don't know what to believe, who to trust. And so that's what we try to do at Axios, is with Facts Matter, with our smart brevity, with our subject matter experts, we hope to be a safe place for you where you can come, and it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum, you're going to be able to very quickly see what reality is. And reality is in very short supply in our public life these days.
So that again sounds really great, and I think so that's like sort of an editorial strategy, just to hear like what the facts are. At the same time, it's happening in this environment where there's sort of all this argument, and everyone's sort of in their own filter bubbles. Do you think that an editorial strategy is enough to sort of combat that?
Yeah, no, and it's not just an editorial strategy, but it's thinking about how conversations are going on in America. So 2 days after the election, I flew out to Casper, Wyoming to do a speech. And I was going to talk to a business group there. And before I went out, they said, we have a group of 22 community college students who are having breakfast over here. Do you want to go have breakfast with them? I'm like, sure, I love talking to students. And I went in there, and we had these 22 community college students, and I said, how many people in this room voted for Donald Trump? In most rooms that I speak in, it's usually a kind of small number. Almost every one of these students had voted for Trump. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to say another word. The last thing I'm going to do is fly across the country and tell you why you voted for Donald Trump. Like, that's how we got in trouble in the first place. I said, I am going to listen. And as I listened to them tell their stories, like, my number one takeaway was that so much of their information, so much of their conclusions were coming from conversations that happened socially, that happened locally, that were not informed, that were not attached to the great legacy news organizations that we're used to. So a great challenge for the media now is, how do we reflect those conversations? How do we capture how people are really getting information? And this is what Sarah Fisher has been able to do with our media trends coverage, is look at those social filters. And one thing that we discovered by diving into the data was that the Comey conversation, which in sort of the big city was dominating conversation, on Facebook, it was the 7th most engaged topic that had happened just in the short 117 days of this administration. And I know that because Axios is 119 days, 102 days before they did.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Mike, and taking us through this really crazy time.
Anthony, thank you for a great conversation. Thank you all for reading Axios. Appreciate it.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, we're moving quickly on to our next thing, so we're running slightly behind, so I'm just going to jump right into it. Please welcome our next guests, Eddie Lim from Point, and Ryan Williams from Cadre, as well as our moderator, Ryan Lawler.
All right.
So thanks to both of you guys for being here with us today. I guess we should start. Every entrepreneur needs to have an elevator pitch to explain to investors and partners, potential partners, what they do and why they're here. So what's your pitch today?
Yeah, so Point is the first financial technology platform for home equity that allows homeowners to unlock equity that's locked up in their homes. It's a brand new consumer finance product for consumers. And on the other side, it's a brand new asset class for investors to get access to.
Okay, and Ryan?
Yeah, we are building the world's first digital stock market for alternative assets. We're looking to transform the world of alternative investing by providing more transparency, access, efficiency, and ultimately liquidity, and completely reshape who can participate in our global economy and how they can participate.
Okay, but I just want to underpin right here that you're both focused on real estate. Eddie is more on the residential side, and Ryan's more on the commercial side. Eddie, you are a serial entrepreneur, but you founded this real estate company or going into this market after doing a lot of things in the payment space and fintech space previously. What got you here? Why are you working on this particular problem?
Yes, I've started a few venture-backed companies now, and the unifying theme across them, payments, online to offline affiliate networks, was finding an inefficiency in a market and creating a business out of it. So with Point, I followed that playbook. A little over 2 years ago, I was in between jobs, in between starting companies. I didn't have income, so I was in the penalty box, and so just when I wanted a refinance the most, the banks rejected me. So that's why I stepped back and asked, well, why is debt financing my only option? I own all this equity in my home. I can go and sell equity in a startup. I can buy equity in commercial real estate. Why can't I sell shares in my home just like I can sell shares in Apple and Google? And so that's where this idea for building a shared equity platform came from.
Okay. And Ryan, how about you? You have some experience in the real estate world previously. How did you get to where you are now?
Yeah, so I guess the unifying theme for me is I've always been pretty passionate about tech and antiquated industries. I started a sports technology company about 16 years ago when Amazon and e-commerce were still buzzwords. And most recently, spent some time building a single-family real estate tech platform during the subprime credit crisis timeframe, so 08, 09. And I decided that after spending some time at Blackstone, the world's largest owner of real estate, I wanted to apply technology to commercial real estate, because commercial real estate is one of the most important asset classes to build multi-generational wealth, but it's also one of the most opaque. And technology, as folks are aware, is one of the key catalysts to evolving opaque relationship-driven industries. And so that was the idea, and since then we've had some great momentum.
So I want to bring it back a little bit, just because I'm interested in what you were doing after 08, 09.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of an interesting story, just given your background. What were you doing in real estate at that point?
Sure. So I stumbled upon the opportunity, as it sometimes happens. Was actually in Atlanta with a college roommate, and I noticed there were all these foreclosed homes up and down the street. And I asked him, what are these homes being auctioned for? He didn't quite know, but he knew they were pretty big discounts. And so that was the first sort of aha moment for me, is that these homes that should all have a profile, they should all have information, they should be mappable, were not. And the second sort of question I asked him was, where are they in the foreclosure process? He didn't know that either. And so I decided that I could answer both of those questions using technology and data, generally all publicly available data, to track homes and to price the homes, and to start buying, investing in the homes, but also propping up a lot of these communities. And so I did that, and we ended up buying dozens of homes, hundreds of units, and that ultimately is what led me to join Blackstone and their real estate group, in large part because there was overlap in their excitement and engagement about the single-family real estate business and what I had also created.
Okay. when you talk about the single-family business and propping up these communities, helping people stay within their community and that type of thing, you went from that to essentially making commercial real estate easier for institutional investors to get access to.
Right.
So why that pivot?
Yeah.
You have sort of this like social mission-driven, thing that you're doing, and now you're just like helping rich people get richer.
Well, I disagree with that, and it's an important point, though, and I do think we should double-click on it a bit, because it is a misconception. But I think it's important to understand in fintech and real estate tech, credibility, brand equity, trust is everything. And we're taking an approach where we want to build what we know will be one of the most transformational marketplaces at the top of the investing ecosystem. We want to create credibility and social proof. We want Cadre to be established as that domain and that hub for high quality access to opportunities. And we know that if we do that, we'll build an enduring business where we will have the optionality to open up our marketplace to a much wider subset of our global economy versus taking an approach where we're trying to go out to millions and millions of individuals where there's oftentimes adverse selection, litigation risk, and frankly, a lack of quality control. And so I would actually say that we're not looking to make the rich richer. We're looking to increase access and reshape who can participate and how they can participate, but we're taking a little bit more of a targeted approach out the gate. This will ultimately transcend sort of institutional investors and be accessible for anyone. And I think that's, again, the important nuance in fintech versus sort of some of the consumer sort of spaces and domains, is that credibility.
Now, both of you are talking about this sort of in the same realm as building a new type of market, liquid market, like a stock market. Given what happened a decade ago with the housing crisis and the financial crisis, what is the investor appetite for, creating more liquid access to these types of assets?
One of the interesting things about residential real estate is residential real estate, like venture capital, is an inefficient asset class. Right? There's no way to short the unicorns. There was no way to short the speculators during the downturn. And without equity as a financing instrument, there's only debt, right? And so it means that by creating a liquid market, by creating more ways to finance, more ways to be liquid, you can actually smooth out the boom and bust cycles that have defined residential. And if you think about the millions of homeowners who were actually underwater by 07, 08, if there had been a way for them to share some of that equity risk, some of that equity downside, right, you would have created diversification benefits for not just homeowners, but also investors.
Right. When we talk about investing in these illiquid assets, whether it is real estate or whether it's venture-backed companies, for instance, I feel like there's a certain amount of elitism in that consumer or retail investors wouldn't even know what they're looking at, right? So we have to keep them out of the market so that they don't get duped or they don't get taken advantage of or they don't lose all of their money. What would you say to that type of a critique for the marketplaces that you're building?
So in our case, I think what's really interesting about Point, right, is take a lending club or Prosper. Those borrowers on the platform are generally not investors on the platform. They're only on one side of it. Our homeowners, by virtue of having hundreds of thousands of dollars of wealth trapped in their homes, right, they actually have a wealth diversification problem, right? It's like having a stock portfolio with a single stock in it. So as we scale, what better way for us to build network effects and for our homeowners to diversify than taking money out of their home, selling us equity, and putting it right back into the platform and just diversifying their equity risk.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, our mission is twofold. It's providing superior access, but it's also providing superior insight to real estate investing. And I think that two-dimensional element is critical because I agree that there's sort of an important responsibility when you're dealing with people's financial futures, that you don't just bring them into the home, so to speak, to use one of your analogies, but you give them sort of a layout, a blueprint of the home so they can navigate that effectively. And at Cadre, we're leveraging data to actually give people tools, insights, build a recommendation engine for their lives so that they can be empowered like the institutions. Because that's how institutions have been able to charge the levels of fees. They've been able to say, you know, our knowledge base, our experience is worth whatever. In our space, the 2 and 20 in the promote land. And what we're saying is, well, actually, we can democratize insight, and we can empower a wider subset of our economy. So I think that access is critical, but it's also about creating sort of a data engine beneath that that can truly power people's futures.
Right. Eddie, I'm wondering if you could just put a little bit of a finer point on this. Why is selling equity a better model for unlocking value in your home rather than taking on debt? I mean, it sounds obvious, but let's just put it out there.
So really what we're trying to do is, equity is a complement to debt, right? In the corporate world, sometimes it makes sense to issue bonds, sometimes it makes sense to issue stocks, and it depends on the situation. So the same idea here. Right, we have consumers who are using this for wealth diversification. They're taking money out of their home to invest in their small business, to invest in an investment property, or to reinvest back in the home. We have consumers who are using this for education, right, for college, for their kids. And then we have other consumers who are using this to bridge either to their next home or use this as a credit bridge to a prime mortgage. So it really makes sense. And in our case, homeowners who have accumulated equity and who are optimizing for cash flow, right, makes a lot of sense. But debt always will exist, right? What we're trying to do is the $18 trillion that's locked up in U.S. residential real estate, right? $2 trillion of that can be accessible and unlocked by companies like us. And that actually is one of the best ways, if you think about it from a macro perspective, one of the best ways to unlock wealth and put it right back into the economy.
I guess the biggest question that I have is, since this is such a new model, how you make sure that all of the interests of all the stakeholders are aligned. Obviously, you know, the homeowner will want to unlock some value in their home. Investors want to diversify their assets. But you have a 10-year term, and so I can imagine a situation where a homeowner, you know, sells 10% or whatever in their home. 10 years pass, they don't want to move, but they don't have the cash to pay back the investor. So what happens in that case?
So what's great about our platform and our product, right? We're a product innovation company, right? Fintech is a lot of fintech is process innovation, right? Automating, bringing things online. Kind of improving data ingestion. We do all of that, but we're fundamentally a product innovation company. And what's really radical about equity investments is it creates a natural alignment, right? So when the homeowner does well, when their property goes up in value, we earn more profit, but the homeowner also does better. And likewise, when their home is stagnating or doesn't do as well, we don't do as well either, and our investors don't do as well. So it creates this natural alignment where we can build resources and tools and products from that vantage point of co-ownership, right? Who better to advise you on things about your home, right? Home insurance policy, a better refinance, selling your home at a higher price than a person that is aligned with you from an ownership perspective.
I don't think you answered what happens in that hypothetical, though.
So the great thing is our homeowners, right? They've accumulated equity. Many of them have lived in their homes on average for over 10 years, right? So many of them line its sight to selling, or they're using us for one of these short-term bridge cases. In the absolute worst case, where they get to the end of the term, right? We'll have a few options for them. They can either refinance this out with another equity investment, or they can use traditional debt products to exit.
Okay. So it's time for me to put Ryan on the spot. Let's talk about Jared Kushner. 2 weeks ago, Cadre was sort of at the center of this story that ties together Jared Kushner, Goldman Sachs, George Soros, Peter Thiel. Can you explain how all of those people and institutions came together?
So at Cadre, we have a pretty powerful mission, and there's nothing, even if it was dynamics in DC, that would change or disrupt, to use the name and theme of this conference, achieving our mission. And to that end, we've had a lot of great folks back us across the board, across political spectrums. Jared was a great partner, friend in the early days of Cadre. And we generally don't like getting into dynamics around the company that we don't think are pertinent to achieving our mission. And so I think that sort of would address that point.
I mean, I understand that, and you know, the 3 or 4 years ago when this company was founded, there was no way for you to know that he would be Trump's son-in-law. But I just did name 3 or 4 more controversial figures. How, as your investors and partners, how does being associated with them reflect back on you and reflect back on the company?
It does not reflect on our ability to execute or realize our mission. Again, we are in a space that is relationship-driven, traditional. We have an incredible team. We have an incredible set of investment professionals, engineers, designers working to achieve our mission, and we're not a political organization, right? We don't have any political ties or affiliations. We focus on, first and foremost, transforming the world of real estate and alternative investing. And again, nothing's going to stop us from doing that, despite what you guys might read about.
Yeah, and by the way, it all makes sense, right? Like, I would want, you know, real estate magnates on my board too if I were starting a company of this type.
Let me just tell you, look, and we have a great team. We've prospered in the face of adversity. We've worked through challenges unforeseen. And I think it does a disservice to the team, the mission, and the other investors when folks focus on, you know, not the technology and not the realization of the mission, but a lot of the noise and inaccuracies. And so, you know, I was excited to come to speak to what we're doing and how we're doing it, not to speak to any of the noise that I think just distracts us from an already difficult mission that I know we'll achieve.
Okay. I think the bigger question that I'm asking here is how important are investors, their beliefs, their actions when you choose partners to sort of go to business with and go to bat for you. Eddie, I looked at your Crunchbase and I didn't find any Peter Thiels. So I'm curious what your thoughts were. You know, was that by design? And how do you choose your partners?
Actually, we don't know Peter, so if you can make an introduction, that'd be great. For us, it was really, we had prior relationships with Andreessen Horowitz, our lead investor, and they're a great investor, and they have that alignment in place, right? Which is in some ways similar to the alignment that we like to achieve, right? They have resources and advice to kind of maximize the value of their portfolio companies, right? So it's win-win. In the same way, we're building products and providing resources, right, to align ourselves with our customers.
Okay. So probably our last question. We'll see. Wondering how you think about the real estate market today, and if we were to, spin this up out of whole cloth, like brand new, given all the technology that we have, given all the data that we have. How would the way that homes or offices or whatever be bought and sold differently if we were to start from scratch?
I think for us, it's really just, the irony is this is the U.S. residential real estate. It's the biggest asset class in the world. It's one of the very few where the only type of financing is debt, right? So that's just a strange way to have created an ecosystem. For us, I think one of the interesting macro things over the last 10 years, right, following the bust, was there's been this we've gone a little too far on credit reform, right, and to the point where nearly 50% of homeowners today can't even access a prime Fannie or Freddie mortgage. So it's created this massive white space between GSEs, Fannie and Freddie, and everything else. And there's a really interesting opportunity for us to come in and innovate in the home equity space.
Okay. Ryan, how would you do things differently? So the market, how would you do things differently for the market?
I think the beauty of our business and our marketplace is that we do have a pretty flexible mandate. We are creating a platform for people to more efficiently access and buy, but we're also creating a two-sided marketplace, right, where For the first time ever, there'll be parity between buying and selling because of technology-enabled transparency. So if and when there's a downturn in the market, we'll be resilient because we'll be able to provide an opportunity to sell and liquidity. And so we focus on the market conditions a lot more on the buy. But I think the beauty of real estate is it's a massive, massive industry, right? And because of that, there are always bound to be inefficiencies. And we are an operator-driven model. We're technology-enabled, and that gives us a little bit more wiggle room because just on a risk-adjusted basis, we're superior to any alternatives, and we can be resilient through market cycles. So we focus a lot more on the core product versus sort of external dynamics.
Okay, excellent. Well, thanks again for your time, and thanks everybody for being in the room.
Thank you.
All right, if you're anything like me, you're slightly concerned about the fact that cyber warfare seems to be escalating a little bit, a lot of it, and we have an expert in the house to discuss it with us. So please welcome to the stage General Keith Alexander, who's also the president and CEO of IronNet Cybersecurity, and our moderator, Matt Burns.
General Keith Alexander, thank you for joining us here in New York. I appreciate it. You were the former director of the NSA. I have a lot of questions today to cover. We want to talk about the WannaCry. We got to talk about Trump's executive order. And then, of course, there's Section 702 reform. But first, as the former director of the NSA, have you seen my browser history?
Which one?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and we need to talk about that, right? About your kids.
My browser history?
Yeah, and a couple other. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, great.
What about those children, huh?
Yeah, well, I got 2 kids, and they're as crazy
10
as I
and am. 7. 10
and 7, yes, sir.
Oops.
You definitely remember things. That's perhaps why you were the director of the NSA. Let's start with WannaCry, though. Take us to the NSA right now. If you were the director and a virus hit of this scale, what would you be leading the agency to do?
I think the first thing that the government, across the government, including NSA, FBI, and others, who's doing this and what's their intent? And the reason the government's going to do that is this an attack on companies or our nation? And how do we defend our nation and our people? You want to know that. Most likely criminal in nature. And when you see something like this, that's your first thought, somebody's trying to steal money. And so the FBI has the lead. NSA would support as needed. I think the issues that come out, and you see the change in the way the newspapers are covering this, was it intentional or did it get out, shows you how hard it is for industry to do that. And so it kind of gets you back to that, how does the government and industry work together? I think things like this are extremely important to get that public-private partnership set right. Because I think this is just one of many that we're going to see. It's interesting, just to follow up on that. Many people said this is the year of ransomware. And so somebody asked me, were you surprised that a ransomware attack took place? And the answer was, well, this is the year of ransomware.
Sure. Several reports, including Microsoft's president, said that this exploit was developed and then stolen from the NSA. What should the NSA's responsibility be?
Well, I think that brings up a great question. And I think there's 2 parts to this. First, the reality. The government shares most, if not all, of what they see in cyberspace.
I don't believe all, though.
Not all. Most.
We'll come back to
not
that.
all. And in doing that, the issue really comes down to what do you keep to protect the nation and what do you share and how do you run that calculus? Now there's an equities board that the White House runs. I think from my perspective, the issue is not this tension that arises from letters like that, but the real question is how does industry and the government work together for the good of the nation? You see, because the government isn't there to spy on people who do things. It's there to get intelligence, to do things like save Jessica Buchanan. You can't do that without the right intelligence and tools. So how do we help our government do its job? And how do we protect industry and our people? And what incidents like this WannaCry or WannaCrypt does is it starts to split them apart. But our nation needs industry and the government to work together. And I think that's what we got to figure out. So our focus should first and foremost be, you know, when the people out there, when we're looking at what's hitting us, the issue shouldn't be blame and throwing stuff. The answer is the people in the government, we should assume noble intent, and the industry, we should assume noble intent. How do we work together for the good of the nation? We're not doing that. And that's what we got to fix.
So you're saying industry, the private sector, needs to work with the public sector.
I'm saying
there needs to be government working with the tech companies.
I think, sure. Now imagine if this was an attack on our country, okay, by a nation state.
Mm-hmm.
How would the government protect our country if it can't see it? And the answer, it can't protect the nation without working with industry. And that public-private partnership is the key. We should articulate and come up with a strategy for defending this country. And then, you know, this is the nice part about being in a conference like this. The greatest set of technical minds, right? All right, here in the audience, especially the ones in green shirts. And so when you think about that, how do we work together to defend what we have, to make sure those two children are secure? How do we do that?
Is this administration, this Trump administration, the right one to bring the tech sector together with the government?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's our country.
Mm-hmm.
He's our president. And let's put the political, as much as we can, put it aside, some of this, and say, so what's the right thing to do? You know, I think the nice part about having been in the military for 40 years, I couldn't get a job on the outside. The nice thing was, we were there, it didn't matter who was president, we were there for our nation, for this country. And, you know, that's a good thing to do. And when you look out here, the folks that are in the audience present the technical foundation that can help defend our country, our allies, and our way of life. The government can't do it without their help. And so this is an area where our nation is now at the same level as others like North Korea and Iran.
Sure.
If you think about cyber, we're at parity because we have so much critical infrastructure. So it becomes even more important that we think about how do we work together despite all the political tensions that you see, and there's plenty of them. You might have missed some.
Right. So this latest exploit, the WannaCry, and you said there's going to be more. How can the American people trust the NSA when these things keep happening?
So NSA didn't use the WannaCry, a criminal did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody stole it. One of the guys stole that. And the issue becomes, well, one, how does NSA protect its assets?
Sure.
But it's not a fact that NSA or FBI or CIA is out there trying to do damage to the country. What they're trying to do is, how do we defend this nation? And so if you think about defending our country, there are two things that can really hurt us as a nation. Terrorist attacks and cyber. Both of those require us to have capabilities that allow us to see what adversaries are doing. That means you've got to have tools, and you got to have a responsible way of defending this country and finding out the intelligence that's needed. And I think that requires people working better together. I think your actual question, if I could just change it a little bit, would be, so how do you get government and industry to work together in a way that is more defended in cases like this? So the fact that Microsoft actually put a patch out in March, how do you make sure that those things go out? And is there a way that government and industry could work together so that those things are done seamlessly and people, and the answer is yes. And should we do that? Yes.
So are you advocating for the NSA to release all the exploits they find?
No, I'm not.
Why should the NSA hoard exploits?
Why should they hoard? So the answer is they don't hoard, they release 90+% of what they get. But to go after a terrorist, you need an exploit. And so, you know, you think about 9/11 or the attack on the subways here, a planned attack that NSA helped stop was a key factor. So when you think about that, how do you give the intelligence agencies the tools they need?
Sure.
So here's my thoughts. For those of you who would say, you know, the government's doing A, B, or C, my comment would be, spend 2 years in the government and see what they do. You know, I think this is what Israel does so good. Everybody does service.
Right.
They know what their government's doing. It's not a question. But here, we don't have that much government service. I think we should have more. I think we, you know, if we took some of the talent in this room, maybe figured out some way to work it, I think it would be great. And then they would have more confidence in what the government's doing.
If some of these people went to work for our agencies, what would they discover?
What would they
discover? What would they learn?
Well, first, my experience, and I can give you the Jessica Buchanan, because it's amazing. In rescuing Jessica Buchanan, she was a nurse that was taken hostage by Somali pirates and was sick and would probably die in captivity. State Department had Defense Department go get her. Defense Department needed to find her. NSA helped find her, and JSOC rescued her. When that went on, the people at NSA that helped in that, you could see the young people who helped find and go through that entire operation. They don't get paid a lot, but knowing they helped save a human, a U.S. person, meant a lot. So the first thing is, you know, I feel that I wish the American people could see how much NSA does to protect this country. You know, because your first statement was hoard and made it look like NSA is a bad guy. And I would say, perhaps you ought to look at the people who are there, the hours they work, the pay they get to protect this nation.
Sure.
And I'll tell you, it was the greatest honor and privilege I had to work with these people, military and civilian, some who gave their lives to defend this country. And when you think about it, we have a wall at NSA of people who've given their lives. You know, and when you think what you get from the press and from statements like this is, well, you're stealing, you're doing that. And the first thought ought to be, hold it. You're defending this country. What tools do you need, and how do we do it? And if you make a mistake, how do we help you do it better? That would be the question.
Let's switch gears here a little bit. President Trump just signed a cyber executive order. This is something that's been in the works since early January, and in fact, you attended that first meeting with a whole bunch of cybersecurity experts, and it was behind closed doors, and they talked about cyber, I assume, and maybe your golf game, I don't know.
They were working on my golf swing?
Yeah, right there in the Situation Room, I assume. But anyway, at the time, you met with Trump, and this is the man that called on Russia to hack the DNC and loves WikiLeaks, and you called him the president America needs in regard to cybersecurity. Do you still believe that?
I think, you know, I'm not going to defend all the tweets.
Of course.
But let me, you know, it was interesting. Actually, the first part of this was publicized. So there was so much press in the room, I couldn't get to my chair. I had to step back. It was kind of funny. After the press left, President Trump changed from what you see publicly to a person who acted like a senior CEO, made statements, talked to everybody in the room, listened, was self-deprecating, and completely different. And that's what I meant when I said that. And I said, that's the president the American people need to see. Not somebody who is on the apprentice program, but somebody who is leading the country in areas like this to say, his questions were, how do we fix cybersecurity in the government and the nation? It's broken, what do we do to fix it? Just like you would for a senior CEO. And my comment, that's what you need. You need somebody who will step out and make decisions like that and help get it done.
So the cybersecurity order was signed late last week. Does it address your concerns?
I think it's a start. It doesn't address all my concerns. I have a lot of concerns. We don't have enough time to go over all of them, and some of them are in cyber. That's a joke. Okay, I'll work on that, delivery. So when you think about the issues and what he's done, it's talking to and giving direction to the departments of what they should do and looking at how do we protect critical infrastructure. Those are the right things. And that's the first step. What we need to do, and I think what he's asked his departments and agencies to do in this executive order, is come back in the next 3 or 4 months with how they're going to do these key things. Reach out to industry and start building that team. We need to do that. So that part, yeah, I think that's right. Is it perfect? No. I don't think, we could write 1 million executive orders, none of them would be perfect. You got to start somewhere. And I think we should give him credit for saying he was going to do it and he did it. I think if, being brutally candid, I think he has the opportunity to be a great president with his experience in business. Some of the things that you see that don't make sense need to go away, but if you could put the business person and that person that we saw in that room that I saw, that's a president that everybody could say, that's what would make America great. That's what we need.
Okay. Well, some of your silly jokes ate up some of our time.
Did it?
So I'm going to skip some questions. We're going to go right to Section 702 reform. FISA is up for renewal at the end of the year, as you know. The NSA recently rolled back part of the program because it was discovered that some of the agents were violating the rights of Americans by surveilling things. Why did it take so long for NSA to reform Section 702 internally?
Well, first, I'm not sure you have it exactly right, because I don't think agents are violating. I think there's a lot of concern about the abouts.
Yep, about.
And so I think what they said is there's not a lot of value in it. NSA had done that on the metadata program too, taking that to Congress in 2011, saying, hey, we can roll back these pieces. What makes 702 important? I want to give you a story on this, because 702 is vital to the protection of this nation. In 6 September 2009, NSA was tracking a terrorist in Pakistan. And that terrorist was communicating with somebody in the United States. Under 702, NSA is authorized to get those email communications and read it, to provide that information to the FBI. And what they did is they said, I see this report talks about building bombs. I give it to the FBI, it's got a name and a number in there, and the FBI can go figure out who it is. They do a national security ladder. The FBI came back to NSA and said, the name and the number belong to a guy named Najibullah Zazi, and that's his phone number. They used the metadata program to find out there was a guy in New York City. Zazi started driving across the U.S. The FBI swept in and arrested the people in New York a few days later, in September 14th. And in that apartment, there were bombs, several bombs in backpacks with various states of readiness. They were going to bomb the New York City subway.
And I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that the work the NSA does. But Section 702B, the About program, was found to repeatedly violate the Fourth Amendment right.
I don't agree with that. I think the issue, what you see, what you're doing is you're taking things out of context. And the reality is 702 and the metadata program are overseen by Congress, the courts, and the administration. So if somebody were willingly doing something wrong, as you insinuated, then the court, a federal judge, would hold that person liable and they could go to jail.
So then why did the NSA roll back the program?
Well, I think what they were saying is there's issues with the Abouts program. We don't see the value, and it's more about the value than it is about the issues. But I want to make it clear.
Sure.
If somebody broke the law, they would be held accountable, period. It's not like they're out there willfully doing it because the court oversees it. It's just like a police officer, if they went in and smashed into somebody's house and they didn't have the right order, they'd go to jail. The same thing for an NSA person with these programs. So we need to be clear on that if NSA made a mistake and it was an honest mistake and they could prove that to the judge would have them go through training. But nobody, when I was there, was willfully doing anything wrong, and I've not seen that, period.
Much of the FISA program is kept away from the eyes of the Americans. It's secret.
Hence the name of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Right, sure. Do the American people deserve to know more about what's going on there? Would greater transparency help restore?
Absolutely. Here's what we need to be able to do. We want all the good people to move over on this side of the room so we can tell them what's going on. And all you bad guys sit over there so you don't know how we're going to capture you. If you could do that, we could tell the American people what's going on. The reality is you can't. So what Congress, the courts, and the administration came up with was the FISA court to oversee those programs. And so when I was there were 11 judges on the FISA court. And they would rotate off. There was a 7-year stint, and they would rotate off. These are federal judges that held us accountable. And if you did something wrong, you had to go down and explain it. And so the way the American people should understand is, how does that court work? How does the administration oversee it? How does Congress oversee it? How does NSA oversee it? And then when there are problems, what did they do to fix it? I think, you know, it's unfortunate because the court doesn't talk publicly about what they do. We actually had one judge come to Congress and talk about it. He had been the former chief of that the FISA court, Judge Bates, and he actually did a discussion with Congress and gave it to them straightforward. And I think, you know, it would be good for the American people to hear from some of the judges. If they could do that without revealing classified information, then I think it would give people, hold it, let me get this right. You've got to go to a court to get the application for these. You've got to show the court what you're doing, and you have this oversight. That's the facts. And so it's not, you know, a bunch of folks at NSA, FBI, or CIA running amok. In fact, I'll read you something. I'm going to give you a story, if I could.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so, you know, we had Snowden. You probably didn't hear about that, but this guy Snowden took a lot of stuff. And in the summer of 2013, I was called down to the White House, and I knew they wanted a presidential review group. And so you go down to the White House and you walk in there and a sit room, and everybody's sitting on one side of the table and I was sitting on the other. And you think, well, that's odd. I took a shower. Wonder why they're all over there. And so he said, well, we're going to have a presidential review group. And I said, that's a great idea. We can have Colin Powell, we have Condoleezza Rice, we can have all these people look at it. And they said, actually, we've already made a decision. And they pushed these pile of papers across the table. The first person on, I look at board member of the American Civil Liberties Union. I said, you've got to be kidding me. I used another word.
You didn't do this in the Situation Room?
Yeah. And so the next day, this guy came up a couple days later with the panel. And he was sitting about where you are out there. And he was sitting like this. And I thought, he's looking at me like Darth Vader. And I looked at him somewhat askance. But I told them what these programs did in about an hour and a half, and then I had the young people come in and spend the next 5 weeks when they were there and walk through them every day they were up there, 100% audit of all the programs. 5 weeks later, this guy gets out of his chair, comes up, and I thought, wow, he's a different person. And he said, you and your people have the greatest integrity of any agency I've seen. I'm going to read you a quote from him, and then I'll give you his name.
All right.
Because I prepared this.
Jordan's staring at me.
Yeah, I know, Jordan.
Here,
all right,
so.
Jordan, just 1 second. Don't hit him.
Okay.
To say I was skeptical of the NSA is in truth an understatement. I came away from my work on the review group with a view of NSA that I found quite surprising. Not only did I find that the NSA had helped to thwart numerous terrorist plots against the United States and its allies in the years since 9/11, but I also found that as an organization that operates with a high degree of integrity and a deep commitment to the rule of law. Jeffrey Stone, Presidential Review Group member, acting dean at the University of Chicago Law School at that time, and a board member of the ACLU. He and I did an op-ed later. So for the folks in the audience, here's what I tell you. If an Army officer and a board member of the ACLU can come together for the good of the country, we can help figure out how to defend this nation and do it right. And it's not by being divisive. It's by working together and figuring out a way to work together. That's what we have to do.
I agree with that. And I also think it's telling, though, that you came with that statement.
I did.
Printed out.
Pretty good, huh? And I can read it.
It's like you've done this before.
I have.
So my last question, why do you do this? Why do you come to these conferences and give the same story?
Because I think nobody heard that Jeffrey Stone made that statement. It's not public. Why did the press not carry that? They carried everything that was bad about NSA, but nobody said, hold it. The guy from the ACLU that went to look at it found out that these were the best people in government. Not one person carried that story. Why is that? I would ask you that question. Because government agencies doing good doesn't sell. That's not right. And then to punish him when you see something bad, but never give him credit for all the good. You said, okay, I got good, but let's go to the bad, because it makes it more interesting, but it's actually not what the American people need to hear. They need to hear that there are good people out there trying to help this country. Those people at NSA are good people, doing the right thing.
Great. I'll let you have the last word. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir.
Yep. He made me.
He made you? Beat him up. I don't know. Workplace violence. Okay, that is the end of the day today, but there is an after party tonight, and there's information on the slide behind me. It's at Slate in the Flatiron area. You need your conference badge to get in. They will not let you in without it. I know it's clunky to carry to a club, but just do it, trust me. And we will see you bright and early tomorrow, and thank you. You guys are great. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Day 2 from Disrupt New York. Symphony joins the Unicorn Club. Scientists 3D printed ovaries and made mouse babies, and more.
It's Tuesday, May 16th, and this is Crunch Report.
Brought to you by the high-performance, highly intelligent BMW 5 Series.